Good morning, you guys. Good morning. And it is still officially morning, even on the East Coast. So, good morning, y'all. Good morning. Um, Hopefully everybody's having a good day. We're almost through the week, which is good. So hopefully everybody's having a great day. Great day. Um, just looking at some stuff. Give everybody a few minutes to log on. Give everybody a few minutes to log on. We'll get started here. And I'll share with you what we're going to be doing today, what's going to be happening. So give everybody a few minutes. People are logging on. People are coming on. I see that. I see that. Share it out, you guys. Please share, like, subscribe, and share. Like, subscribe, and share. Um, it looked like somebody was already. No. Day, where are we at? Day like 25 with this war thing going on. All right, that's pin there. Let's go. Let's go. Space Force USA. What's up, my man Rebel? Black Rebel in the his house. Um CPAC is going on, man. CPAC is off to a start. Good morning, Mike. Good to see you. Good to see you. So I'm gonna show you guys something here in a minute. Um I'm gonna show you guys something. So you guys are getting on here. Cool, cool, cool. You guys don't forget to like, subscribe, and share, please. Um, do one more thing and then we'll be good. Watch that. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. So this is funny. So I'm gonna show you guys something. So if you guys remember the Jailblazers, you guys remember the Jailblazers back in well, first let me say this. So today, um, Trump is actually having a meeting right now. I'll get to that after this first clip. After I get to after we do the Trump thing, we'll hop over to CPAC, the convention that's going on in Dallas, Texas. I'm going to be gone this morning for a few hours, but I'll keep CPAC on. But I will not be here. Our church is having a conference, which is being live streamed at Cornerstone Pentecostal Church. I'll put the link in here if you guys want to watch it. So there is a service this morning, West Coast time at 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Excuse me, 11 a.m. So I'll be there, and then I'll come back home. Then we have evening, so like a conference going on, like 3-day conference started yesterday. So um, I would suggest listening to that as well if you can. If you guys would like, it's really good. It was good last night. Um, so I'll be doing that throughout the day. So I'll be on and off. So with that said, I'm going to show you this thing. and it's a documentary BIPOC type of thing coming out on Netflix this coming month in April called Untold Jailblazers Story, basically. So when I saw this, I was like, oh man. And I don't know. I could possibly be in this documentary. I do not know because I DJ'd for a lot of the Trailblazers back in this era. And I doubt that I am in it because I'm sure that Netflix or whoever would have got a hold of me. But I'm seeing clips that I'm like, oh, that looks familiar. So I just want to show you guys this trailer that's going to be coming out um, for the Jailblazers. If you guys so much remember the Jailblazers, so I want to do that first before I hop over to the Trump thing, which I hope is still going live. But if it's not, even if it's not, even if it is going live, I'm still going to start from the beginning. So yeah, the Jailblazers, you guys, the untold stories of the Jailblazers. Let's go. Make sure this is up.
When I went back to Portland after I was traded,
Rasheed Wallace.
I knew I was going to get booed. I didn't think I was going to get booed like that.
This was the greatest sociology experiment in sports. The general manager was taking.
So he said, didn't know I was going to get booed like that. Rasheed Wallace used to come to the radio station all the time after the games, and he had his own show on the radio station. So we were always passing each other in the hall. Rasheed was cool. Rasheed was Rasheed. Like what you actually saw of him on the court was pretty much how he was in person. Like I kid you not. Like if you were following basketball during that time and you saw Rasheed, he was pretty much the same in person as he was on the court. The difference though in person is that he, was funny and got to know you, and so you had that relationship, but he was pretty much the same. And then Damian Stoudemire actually went to Wilson High School, about the same age as me. I think he was a couple years older. No, he was older. He was a few years older than me. And Damian Stoudemire actually was in the championship game, high school championship game of Wilson High School and Park Rose High School in 1990. And the star of Park Rose High School was Ray Ross. And that game was a battle at Memorial Coliseum. And then Ray ended up going to Oregon State, almost had a scholarship to NBA with Stoudemire. Stoudemire did go to NBA and eventually landed back in Portland for the Portland Trailblazers, or that in that era, the Jailblazers.
Guys had been in trouble.
95, yeah.
Can I clean this guy up and turn it into something spectacular?
When Rasheed arrived in Portland, it was like someone dropped the bass on this franchise.
It's been a long time since Blazer fans have been this excited.
Rasheed Wallace, Damon Stoudemire, Bonzi Wells. They were immature, petty, but so good.
For us, it was finals or bust.
I mean, we was rolling.
We hit him on the ropes.
Like, these guys are legends.
This was going to be it.
So what's interesting is that Bonzi Wells and I had a little beef, a little bit. It was a quiet beef. It was a quiet little beef that we had. And same with a few of the other Trailblazers, because of the fact I was DJing, and the industry, for whatever reason, how should I say this? I don't know if I should have said it. We had a little quiet beef. I'm just gonna leave it there. There was a little quiet beef going on because of people. So through how could a lot of times I'm not gonna lie. A lot of times girls are involved in these beefs. We'll just say, we'll just put it like that. Girls are liking this guy, they like that guy, and somehow the guys somewhat know each other or around each other, and then just things like that. It was those type of things. We'll leave it there. We'll leave it right there and let that simmer. See, John knows what I'm talking about. Girls somehow girls that that like people are involved in here, involved over there, and things. Space Force knows exactly what I'm talking about too. That's why he's laughing. So, yeah. So there was a girl that. So I was married. So there was a girl that liked Bonzi that ended up marrying. So there, I said it. So anyway, stuff like that, you guys. Just things like that. Things happen in life. Can't control everything. Well, you can. You can control a lot. So, anywho.
And that's when everything started happening. I wake up to my wife hitting me. What'd you do last night?
Stoudemire and Wallace been cited.
And that's a valid question that his probably wife was asking. Where were you last night? And a lot of times I would know where these guys were at because they were in the club. There was one time I remember it was during the playoffs that they came back from. It was Charlotte. And you got to remember Charlotte's 3 hours ahead of West Coast. So clubs start in Portland at 9:00 at night. So that's 12 o'clock Charlotte time. The game's already way done, right? They come back. I kid you guys not. This is the Jailblazers, guys. NBA professional basketball players. Let me see if this is even in here. I kid you not. They come back from North Carolina, right? The club is going. It's like 12 o'clock, and it's 12 o'clock at night, 1 o'clock. I think it was like around 1 o'clock. And sure enough, Rasheed, Bonzi Wells, Zach Randolph, and who was the other brother's name? Was it Patrick? Oh my goodness. I'd have to look back, but there was another dude. And all four of the starters of the Jailblazers, Portland Trailblazers, come walking in the club at 1 a.m. at night after they just got off the plane, after they just had a game on the East Coast. This is how crazy these dudes were. Like all the time, every weekend, every night, they were up in the clubs. And at the time, I'll get to that in a minute. So at the time when this was going on, I was a promoter of the clubs, of many clubs. I was a promoter, so I was collecting door money and being a DJ at the same time. And so they would end up flying back, come to the clubs, and because they were coming to the clubs, I was charging like $30 to get into the club because I'm like, yo, hello, we got status in here, we got celebrities in here. So I'm like, I'd go up to the cash register at the door and tell the bouncers, I'm like, oh, up the price to $30. And if people want VIP, we got the back room. There's going to be champagne, and that's where the players will be. So I bumped that to 40. I kid you not, it's not a lie. You could ask. There's other DJs who are around. I'd bump up the charge because if the Blazers showed up, I could do that. Because what I'd do is I'd go to a club and tell the club, hey, I can bring you more money to your club. Obviously, I DJ for this radio station. So I'll bring you more money to the club because a lot of clubs, some clubs, not a lot, but some clubs were struggling because other clubs were bigger. And so I'd go to those struggling clubs and say that to them. I was like, you guys can have the bar. You get your 700% profit. You just give me the door money and I'll take care. I get that part of it. Okay, cool. If you can bring me business, you can have the door money. I'm like, oh, cool. So I charge anywhere from $10 to $30. You get 300 people in there. You guys do the math. And then I'd bring in special DJs and I'd pay them. Or through the radio station, I'd pay the radio station to bring, like Nick Cannon. We brought Yin Yang Twins. We brought Nocturnal. a few other people, Akon. And so then I could charge $30 or $40 at that time. We're talking about 2004-ish, 2003, 2004. So it was nice money. I'm making money from DJing. I was like, good money, like really good money. You guys have no clue. And I blew it. I was dumb. I was stupid. But anyway, so they'd actually come to the clubs after they get off the plane. You know, you think about that. I mean, you play a hard game at 7:00 at night, back on the East Coast. You're done at 9. That's 6:00 West Coast time. You shower. You know, you get back to your plane probably at 10 a.m. or 10 p.m. at night, 10:30. It's a 3-hour, 4-hour flight from east to west. You make it back in time before the club closes in Portland easily. They'd do it. They would absolutely do it.
For marijuana possession.
Maybe smoking all this weed is why we missed so many shots.
They just kind of hit all at once.
Jail time for
Fonzie.
drunk driving.
Oh, Miles Davis.
Setting a lead.
Okay, so that's who it was. So Miles Davis, because Davis actually got a pit bull from me. And that's how some things happened for him. He actually bought one of the pit bulls because my dog had babies. And Miles Davis bought one of the pit bulls. That's who that was, just in this frame. Where was it at? There's Bonzi. He always had this blue Cadillac. I forget what the brand is, but it's one of the Cadillac trucks. No, that's Zach Randolph. He always had, yeah. Zach was. You see that look on Zach's face? That's his look. He was always mad. Zach was always heated.
Jail time for drunk driving.
Setting a league record for technical fouls.
These fans turned on me like
Portland has its own beat.
it was a culture shock. You don't know where I come from. You don't understand me at all. They're an insult to the city.
The team is now being called the Jail Blazers.
I've never seen it turn on a team like this.
Can you guys just stay out of trouble? I'm a sportscaster. I'm not a crime reporter.
She told me, like, Miles, if we don't win the game, let's win the fight.
One on Netflix, guys. Netflix coming up April here. April 14th. All right, there it is, April 14th. So you guys be looking for it. Street ball. It sure was street ball. It was definitely street ball, them guys. Oh, man. So that's going to be interesting. That is definitely going to be lit when that comes out. So be paying attention. Be on the lookout for that. I don't know if it's one series. I don't know if it's just a one-time show or what. Yeah, I don't know. All right. So we're going to go back and watch this start. And then we'll flip it over to CPAC. Goodness gracious, I might still going. He's been talking for like an hour and 15 minutes. All right. And while this is going, I'm going to get ready, you guys. I gotta deal with my children, get them ready. Yeah, please like, subscribe, and share, you guys, while you're at it. If you guys would like to donate or anything, it's running across the bottom, the ticker. I got to update the ticker for today. But my links are pinned on Facebook and YouTube, and then you can see them here at the bottom where the ticker is at. So let me pull this up. President Trump meeting, you guys will see what it's all about. So, yes, indeed. There you guys go.
Hi, how are you? Are you all ready? A lot of media, as usual. So thank you to the incredible members of my cabinet. They're doing a phenomenal job. Everybody pretty much agrees to that, including our newest member, Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen. Thank you, Mark. And we all know him very well, and he was a very popular senator, very effective senator. Effective probably being the more important word. JD, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
And we wish you a lot of luck.
Thank you.
I think you do fantastically well. Congratulations to you. An amazing family that were here yesterday in the Oval, sworn in. His family's amazing. So thank you very much. We're now on day 41 of the disgraceful Democrat shutdown of Mark Wayne's department. Congratulations. You came into a department that shut down by the radical Democrats. Right? But Democrats are really punishing the American people. I saw it today on one of the shows where they were interviewing people at the airport, and they're all angry at the Democrats. They're saying they're actually angry at Schumer. I didn't think anyone knew his name. One woman said, that Schumer is disgraceful. He's a disgrace to our country. But they're angry at the Democrats. They know what's happening. But they're punishing the American people, including travelers at airports, all in the quest to return to open borders and give amnesty to illegal alien criminals. They want to give amnesty to some of the criminals that came into our country, just about all of them, actually, if you look at it. They love sanctuary cities, which is a sanctuary for criminals. They want to make sure they're taken care of. That's what we're fighting about. That's really what they're fighting. They don't talk about that, but that's what they're fighting about. They want to protect criminals. In many cases, 11,888 murders. Many of them, I will say, are gone now because of us. We got them out. But still have some left. Should have never happened. Should have never been allowed to come into our country. But we're not going to let it happen. We're not going to let the Democrats get away with this stuff. And people are wise to them. So they need to end the shutdown immediately, or we'll have to take some very drastic measures. This morning, I want to give an update on the Operation Epic Fury, which is an appropriate name because we are absolutely obliterating them. Over the past 3 weeks, we've been hitting Iran's military capabilities at a level that few people have ever seen before. People never knew there was such a capability. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world by far. I built it during my first administration, and I used it during my second administration. Unfortunately, because I'd rather not have to use it. But it's a display of force and precision and skill like nothing the world has really witnessed, although you got a pretty good witnessing of it in Venezuela also. That was a smaller version of what we're doing now. We're crushing their missiles and drone stockpiles, destroying the defense industrial base. We've wiped out their Navy completely, their Air Force completely. We've wiped out a large percentage of their missiles. And the missile launchers, without the launchers, the missiles don't do any good. And we've knocked out probably close to 90% of the launchers, probably more than 90% of the missiles themselves. Between some they fired and more than they fired, we knocked out. We've also destroyed a lot of the factories. We're continuing to do that, but a lot of the factories where they manufacture the drones and the missiles. The drones, too, are way down, but the reason they're down is they go one way and they don't come back, because for the most part, we're shooting them down. But we also are able to, we've really done tremendous damage to the places where they make them. And just so we set the record straight, because I've been watching the Wall Street Journal's fake news and all these stories that get printed like, oh, I want to make a deal. They are begging to make a deal, not me. They're begging to make a deal. And anybody that saw what was happening over there would understand why they want to make a deal. But they say, oh, we're not talking to them. Anybody would know that. And only a total fool. And they're not fools. They're very smart, actually, in a certain way. And they're great negotiators. I say they're lousy fighters, but they're great negotiators. They are begging to work out a deal. I don't know if we'll be able to do that. I don't know if we're willing to do that. They should have done that 4 weeks ago. They should have done it 2 years ago. or they should have done it when we first came into office, because 2 years ago they had free reign under Biden. Sleepy Joe, worst president in the history of our country, when he allowed to happen to our country at the borders, and even with a thing like this. But not just him. Every president for 47 years, every president should have done this. They should have done it a long time ago, because you cannot give lunatics a nuclear weapon, and they would have had a big one. It stopped really when we did the B-2, but even before that, the Barack Hussein Obama, what he did where he gave them the Iran nuclear deal, gave them free will toward a nuclear weapon. Basically, he chose Iran over Israel and others that didn't want him to do it. But I terminated that deal. Had I not terminated that deal, you would have had a nuclear weapon years ago, and it would have been used, guaranteed. And one of the reasons you know about the guarantee is because their neighbors were sort of like bystanders. They weren't involved very much. They didn't choose heavy sides. They didn't want to, because people were concerned with Iran. There was a big black cloud over the Middle East. They were concerned, but all of a sudden the war starts, and they start shooting at these five, in particular, 5 countries. They start shooting at Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Kuwait, Oman. They start shooting at them, and everybody was shocked, including us. You know why? Because they're sick, and they had a plan to take over the Middle East. And some of those missiles that were shot at them were locked long before we even started this process. They were locked and loaded and aimed at those countries. They wanted to take over the Middle East, but we happened to come along, so it wasn't so easy. So right now their Navy is sunk in the largest elimination of a foreign Navy that has taken place, maybe ever, but certainly since World War II. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft and communications capabilities are totally dismantled. And one of the problems they do have when they deal with us is we deal with people, and the people aren't able to communicate with anybody else. So, because all of their leadership has been gone. The first level is gone, and they met to pick a new level, and they're gone. They're all gone because they didn't make a deal, and because they're sick people. They're really sick. They're really sinister, sick people. And if anybody thinks it was okay to have a group of people like this to have nuclear capability, nuclear weapons, and if we didn't attack with the B-2 bombers, they would have had a nuclear weapon within 2 weeks of that, maybe 4 weeks. But between 2 and 4 weeks, they were planning to have a nuclear weapon. If we didn't hit them at that time with the B-2 bombers, and one of the great air raids in history, maybe the greatest, dark at night, no moon, no light, every single bomb hit its mark and just obliterated that place. So it's now buried deep under earth. And it was an amazing thing, but they would have a nuclear, and they would have used it without question. And you know that because why did they shoot all these countries that weren't even really involved with them? They weren't involved. They had no big problems because they're sick, because they want to take over the Middle East, not just Israel. Certainly Israel would have been the first on their list. They would have used nuclear weapons, a nuclear, you don't need too many of them, but they would have used a nuclear weapon on Israel, and they would have used it on the neighbors. And then they would have come after us. And if we had a weak president, they would have done great damage. But fortunately, you don't have a weak president. I knew what was happening. And I think we've been proven right. They took one missile, went 2,500 miles. They supposedly didn't have a missile like that. They had no missile with that capability. But they shot the now famous Ireland, the island that the UK was very afraid to give us because they didn't want to get dragged in. But we don't want to get dragged into their wars either. It's one thing we're very disappointed. I'll say it publicly. We're very disappointed with NATO because NATO has done absolutely nothing. And I've always said 25 years ago, I was somebody that wasn't a politician, but I was always involved in politics and I understood politics. I said 25 years ago that NATO's a paper tiger, but more importantly, that we'll come to their rescue, but they will never come to ours. And I want you to remember that we said this. They didn't come to our rescue. Now they all want to help. When they're annihilated, the other side is annihilated. They said, We'd love to send ships. They actually made a statement, a couple of them, that we want to get involved when the war is over. No, it's supposed to get involved when the war is beginning, or even before it begins. We had the UK say that we'll send, this is 3 weeks ago, we'll send our aircraft carriers, which aren't the best aircraft carriers, by the way. They're toys compared to what we have. But we'll send our aircraft carrier when the war is over. I said, oh, that's wonderful. Thank you very much. Don't bother. We don't need it. And we don't need it. We don't need them. We estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. And we're way ahead of schedule. If you look at what we've done in terms of the destruction of that country, I mean, we're way ahead. Think of it. They have no Navy, and they had good ships. 154 ships have been shot down and are resting very nicely at the bottom of the sea. And we did that in a matter of less than a week. Because we have the greatest military in the world by far, nobody even close. So we estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve our mission. 26 days in, we're really a lot ahead of schedule. The Iranian regime is now admitting to itself that they have been decisively defeated. They're saying to people, this is a disaster. They know it. That's why they're talking to us. They wouldn't talk otherwise. But they're talking to us because they've got a disaster in their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback. We're free to roam over their cities and towns and destroy all of their crazy nuclear weapons and missiles and drones that they're building. Oh, we're doing that. They now have a chance to make a deal, but that's up to them. And they'll tell you, we're not negotiating. We will not negotiate. Of course they're negotiating. They've been obliterated. Who wouldn't negotiate? They are begging to make a deal. We'll see if we can make the right deal. And if they make the right deal, then the strait will open up. Hormuz Strait will open up. And even now, we don't know if there are any mines. You know, they have 22 they call mine droppers. Think of it. Who would have 22 mine droppers? There's a boat that drops mines. Who has 22 mine droppers? Except for people with very evil intention. So every one of those mine droppers has been struck with the same weapon we used to stop drugs from coming into the United States of America. When we hit those boats, it's the exact same weapon, extremely effective. We have unlimited supplies and extremely effective. But they have no more mine droppers. By the way, speaking of drugs, we're 98% down drugs coming in by water, by the ocean, by the sea. 98%. And we're trying to find out who are the 2% because we think they're the bravest men anywhere in the world. Maybe women. But whoever's on those boats is very brave or doesn't watch television. But where drugs coming in by sea, coming in by water, are 98% down. And now we'll stop the drugs coming in by land. The land is the easy one. You had to stop the water. A lot of it came into the water. Now it's all pinched. And these people are trying to come in by land. And we will, that's it. That's the easy one. But we had to take care of the water first. Nobody's coming in. Virtually nothing is coming in anymore. It was hundreds of millions of dollars a week were coming in by water. They now have the chance, that is Iran, to permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions and to chart a new path forward. We'll see if they want to do it. If they don't, we're their worst nightmare. In the meantime, we'll just keep blowing them away, unimpeded, unstopped. Well, there's not a thing they can do about it. They can't do anything about it, you know. I tell you, if they could, you'd be hearing about it. You'd be hearing about it. You don't hear anything about it. They can't shoot our jets. We have the best military equipment in the world. No, not even a contest. You see that with Venezuela. They had other equipment. They didn't have ours. It didn't work. Think of it. We did the situation in Venezuela. It was a great military operation, getting a very, very dangerous man who's killed a lot of people, forced people into our country. Incredible. He emptied his prisons in Venezuela, emptied his prisons into our country, And I hope that charge will be brought at some point, because that was a big charge that hasn't been brought yet. It should be brought. He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and, I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming, because they've really sued him just in a fraction of the kind of things that he's done. Other cases are going to be brought, as you probably know. In the meantime, with Iran, we're going to keep doing what we've been doing. And nobody's a match for the United States, but they're not a match for the United States. It's small potatoes. That's why I'm so disappointed in NATO, because this was a test for NATO. This was a test. You can help us. You don't have to, but if you don't have, if you don't do that, we're going to remember. Just remember this in a number of months from now. Remember my statements. They have an expression, a great expression: never forget. Never forget. So as we end threats to America abroad, we're focused here at home on building the greatest economy in the history of the world. Now, before this started, the Dow hit 50,000. The S&P hit 7,000. Both of those achievements were not achievable. Every one of you, most of you, I guess, said you'll never hit 50,000 during a 4-year period because it was too high a number. Well, we hit it in our first year. And I said, well, now we have to take an excursion to Iran, and we have to stop this maniac who's no longer with us. The supreme leader wasn't so supreme, no longer with us. It's very sad. But we have to stop him from blowing up the world, blowing up the Middle East, and blowing up our country. And we did that. And frankly, I thought the oil prices would go up more, and I thought the stock market would go down more. Hasn't been nearly as severe as I thought. I think they have confidence in maybe the American president and maybe the people sitting around this table. But Americans filing their taxes this year are receiving record-setting refunds. It's been a very big story. Well, it should be a big story. I don't think you write about it that much, but I speak about it. I speak about it because if I speak about it, at least people here, you don't write about it. You don't write about the drug prices going down. It'll be going down 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70%. Favored nations, called most favored nations, we're going to be paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. Before we paid the highest price in the world, Bobby, right? And now we're going to pay the lowest price in the world. That's quite a difference. It's a difference of from 40 to 70 and 80 and even 90%. That's a pretty big difference. But we're slashing regulations, and investment is pouring in from all over the world. We have the most investment of any country in history has been put into our country in the last year. And again, we had to take a little detour. Won't be long. Going to end soon. We had to take a little detour, go to Iran, and we had to put out a fire. Very dangerous fire that could have blown up big portions of the world, if not the whole thing. So tomorrow we'll be announcing a variety of actions that we're taking to support American farmers, who we never forget. We love the farmers. We gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We had a tremendous amount of tariff money come in, and we continue to have. We've gone, as you know, the Supreme Court gave us a very unfortunate, foolish ruling, a ruling that gives the people that have ripped off our country for many years, gives them some money back. It's one of those things. It's a terrible, terrible, horrible mistake they made, but it's okay because we have another method that's just as good. We'll use the other method. But because the tariff money has been so substantial, we gave our farmers who have been mistreated by some countries, we gave them $12 billion, and they're extremely happy, and they deserve it. They've been great. They never complain. They just go out and they farm, and they wouldn't do anything different. They wouldn't trade jobs with any of you, except maybe some of the fake media. I don't know. Somehow I don't see that. I like their job better, actually. I love the farmers. So we gave them $12 billion. So in just a few moments, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent will discuss the actions that we're taking to address energy prices, which have not gone up as much as I thought, Scott, to be honest with you. And, it's not over, so maybe it'll go up a little bit more. It's all going to come back down to where it was and probably lower. And my predictions have been right. Trump was right about everything. They have a new hat. Trump was right about everything. It's pretty right. But Scott's going to address that. And I think before we go very much further, I want to ask Vice President J.D. Vance to say a few words about where we are with the situation he's involved with Steve and with Jared on negotiations. And then some of the others will speak. We'll have Marco say a few words. Pete Hegseth, who was born for this role. I mean, he's doing a great job. They gave him a hard time. And now people, I'll tell you, somebody came up to me yesterday, gave you a very hard time, said, I made a mistake. Pete Hegseth is doing a good job. So when I tell you who, you're not even going to believe it. He said, Hegseth, he gave you such a nasty hard time, but you're doing great. And then Steve is going to speak, and Scott will speak last. And if we have any questions, we'll take some questions. You may have questions. I doubt it, but you may have some. So, JD, please.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you. It's good to see everybody. Proud to be part of this team. Proud to be serving the president of the country. Let me just say a couple of things. The first of all is the president summarized this very ably. But look, the Iranian conventional military is effectively destroyed. They don't have a navy. They don't have the ability to hit us like they could have even a few weeks ago. And what that does is that gives us options, Mr. President. Now, there's been a lot of reporting about diplomatic options, about negotiations. There's, of course, Pete and his team. There are further military options. But what we have now that we didn't have when the president took over just a little over a year ago is the ability to use every tool at our disposal to ensure that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. Because when I say options, I think it's important the American people know options for what? And it's options to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. You talk about people who walk into a crowded supermarket and have a vest on, and they blow up the vest and a couple of people get killed, and that's a terrible tragedy. What happens when what's on the vest is not something that can kill a couple of people, but can kill many, many tens of thousands of people? That is the most important American national security objective that exists for any administration at any time, is you don't want the worst people in the world to have a nuclear weapon. That's why the president is doing this. That's why the president cares so much about this particular issue. I'll let Steve talk a little bit about the details of the negotiation. But the last thing I'll say before I turn it over to Marco is I'm very mindful, of course, that we have a lot of folks overseas fighting very ably for the United States of America. I know Pete and the whole team, we're very proud of them, but they're fighting at a time where we are about to enter as Christians the most important week of the Christian calendar, the Holy Week that celebrates the return of Jesus Christ to Jerusalem. And so I want to say to all of my fellow American Christians, but particularly those serving in the Gulf, that I wish you all a very blessed Easter, a very blessed Holy Week, and we continue to stand behind you and continue to support you every step of the way. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Marco?
The most important job any president has is to keep the American people safe. And every president says it, but we have a president that means it and does something about it. As the president outlined very clearly to the world on the night this operation began, Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. For 47 years, Iran has been killing Americans and attacking Americans across this planet. And other presidents had an opportunity to do something about it. And they all warned about how Iran was dangerous, but they refused to act. And this president's not someone that's going to refuse to act. He's not going to leave a danger like this in place. He's going to address it, and that is what he is doing. From the very first night of this operation, the president made it very clear. People like this, and now what I'm talking about is not the people of Iran. The people that run this country are radical Shia clerics. These are religious fanatics. Look what they are doing now. At their weakest point, this is the weakest Iran has ever been, and look at what they're doing. They're attacking embassies. They're attacking hotels. Imagine what these people would do if they had a nuclear weapon. That is an unacceptable risk for the world. By the way, the president's not just doing a favor to the United States and to our people. This is for the world. He defined very clearly on the first night of this operation what the goal was. We were going to destroy Iran's navy, and that is happening. We were going to, if it hasn't already happened, I'll let Pete speak to the specifics of it. We were going to destroy their missile launching capabilities. We're well on our way to achieving that goal. We were going to destroy the factory so they couldn't make more missiles and more drones. And that is moving forward. Every single objective the president clearly laid out on the first night of this operation is being effectuated. Again, Pete will speak to the specifics of it. This has been an incredibly successful operation. Every day, it may not get covered because, you know, we're unlike them. We're not bombing embassies and hotels. We're hitting military targets. But every day, the Department of War lets the drummer get wicked over every portion of Iran that has these military capabilities, and the results are going to bear fruit for the world. The world is going to be a safer and a better place when President Trump's mission here is achieved. And frankly, I think countries around the world, even those that are out there complaining about this a little bit, should actually be grateful that the United States has a president that's willing to confront a threat like this and not allow it to continue to persist. Because these people will kill as many Americans as they have a chance to do. And if they have a nuclear weapon, as the vice president pointed out, they could kill millions of Americans in the future. And that is a risk that was not going to continue to exist as long as we had this president.
Thank you, Marco. You know, it's very interesting because yesterday I was watching, is it Anthony Blinken? And he was saying that they should have done it, but they didn't do it. Nobody did it. Nobody did it. For 47 years, Marco, that's the number, 47. I guess now it's 48 because we've been saying 47 for a long time. It's probably 48. But for 47, 48 years, every president should have done this. And some are saying now that they made a big mistake in not doing it, but we're taking care of business. Steve Woodcock, please.
Mr. President, it is my distinct honor to be a member of the cabinet and to report to you and your team on our negotiations with Iran. Mr. President, you directed Jared and I to pursue a diplomatic resolution with Iran prior to Operation Epic Fury, which we did. However, it became quite clear during these meetings with the Iranian negotiating team that we could not make a deal that fulfilled your objectives of the following: no enrichment whatsoever, no chance of weaponizing whatsoever, decommissioning of Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, which you destroyed in Operation Midnight Hammer, no stockpiling of any material, which they flagrantly violated, turning all enriched material over to us, and a cutback in Iran's missile inventory and range capability of those same missiles. Throughout our meetings with the Iranians, we heard the following from them. The Iranians have the inalienable right to enrich. Then we heard they possessed enough 60% enriched material, 460 kilograms, to make 11 atomic bombs. Finally, we heard the following statement. They would not give up diplomatically what we could not win militarily. In other words, they were again miscalculating the success of Midnight Hammer, which was a total success. These are incontrovertible signs among many other signs, sir, that their regime had not given their negotiating team authority to make a deal required by you. We conferred with you and all the other members of your foreign policy team, Susie Wiles, Pete Hegseth, the chairman, Marco Rubio, JD, Scott Bessent, Chris Wright, John Radcliffe, throughout all of these negotiations, and we were repeatedly rebuffed on everything we asked for. I have no doubt that we exhausted all efforts on behalf of a peaceful resolution, as you directed. Jared and I both agreed that the Iranians were there to buy time until a weaker president arrived. This was a flawed strategy, as your clear direction was to never allow Iran to obtain a nuclear weapon today or any time in the future. Against that backdrop and our compelling military successes in Epic Fury, we have had multiple reach outs from the region and others who want to play a role in ending this conflict peacefully. I can report to you today that we have, along with your foreign policy team, presented a 15-point action list that forms the framework for a peace deal. This has been circulated through the Pakistani government, acting as the mediator. And this has resulted in strong and positive messaging in talks, as you just indicated to the press. But these are sensitive diplomatic discussions, and you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms and not negotiate through the news media as others do. I can say this, we will see where things lead, and if we can convince Iran that this is the inflection point with no good alternatives for them, other than more death and destruction. We have strong signs that this is a possibility, and if the deal happens, it will be great for the country of Iran, for the entire region, and the world at large. Your policy of peace through strength is the most effective tool for a diplomatic resolution here, just as this policy was an effective tool in each and every one of all of the other conflicts you settled in your first year. Iran is looking for an off-ramp following your powerful threat on Saturday. Your indications that you are willing to listen to peace proposals have been well received. You have instructed us that your preference is always peace, and that we should make that our priority. We have delivered that message, sir, along with the 15 points for peace. Finally, we have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
Thank you very much. Everybody around this table is doing a great job. Pete Hegseth, please.
Mr. President. I'll start kind of where you left off, Mr. President. Thank you for doing the work of the free world and having the courage to step up and stop the Iranian terror regime from holding the world hostage. That's really what it is. And 27 days ago, Iran had a modern military. Never in recorded history has a nation's military been so quickly and effectively neutralized. Operation Epic Fury is not an endless war. It's a decisive campaign with clear objectives to destroy Iran's offensive military capabilities and ensure they never obtain a nuclear weapon. This is stuff for the history books. This is stuff for legacy. Mr. President, you are acting now to ensure future generations do not have to live under the threat of a nuclear-armed Iran. However, you wouldn't know it if you listened to the dishonest hate Trump media, as you referenced. The folks here in the room, these cameras, they have a choice. You're either informing the American people of the truth or you're not. Because I hear it from my people every day. Behind every headline you write, there's a helicopter crew in the air. And behind every news banner you write, there's a battalion on the move. And behind every fake news story, there's an F-35 pilot executing a dangerous mission. My message to the media is get it right. This actually isn't something new to me. I may be a young guy, Mr. President, but I'm not a rookie in this realm. In 2007, I helped lead the surge, the public fight for the Iraq surge. Stood and watched people stand in the Senate and declare the war is lost before it even started. Who was that? It was Harry Reid. That was the Democrats and the media working hand in glove. Back then, it was 3 years into a war. Now we're 3 weeks into an operation. But see, unlike Iraq, this isn't a tie. This is not parity. This is not chaos. This is success, pure American success, on plan, and as the president said, ahead of pace. Over 10,000 enemy targets destroyed, over 140, I think now you're right, Mr. President, over 150 naval vessels sunk, underground facilities destroyed, their defense industrial base in shambles, and overnight, not only do they not have a Navy, Mr. President, they no longer have a Navy commander. IRGC's Navy commander was killed overnight in operation. So no Navy leader. Now that here's the thing about the media though, if President Trump had not acted, you'd be screaming, why not? And now that he has taken decisive action, you're asking, well, why did you? It's the same old tired playbook, TDS in your DNA. But the hardworking, God-fearing, patriotic Americans out there know better. And you alluded to this, President Obama, Mr. President. Here's a fact that you don't hear on your networks, that we know. Many of the Iranian military factories and bases that we're systematically destroying were paid for by the pallets of American cash that Barack Obama flew into Tehran under the Iran deal. You might call it an inconvenient truth. Iran took our money and turned it into weapons and bunkers and ammo. And now we're destroying those weapons, and you're writing, Mr. President, that grievous wrong. And make no mistake, we had to act. And our objectives are clear: no nukes, no Navy, and a complete dismantling of their missile program and defense industrial base. And as Marco pointed out, that mission, and the VP as well, has not changed since day one. Yet, 2 days ago, they shot 2 failed missiles on a target 4,000 kilometers away. For years, they told the world that their missiles could only range 2 kilometers. Surprise. Yet again, Iran lied. And to the world, I say London is 4,000 kilometers from Iran. Washington, D.C. is 3,300 kilometers from Venezuela, another country President Trump did something about, that partnered for a long time with Iran. So you're telling us that Iran is not a threat to the world or to the U.S. President Trump knows better. And here's what success actually looks like right now. You mentioned it, Mr. President. A-10 Warthogs, if you know them, you love them, and Apache helicopter gunships are flying strike missions inside Iranian airspace and throughout the Strait of Hormuz at will. See, you only send these slow, low-flying, close air support platforms when the enemy has no meaningful air defenses left. Their presence is proof that Iran's air defenses are gone. Their command and control is shattered, their top leaders hiding in underground bunkers, while their mid-level commanders are being crushed in the field. The morale of their fighters plummeting. We see that disconnect daily. They're privately admitting, as you said, Mr. President, very heavy losses. We know that. President Trump has given us a clear mission. Our capabilities are only going up and Iran's are plummeting. We are here to win, and we're full speed ahead. So, Steve, we appreciate your efforts. We pray for a deal, and we welcome a deal, and we have the ultimate deal maker to make it happen. But in the meantime, as I said yesterday, the Department of War will continue negotiating with bombs. War is negotiation by other means. And finally, I want to thank our incredible troops, our pilots, crews, sailors, refuelers, air defenders, the absolute best of America, the real 1% of our country. This president, President Trump, has your back. And I know this cabinet prays for you every single day. And we ask the American people to do the same as they continue in this mission. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. I think before I ask Scott to say a couple of words, it would be great if people like the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois would say, please come in and stop the crime. A beautiful young lady was killed the other day, and the father was a very good friend of Dan Scavino, and he took it very hard. Dan took it very hard. Like the father, friends. They grew up together. And it's a young lady whose life would be saved if we did what we did as an example in Washington, D.C., which is now a safe city. All the time, people come up to me in the building, people that work here, they say, thank you so much. I know immediately what they're talking about. They're able to walk to work. They walk to work. You all walk to work. Some of you were mugged. I know you told me stories. Some of you were mugged. One person in particular was viciously mugged in the group right here. It's not happening anymore. You have a safe city. Louisiana, the governor of Louisiana called me, could you help me with New Orleans? They just had the Mardi Gras. He said it was the safest Mardi Gras we've ever had. Sounds terrible to say. No murders. You know, it sounds like, who would say this? No murders. But they always had murders. They had a lot of crime during Mardi Gras. He said virtually no crime. We had the troops down there. Memphis, Tennessee, I just got back. We were there. Crime is down 75%. In a short period of time, we're there 5 months. We could do that for Chicago. We could do that for New York. We could do that for LA. And we could do that for, frankly, San Francisco. I know they have a mayor who's trying very hard. He's a Democrat, but he's trying very hard. But we can do it much more effectively because he can't do what we do. He can't take people out from the city and bring them back to the country from where they came, where they were in prisons. They were allowed to go in prisons. They were drug dealers, the highest level drug dealers, murderers, 11,888 murders. We do things that they can't do. I had friends calling me up from San Francisco. Could you give him a chance? I said, absolutely. If you want him, we'll give him a chance. He's trying. He's doing okay, but we could do much better. We could make it a lot safer than it is. San Francisco, a great city, was a great city, could quickly become a great city again. But, they're going very slowly. I tell my friends, they're very substantial people. They're in a certain business where people have made a lot of money. I hope that lasts. But they have a tremendous potential. It was one of the greatest cities in the world. Now it's got a lot of crime. And the mayor is really trying it. Again, a Democrat trying. And I spoke to him. He just wants to have a chance. And I said, we'll give you a chance. But we can solve it very quickly. This young lady would be around today if we were around, because we have nobody coming through our border. I mean, literally for 9 months, it's zero. It's hard to believe that number can be possible, because millions of people came in through Biden. But nobody even tries. We don't have the caravans of thousands, 25, 30,000 people pouring into our border. They come up in caravans. We don't have caravans anymore. There's no such thing anymore. There's a name that I think I developed, but somebody developed it, but I think it was me. I thought it was inappropriate. Thousands of people would come up and just barge into our country, totally unchecked, totally unvetted. And this man came in, Dan, right? And he came in through the ridiculous open border of Biden. If we were there, the election was rigged. What are you going to do? Came back, big comeback. But if we were there, we wouldn't have had people coming through. It's amazing. It's so easy now because everyone knows they're not getting through. We don't have any caravans. Once they know that, when it was easy to come through. When I heard that they had an open border policy, I said, boy, this is going to be, I couldn't believe it. But when it was actually, it dawned on me, because I had built 1,000 miles of wall, and we were finishing up some, and he didn't want to finish it up. I said, they really do want to have an open border. And we got it finished. But that young lady would be alive today. And she'd be alive for another reason, because we would have the National Guard in Chicago and in New York and in other places. And they love doing it. It's like training, to be honest. It's actually training. I never want to take them out of D.C. I mean, maybe somebody later on will do it, but I never want to take. The people, they say, we feel so good, we feel so safe. We see these beautiful, strong people, and they're so nice. They help. They open the doors for people. They carry bags. They pick up paper when they see paper on the ground. I looked at D.C. last night. I drove to make a speech, and I drove through, and I said, take me this way, take me that way. The city's clean. The fences are down. You don't have homeless all over your parks. I mean, we had parks. There was no room for anything else other than homeless. It's all clean and nice. It's good, and it'll be even more beautiful in a year from now. And we have some projects that are great. This ballroom is going to be something that's so beautiful for the city, so desperately needed by presidents. I mean, now it's no secret the military wanted it more than anybody. It was supposed to be secret, but it became unsecret because of people that are really unpatriotic saying things. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's going to be great. We're building an arc, a triumphal arc, which will be incredible for the city. Incredible. We're fixing up what was the Kennedy Center. I was honored when the board changed the name a little bit. Actually, it shows that the Republican and the Democrats, they work together. It's really something we work together. So I think it's a great symbol, actually. But we're doing a lot of work. That building is ready to fall down. It's in terrible shape. We're closing it. We're going to open it with a bang in less than 2 years. It'll come in under budget, ahead of schedule. That's what I do. It won't be like the Federal Reserve that's costing $4 billion or something thereabouts. Think of it, $4 billion. It's amazing. I said to the group before, I said, everything I do, I get sued. I build under budget, ahead of schedule. I get sued over a ballroom that's going to be the most beautiful ballroom in the country, so desperately needed. You won't have to have tents sitting on the wet White House lawn. If it rains, you get wiped out. to honor the president of China or the president of France or the president of somewhere. You can have the greatest, we get sued by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They don't know what they're doing. Then I just found out we got sued by that group and another group, I guess, on the fixing up of again, I'll use the old name, Kennedy Center, because they're not fixing up Trump Kennedy. It's going to be beautiful when you add the name Trump, but we get sued, and all I'm doing is fixing it up. We're fixing broken marble. We're putting on a roof because it leaks like a sieve. We're fixing steel that's broken. It's the same building, same exact building. We're fixing. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be so beautiful and safe. It's actually unsafe. You had some of those columns on the outside that were painted a fake gold. Now we painted them a beautiful white color, beautiful cream white. It's beautiful. Everyone said it's so much more beautiful now. Instead of a cheap, you can't imitate gold. See, I'm a gold person. It's all real stuff. You can't imitate it. Someday they'll discover a paint that will look like gold, and the guy's going to be the richest man in the world. But you can't imitate real gold. It just doesn't. That's 24 karat, which is what this building deserves. But think of it. I get sued because I'm fixing up the Trump Kennedy Center. We're going to make it gorgeous and safe. We're fixing new windows, new this, but just all fix up. I got sued by preservationists. But you know who they didn't sue? The man that took this beautiful Federal Reserve building. That's small, much smaller than the hotel I built. I built the Waldorf Astoria Hotel down the road. And it was a beautiful job for $201 million. It's bigger, I think, than the Federal Reserve building. And it's got rooms and bathrooms, and it's not like just an open office space, which is much cheaper to build. Think of this. I hear he's going to be over $4 billion for a little building. He doesn't get sued by anybody but me. I sue because it's either somebody's very crooked, which has to be, because what happened to all that money? You can't sue. I would have done that building for $25 million. It's going to cost maybe $4 billion, and we have a great new person coming in to take over the Fed. And Kevin may not ever have an office. Because I don't know if they're going to be able to build. I passed that building the other day. It's a see-through. You know what see-through means? There's no walls up. And they're going to spend. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation, which is a joke, by the way, they didn't sue that building. They didn't sue anybody. But they sue me, and I build. And by the way, my buildings, it's all donations. Rich people and people are putting up the money. Zero taxpayer dollars. Is that right, Scott? Zero taxpayer dollars. This stuff is all done for free, and I get sued. This can only happen to Trump. But they don't sue the guy whose interest rates are too high. That's why we call him Too Late. His name is Jerome Powell. We call him Jerome Too Late Powell. And done a terrible job. He suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, as he probably should, because I hit him pretty hard. But so I don't blame him. But they don't sue a man who has taken this gorgeous building, ripped it down from the inside, taking ceilings that are as beautiful as you've ever seen, taking the ceilings down instead of leaving them, taking walls down that were 2 feet thick of solid concrete and plaster, replacing them with 6-inch walls with no insulation. I said, let me ask you, are you going to put insulation in? No, it's not in the budget. Oh. Insulation costs $5. Now you're going to hear the guy next door. If he's next door to me, I'll be able to hear his military plan. I'll know exactly. If Lutnick is in there, I'll say, oh, I know exactly what Lutnick's got planned. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. They've ripped this gorgeous building apart, and you can never build it again. I could, but it costs a lot of money. But a normal person can never build. So you're going to have crummy little walls, a flat little ceiling eventually, but right now you don't have anything. And nobody sues this guy. And then when Janine Pirro, working with Pam and others, has the courage to sue to find out what happened to maybe $4 billion and a building that may never be occupied by Kevin Warsh. He may never get there. We're going to have to find him some space in the White House. We'll put him in the basement of the ballroom. but when, now think of it, when Janine Pirro and Pam and the group, when they bring a suit, it's like, oh, this terrible thing. And then we have a judge that attacks us. So we've got to get our priorities straight. You know, it's a very sad thing that's happened with the Fed. And then just one other thing very quickly, you have Gavin Newsom in California Railroad. That's 100 times over budget. It's out of control. It was supposed to go from the middle of San Francisco to the middle of LA. Well, now it stops way short of both. It now goes into areas that nobody ever heard of. It's billions and billions of dollars over budget, years and years, maybe decades late. And that's why we have a country that has a lot of problems. You know, we have incompetent people. It's all people. Think of this, Federal Reserve. I would have had that building done for $25 million. I would have, if I did it, if it was up to somebody else would have done it for more. So maybe 50. But you could have done that building if it was properly done and planned. You would have done that building for, I would have done it for $25 million, and it would be better. It would be better. See this pen right here? This pen is an interesting example. It's the same thing. So this pen is very inexpensive, but it writes well. I like it. But I can't have the pen the way it was. You know what it is. I don't want to give too much publicity, but they do treat me well, Sharpie. So I came here, they have $1,000 pens. And you know, you hand pens out, you're signing and you hand them out, you're handing them to all these people. Sometimes you have 30, 40 people. And they were $1,000 a piece. Beautiful pen, ballpoint. 1,000. It was gold, silver, gorgeous. But I'm handing out to kids that don't even know what they are. What is this, mommy? It's kids. They're getting a pen for $1,000. They have no idea what it is. And I feel guilty because I'm like, you know, I'm by nature, I don't, you know, it's the government. I love the government like I love myself economically. I want to save money. So I'm saying, this is crazy. And it had another problem. They didn't write well. So I take it out and I sign and there's no ink. And I got all you people looking and you're saying, there must be something wrong with Trump. And I'm signing and there's no ink in the pen and it costs $1,000. This one, I called the guy. I said, I'd like to use your pen, but I can't have a gray thing with a big S on it saying Sharpie. As I'm signing a $1 trillion airplane contract to buy brand new fighter jets, brand new B-2 bombers, of which we just ordered plenty. I can't do that with the press. Use your pen, but I like the pen the best, but I'll sign it. I could do like Biden did, you know, give it to somebody else to sign or an auto pen, or maybe sign it separately in another room, but I can't use your pen. He said, well, I can make it nicer. I said, what can you do? He said, I'll paint it black. I said, that's nice. And I could even paint the White House on it, sir, if you like, in gold, almost real gold, not bad. And I could even do your signature, sir. And by the way, this was not staged. I just saw the pen sit there and I thought of this as an example of how $25 million spent by me at the Federal Reserve Building would be a better job than $4 billion that they're spending. And you know, one of the things that Kevin Warsh told me, he said they ripped down the nicest building. I don't know what building they're talking about. They ripped down a building, Scott, right? Kevin Warsh said it's the most beautiful building in Washington. He said the most beautiful space. They ripped it down. Why did they do that? I don't know. Do you know what he's talking about? Is it true?
No, sir.
They ripped it down. We have a moron at the Fed. Who wouldn't be lowering interest rates right now? But I want to thank Janine Pirro and Pam and her group for having the courage to bring this suit. And I believe that the contractor on that job is probably one of the richest men in the country right now. I believe that it's not possible to spend that kind of money. 3 billion, 4 billion, nobody knows, nobody has any idea what it is. But it's over 3 billion. And it's probably going to be over 4 billion by the time they finish. And it may never get finished. Unless I take it over, I'll get it finished. But it can never be what it was. It's never going to have those beautiful ceilings. It's never going to have those incredible walls. The walls were 1.5 feet thick of solid masonry. They ripped them down for no reason. And I just gave you the story. And just to finish on this one. So I told that story to somebody and said, yeah, but it's not the same thing. I said, you're right. This one is better. It writes. So the guy said to me, you don't have to pay me, sir. I'll give them to you for nothing. I said, no, I don't want that. Let me pay you. I want to pay you. No, sir, you don't have to. You're the president of the United States. He was shocked. The head of Sharpie gets a call. I don't even know who the hell he is. He said, is this really the president? He said, no, you don't have to pay me, sir. This is such an honor. I said, nope, I want to pay you. He said, what would you like to pay? I said, how about $5 a pen? He said, that's all right. Whatever the hell we agreed to. Peanuts. As opposed to 1,000. And these were $1,000 pens. And we were giving them out. Sometimes, you were there for signings. I'd have 30, 40 people standing behind me. I'd give out 40 pens to people. Then somebody would say, could I have a couple extra? This way I go like this. Here, you want 5? Here, I take 5. But the bottom line is, they're better pens. It's a business story. So for $5, could be 0, but for $5, I get a much better pen than for $1,000. And I can hand them out. And actually, they become hot as a pistol. So what can I tell you? With that, could I give it to, please, a man who's done a great job at Treasury, Scott? Good luck, Scott.
Well, sir, as always, you're a tough act to follow. That is very illustrated. Your economic leadership has made our military mission possible. Mr. President, national security, as you always say, is economic security. Your leadership has shown the American people that there is no prosperity without security. That our mighty military on one side, but the U.S. economic strength is fighting off this evil regime. The Iranians believe they are fighting a two-front war. It is the military war that our great warriors are prosecuting, but on the other side, they are trying to take control of the global economy through a choke point that we believe does not exist and that we will overcome. Your historic operation at Epic Fury seized a generational opportunity to demolish a regime that has coordinated over 4 decades of global terror and claimed thousands of American lives. Many people, especially the Democrats, underestimate the will of the American people for short-term volatility for 50 years of safety that we are going to have on the other side of this. And I believe energy prices will be lower, inflation will be lower before we had the appearance of security, which is not real security. Now, the American people and the world will have absolute security. Through your maximum pressure campaign, Treasury has worked to uncover all financial lifelines to the regime and cut them off. You gave that order last March. This was not something that happened overnight. This is something that has been contemplated for almost a year. The Iranian financial system collapsed in December. We have systematically weakened Iran's ability to fund operations and procure weapons, and that required months of preparations. Threats to American national security have no place in the global economic system. The oil market is well supplied. We have taken actions to ensure oil supplies stranded at sea are made available to the global market. Your bold actions like the Development Finance Corporation's Maritime Reinsurance Program in conjunction with Central Command will soon provide shippers through the Gulf region with a level of security we have never seen before. Mr. President, we are starting to see more and more movement in and out of the Gulf today, and this is more than yesterday, and this is the beginning. I am confident that shipping traffic will continue to increase on a daily basis even before we secure the straits. Turning to the home front, the U.S. economy remains strong. We had a strong economy thanks to you. We are the best insulated in the world thanks to your energy efforts in term 1 and term 2, the U.S. is an energy superpower. American workers' purchasing power is finally being restored. The latest figures indicate robust real compensation increases. We are starting to see the working family tax cuts benefits bearing fruit this tax season. 44% of tax returns have claimed at least one of your signature policies: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, deductibility of auto loans. The average tax refund is up more than 10% for working Americans. The economy you vitalized through your pro-growth policies is well positioned to withstand these temporary disruptions. The United States dollar has reasserted itself as a safe haven asset. The US dollar has appreciated since the hostilities began because everyone knows, thanks to your efforts, the US economy is the best position in the world and capital is flowing in. Efforts to reprioritize economic security are ensuring the United States remains secure, resilient, and prepared for the challenges ahead. As we approach the 250th anniversary, America will never be safer and more secure militarily and economically. Thank you.
I just want to ask you a question. Is this guy central casting? I'm looking at him. I'm in Treasury. He might not be so good for war. I don't know.
Pretty good.
No, I'm looking pretty good too. I'm looking at this guy. He's central casting. Even the glasses are perfect. Where do you get those glasses? I think I'm going to get glasses. That's beautiful. Great job. That's really good. No, he's done a great job. And you all have. Proud of you all. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. President, are you going to go in for the uranium? Like, how do you secure Iran? And
Let's assume I was or I wasn't. Why would I ever answer a question?
Can you accomplish your
What
goals
kind of a
without it?
question? Am I going to go in for the? Oh yeah, I'm going in. We're going in tomorrow at 3:00. How could you possibly ask a question like that and expect an answer? I don't know. But I don't know. I think you're a friendly person too. It's just such a ridiculous question.
Mr. President, yes,
please.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's been a report that potentially the U.S. is looking at diverting some munitions, air defenses that were meant for Ukraine to the Middle East. Is there any accuracy to that? Is that something you're considering?
Well, I'd have to ask you, but we do that all the time. You know, we have tremendous amounts of ammunition. We have them in other countries, like in Germany and all over Europe. We have, you know, we're packed, and sometimes we take from one and we use for another. We help Ukraine. Biden started, and he gave $350 billion away. Too much, way too much. And we sell it now to NATO. We sell it to NATO, and they probably give it to Ukraine. Mostly, I think they give it to Ukraine, but we get paid for everything that we give. We don't give anything anymore. It's a tough situation, that whole Ukraine situation. Very, very tough. We're working very hard on getting that one solved. It doesn't have any impact on us, virtually nothing. In fact, if anything, I mean, we sell a lot of equipment for that unfortunate war. 25,000 people died last month, 25,000, so mostly soldiers. Some in the towns, but for the most part, soldiers. They're dying. Nobody's seen anything like it since World War II. It's a terrible situation, and hopefully that's going to get settled. You know, I settled 8 wars, and many of them I think were more difficult than this one. In theory, they were more difficult, but there's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky. Tremendous hatred. I've seen it before, but I've never seen it maybe to this extent. And I think that's calming down a little bit, and I think we have a chance of getting it done. But it doesn't affect us. Thousands of miles away. That's why when I heard the head of Germany say, "This is not our war," about Iran, I said, well, Ukraine's not our war. We helped, but Ukraine's not our war. I thought it was a very inappropriate statement to make, but he made it. You can't erase it, but he felt that way. I said, well, you know, Ukraine's not our war, and it's not, but I would like to see all those young people stop being killed. I mean, they're being killed. It's like a slaughterhouse. What's happening there is horrible. 25,000 on average. Last 2 months ago was 31,000 people died in 1 month, Marco, right? I said, it's getting crazy. It's getting worse. Think of it, 31,000 soldiers, both Russian and Ukraine, died 2 months ago, 25,000 last month. And if I can solve that, it would be a great honor to do it. I wish it could have gone faster. I solved other ones in one day that have been going for 32 years. We stopped one that was starting. It was already started. India and Pakistan, and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, a very fine gentleman, said President Trump solved something that was going to cost 10 million lives. That was going to cost a lot of lives, 2 nuclear nations. And those were complicated, but we got them done quickly. This one is, it's a shame. And the only reason I'm doing it, frankly, is because I want to stop death. I want to stop the death from happening. I think I'm going to go with a man that I've missed, Brian. I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. He's been in a very strange location. I don't know. He's had a strange thing happen. But anyway, go ahead, Brian.
Well, good to see you too. Actually, good to see that your car cabinet doing good to see you too. You talked about gas prices coming down. Obviously, they will. But would you ever consider suspending the federal gas tax in order to kind of temporarily alleviate some?
Well, some people should do that. As an example, in California, every time prices go down, his prices go up because the gas tax is bigger than the tax itself, bigger than the product itself. It hasn't. I mean, we've thought about it, I guess, but honestly, when I did this, I knew it was going to be a little bit. We had the greatest economy ever. We had the greatest stock market in history. I said, we're going to take a little bit of a hit, a short-term hit. It's going to end up going much higher than it was, in my opinion. I said we're going to have a great stock market. Nobody thought we could get to 50,000 or 7,000 in the respective indices. Nobody thought that was going to happen, but it did in the first year. They said it couldn't happen in 4 years, that you wouldn't hit 50 in 4 years, but you could maybe get close. We hit it in the first year. And I said, this is a good time to solve a problem that you had to solve. And that's what I did. But the gas tax, people have talked about it. It's something we have in our pocket if we think it's necessary.
And if I can follow real quickly, you just recently took off, Secretary Duffy, 17,000 truckers off the road that quite frankly could not speak English, which is a safety issue.
Yeah.
Could we ever extend that to Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, cab drivers, or someone who takes a lot of Ubers, a lot of my drivers?
Oh, well, that's not good. I didn't like that. Go ahead, John.
So that's a really good point. The problem is that our states are the ones that issue these licenses. So with commercial driver's licenses, we do have some federal control. But again, we have thousands of people who can't speak the language, longstanding rule, and it's a safety issue, right? If you can't understand road signs, if you can't communicate with law enforcement when you're pulled over and communicate what's on your rig, huge problem. But the last administration, Mr. President, they let truck driving schools self-certify that they were qualified to train truck drivers. And so this is like the Leering Center. So you pay $800 and you get a certificate that you passed a CDL driving school. And again, they have no skills. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the skills. They haven't gone through any of the testing. And then they get licenses and they're killing Americans on our roads. So it's remarkable, the rot that the last administration allowed to take place. We are ending that. And I need partnership with our states. Even California started to come on board. Even Gavin has started to play ball with us, which is surprising. Not all the way, a little bit of ball.
Mr. President.
It's interesting because I just saw something that the nursing home business and the daycare centers in particular, they went out and inspected them in Minnesota and they didn't exist. They're knocking on the door. He happens to be a young man, Nick, nice young man. He's done a very good job. They're knocking on doors. It's like homes. And they're getting hundreds of thousands of that. They didn't exist. And in California, it's worse. It's even worse. And I spoke with Russell Vogt. I said, Russell, don't send them any money. He said, but we have a court order that we have to. Can you believe it? A judge. The judges are really hurting this country. Our judges, Justice Roberts doesn't like when I say it, but the judges are really hurting this country. And frankly, the justices, the Supreme Court, has really hurt our country too. Yeah.
Mr. President, do you have a new deadline, given that there are some talks now? Do you have a new deadline before taking?
No, I'll announce it. I mean, right now, you're talking about a deadline for doing some pretty big damage, even bigger than we've done. We'll see. Well, look, we have very substantial talks going on with respect to Iran, with the right people. You know, I told you about a present, right? Steve, can I reveal the present?
You can do anything you want, sir.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil, 8 boats, 8 big boats of oil. This was 2 days ago. And they'll sail up tomorrow. That was 3 days ago. And I didn't think much about it. And then I watched the news and they said, a very good anchor, actually, happened to be Fox. But I watched it and they said, something's unusual happening. There are 8 boats that are going right up the middle of the Hormuz Strait. 8 big tankers are going loaded up with oil right through. And I said, well, I guess they were right, and they were real. And I think they were Pakistani flagged. And I said, well, I guess we're dealing with the right people. And actually, they then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats. And it ended up being 10 boats. All right. I hope I haven't screwed up your negotiations, but I thought it was appropriate to say, because I did taunt you the other day by saying they're going to give us a present.
Yeah, please.
2 illegal immigrants who were arrested at San Francisco airport for ignoring deportation orders. At the same time, as you highlighted, really great reception from American travelers for ICE agents. Is there a PR aspect of this that can allow future deportations to go on with less protesting, less outrage?
Yeah, it's amazing, because by putting ICE there, look, the press was very unfair to ICE. So was everyone else. These are great American patriots. They have a tough job. They have to find murderers and take them out of our country. I wouldn't want to do it. You wouldn't want to do it. Most people wouldn't want to do it. They do it. And, 11,888 murderers. And that's murderers. That's not drug dealers. That's not lots of other things. It's not people from mental institutions. Entire jail populations were released from major countries and let into our country through the open border. And ICE has done an amazing job. I wouldn't want that job. It's a tough job, dangerous job. So what happens is, by putting them at the airport, and I did say, do me a favor, take off your masks. And they did. For that, not for when they're looking for some, cold-blooded killers and they're in the, but for that. And they did. They took them off. And the passengers, I see the interviews of people. They're saying, these are nice people. One person said, he's a very strong man, but he's a nice guy. He grabbed my bag. He helped the woman with a bag that she couldn't lift. And I'll tell you, I don't want to use the word rehab because there was nothing to rehab, but rehab from the press, because the press is so tough on them. And these crooks in Minnesota, these crooked politicians and dirty cops, they're dirty politicians. Waltz is a dirty, crooked politician. The attorney general is a crooked guy. He's no investigations. And I hope JD is going to do a great job. He's in charge of it now with somebody who's very talented. But I think it's easy stuff. They say $19 billion, think of it, is missing. $19 billion. If we would solve half of the fraud problem, Pam, in this country, we would have more than a balanced budget. We'd have a surplus. And in the case of Minnesota, it's very Somalia oriented. Think of it. These people come from a crooked country, disgusting country, one of the worst countries in the world. Acknowledged to be one of the worst countries in the world. Some people say it's the worst. They have no money, they have nothing. They come to our country, low IQs, and they rob us blind. Stupid people. And they rob us blind. because we have crooked politicians and we have dirty cops. The Attorney General is a dirty cop. It's my opinion. It's only my opinion. And something should be done about him.
Okay. All right, you guys. As I was saying when I started this hour and a half ago, um, I have to go to church. We have a conference going on at church. Matter of fact, let me do this right quick, um, just in case anybody wants to see it or tune in. They're more than welcome to. I'll send you the link to the church, the YouTube channel, and you guys can watch it if you'd like or not. It's up to you. Just giving you the option. You guys could watch it if you want. The service will start. There was one last night, 13 hours ago, and then one will start here at 11 o'clock. I'm in shock. No hat. I know. I sometimes wear a hat with the suits, but not to church. But if you guys would like to see the service, it comes on at 11 a.m. here in 45 minutes, 50 minutes. I have to head to the church now. I got to do security even in my one arm. And then after that, I'm guessing somewhere around 2 o'clock, I'll be back on. So in the meantime, while I'm gone, I'm hoping I hope that CPAC continues to roll. It is live right now, so I'll start it from the beginning, which started about an hour ago. I'm hoping that it will go throughout the day until I get back. If it doesn't, I apologize. Ain't nothing I'll be able to do about it, but I just thought I could still show that, keep the stream going, keep the channel going, let people come in and watch CPAC. If they want to, go back and replay what I just showed with Trump, they can. So, with that said, I want to turn on CPAC. I'm gonna get going because I'm about 5-10 minutes away from the building. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for being here. Again, if you're just tuning in or if you've been on here and you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. Donation links are pinned on Facebook and YouTube. It helps out with getting to places like CPAC. I know some people were asking why I'm not at CPAC, but I get to these places because of you guys. The support is essential. It's helpful, and I'm grateful for it. So let's get CPAC going. And I want to get out of here. All right, you guys. CPAC 2026. Here we go.
Good morning, CPAC. Please rise, if able, for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Bruce Duty, and remain standing for the national anthem performed by Natasha Owens.
Well, good morning, CPAC. For God and country, let's recite the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watch, were so gallantly strong. And the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, Savior, that star-spangled banner yet waves for the land and of the free and the hope of the brave. Home of the
Please be seated. Please welcome Pastor Joshua Navarrete with today's invocation.
How many are excited to be at the greatest conservative movement in the country? And the greatest country in the world. I believe to make this a great country, we must pray and make it a righteous and holy country again. So if you could stand with me and pray. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you, thanking you for all that you have done and all that you are about to do in our lives. We thank you for CPAC and this movement, Father. We thank you for keeping us all safe and keeping us all ready to work for our country. We ask you, Father, that you continue to bless this nation, bless our government, and bless our President Donald J. Trump. We ask for your protection over our people and our nation. We ask for strategic mind and supernatural ability to make good decisions for this country. We pray for holiness and righteousness to move throughout this nation, because we thank you for our forefathers and for those that are working hard to keep us safe. Lord, we pray for peace over the world, and we pray for Israel and those that are suffering in the Middle East. And we ask you to complete the mission ahead of us, so that this country can stay safe and great again. In the precious and mighty name of Jesus, and let the church say, amen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to CPAC 2026, Actions Over Words. Please welcome to the stage CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlatt, and CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Whitney Gianna Schlatt.
In the front.
Okay.
What do you think, Mercedes? How does it look?
Well, I think I'm liking Texas a lot better than DC. What do you all think?
Y'all want to send DC a message? Let him hear from you. Yeah, it's a lot better to be down here. Now, some of you wear some funny hats, and I've seen a lot of boots.
I don't know. You wear cowboy hats all the time. So
I do, it's true. And one thing has happened since we've been in Texas, which we haven't experienced after living on the East Coast, is there's this word called hello. It's a great word. And I also heard these other two words, thank you. It's amazing. So thank you for your hospitality. Thank you for being courageous in Texas. It's an honor to bring CPAC to Texas.
Well, our theme is this year, we always have these themes that we come up with. Actually, I think Matt wakes up in the middle of the night and it's from the Holy Spirit, and it is this is what we're gonna do. It's actions over words.
Yeah, and I just want to say, as Mercy's saying that, we have a VIP guest who just got here, my mother.
Oh,
Hi,
Grandma
Mom.
Sue.
Wave. She's from Wichita, Kansas, and she's with her friend Linda. Hi, Linda. And we know you all come from all over the country, but what you're going to notice at CPAC is people come from all over the world. And there are a couple things that when you travel the world, as our first speaker is going to understand more than any of us, is that people say, what is wrong with America? Why are you voting over the course of a month? How is it possible you can vote without a photo ID? Why did you abandon the principles and Christian principles on which your nation was founded? And then Donald Trump came along and changed all that. And then we had this question about, is Donald Trump just a man that does amazing things, or is God in the mix? And then we saw what happened in Pennsylvania. What do they say? There's no atheists in foxholes. The man comes off the canvas, stands up with a blood-soaked shirt, and says, fight, fight, fight. And the whole world watched that moment, and I don't think anybody can doubt that the hand of God is on him, and in this moment, we all share. And it's because it's such a special moment. How about we learn something that Mercy and I have learned while we've been on this CPAC journey? She worked for President Trump in his first term. We've learned this H word. I told you about all these great words Texans are teaching us about manners. But there's another word that's important. It's called humility. You know, this isn't about me. It's not about you. It's not about each one of you, yourself. It's about a greater cause. And we all have to remember that, because the left, the hard left, the Marxists, the statists, the communists, they love it when we're all fighting, when we're at each other's throats, when we're calling each other names. And so intentionally at this CPAC, we're going to highlight the people who are acting and not just talking, doing amazing things in their churches, doing amazing things in their communities, having the courage to run for office. I don't know who'd want to go serve in Congress, but God bless them for having the courage to do it. So how about we give it up for all those people that are actually getting stuff done?
And one of the reasons why you're here at CPAC is because you all are getting it done in your communities. We cannot do anything without you. President Trump cannot succeed without your work, without your commitment, without your willingness to come to CPAC, to make the connections, to listen, to what these experts and these policymakers are saying, so you can go back to your communities and lead in your communities, because we have a mission, and the mission is to save America. The mission is to keep America stronger than ever before, and we are in unprecedented times, and it is our duty and our obligation to do this great work for the glory of God.
No, it's true. We already prayed, but what you're going to notice throughout CPAC is a theme of how important it is for us to return to faith, because we're not going to succeed in this battle, which many of us believe is a spiritual battle,
right,
without doing that.
And I will tell you at CPAC, what you're also doing for being here is you're saving people's lives. You're saving children's lives. We've got our CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking, where we've had successful legislation passed through Congress and through the states that we'll be talking about. We've got the CPAC Center for Ending Christian Persecution, and we're helping Christians across the globe who are being martyred every day by Islamic radical militants, and we're going to stop that. We are going to save lives. We've got the CPAC Center for Defeating Communism, because let me tell you, we cannot divide from within. We have to stay united to win these midterm elections. And you know who the enemy is? It's the communist. It's the socialist. It's the Marxist. It's Mondami. It's AOC. It's Chuck Schumer. So let's get in line. Let's fight together. Let's stay united. They want us divided. We have to stay united as a movement. And let me tell you, you are not alone. We have so many people traveling here from across the globe that share your desire, your passion for freedom. Because what we are is that we are a freedom movement, a movement so that families can raise their children in their values, a movement that is pro-life, that protects the most vulnerable, a movement that stands for prosperity, for capitalism, for freedom. That is what you are all part of in being part of the CPAC family.
I just love being here. You know what I call my wife? You know what her nickname is? We call her the Chihuahua. She goes at it and she tells it like it is. And I'm meeting a lot of people in Texas who do the same. You're right in the middle of the action. And if you had your dream of the right person to kick this all off besides you, it would be our next speaker. Our next speaker travels the whole world. He's an anti-globalist, global traveler, kind of like CPAC, going all over the world, helping those who are in need. When they're in need, he doesn't ask them their political views. He just gives them a blanket. He gives them food. He gives them shelter, helps find water, electricity. The CEO of Samaritan's Purse, which is an organization we all respect. You know, so many things have been made political by the left. And it's time that we regain the ground and say, actually, some things just aren't political at all. They're knit into our souls. And it is my great honor to have at CPAC, this wonderful CPAC in Grapevine, Texas, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Oh, I have days of losing fight, try my best, just don't get it right. Somebody with a hurt that could have helped, Lord, help me be a little more like mercy, a little more like grace, a little more like kindness, goodness, love and faith, a little more like everything I preach, a little more like Jesus, a little less like me. Oh, a little less like me.
Good morning. Well, it's a privilege to be here. I've been looking forward to this for some time. To be in Texas, you know, you've got some of the world's best barbecue restaurants within about 20-minute drive of here. And so for you folks that are not from Texas, I hope you take advantage of that good barbecue. I want to say thank you for Texas for being the #1 oil providing state in America because of President Trump's President Trump's oil policies. Having the Straits of Hormuz closed isn't going to shut off our pumps. We're oil independent, and we thank God for that, and we thank God for those policies. I came here straight from Alaska yesterday, and Johnny Cash sang a song. When it's springtime in Alaska, it's 40 below. Last week, one of the places I was at was 45 below, and it was spring, and I thought of Johnny Cash. It's cold. I was up there, we're getting ready for our 16th year with Operation Heal Our Patriots. This is where we bring wounded veterans and their spouses to Alaska. We take them fishing, we take them bear viewing, but they agree to 3 hours of marriage enrichment classes. So we do that. We focus on the marriages of these veterans. And you know, when you ask some of these veterans, where did you get married? Well, we got married a couple of years ago. How long did y'all date? Well, we dated 2 weeks. Where'd you meet your husband? Well, met him in a bar. And why'd you get married so soon? Well, he was being deployed. And like, none of this makes sense. And you're thinking, okay. So the marriages are not on real strong ground to begin with. And then you have an injury or, where they're missing an arm or a leg or whatever. And then life changes, and it's just tough. So we have chaplains, retired military chaplains that deal with these couples, and we take 10 couples a week, and we do that starting the end of May. We go through the middle of September, and we do that in Alaska. And why we do it in Alaska is because there are no diversions up there. There's no distractions up there. The only distractions are bears and things like that. This is a critical time for our country, really, and for the entire world, for all that matters. We are at war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Not the people of Iran. These are wonderful people. But it's the Islamic Republic. They have enslaved their people, they have brutalized their people, and they have, and if you remember just last week, I believe, they executed one of the great heroes, one of their champions, a wrestler, because he protested. And this is the type of regime that this is. And remember, it's this regime that in 1979 took our embassy. Remember that? And they held our entire embassy staff and our Marines for 444 days. They held them. And we had a weak president at that time, and they actually let them go. President Reagan was the day that he was inaugurated, they let him go. They knew what was coming, so they let him go. I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat. I got fed up with the Republican Party some time ago. Got fed up with the Democrats. Well, I've always been fed up with them. But I'm a conservative. And most importantly, I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. As a Christian, I appreciate Donald Trump taking tough issues and taking stands on these issues that will benefit our world and our nation. for years to come. Our president, or other presidents in the past, have just kicked the can down the road on these hard issues, but President Trump has the guts to take these tough decisions, and I appreciate that. He stepped up. He stepped up to protect Israel and the Jewish people from what I believe was the possibility of a nuclear annihilation by this radical Islamic regime. And I think back into the book of Esther in the Bible, where Esther, for such a time as this, God raised her up to save the Jewish people from annihilation by the Persians at that time. Thank God for President Trump. He sent our military into Venezuela and to capture the evil dictator Maduro and his corrupt wife and brought them back to the United States for justice. President Trump has put Cuba and the cartels in Mexico, he's put them on notice. And the world has learned that when President Trump speaks, you had better listen. And I think they are. I'm 73 years old. No president in my lifetime has done what President Trump has done, okay? We will never have another president like him. And I believe God has raised him up for a time such as this, like Queen Esther. Our grandchildren will have a safer future because of his leadership and his policies. My children's children will have a better life because of these policies. Here are a few examples of policies that I appreciate as a Christian. President Trump appointed on the judicial benches conservative judges, and Roe v. Wade was overturned. I never thought it'd be overturned in my lifetime. But it's because of President Trump. He supports religious freedom like no other president in my lifetime. Oh, presidents have talked about it, but haven't done anything. He talks about it, and then he does something about it. I was with him in 2019 at the United Nations when he spoke to the entire United Nations about religious freedom, encouraging the world to honor those people of faith. Not just the Christian faith, but to honor people of faith and protect them. No president's ever done that. No one. Thank God for him. As a Pastor Andrew Brunson, remember him? He was in a Turkish prison. And they had made up charges. I was going to say trumped up charges, but trumped up charges, it didn't sound like. Made up charges against him and had him in prison. And when Trump came to office, he asked Aragon to let him go. And Aragon just ignored President Trump. And what did he do? He put some financial screws on Turkey, and their lira started taking a nosedive. They lost millions, and they let Andrew Brunson out of prison like he was a hot potato. I mean, he was gone that fast. As the secular socialists in our country were wanting to take Christ out of Christmas, they made a big deal, and corporate America was on board with it, taking Christ out of Christmas. Happy holidays, Merry Xmas, putting the X where Christ's name was. Trump comes to office and he starts saying, Merry Christmas. And okay, you say, well, Franklin, that's a little thing. No, it's not a little thing. It was huge because it put the woke world on notice that we're not going to take it anymore. And you know what? Thank God for him. President Trump is on a mission, and in his own words, his mission is to make America great again. Each of you here at CPAC is also on a mission. One, to advance and defend the conservative politics that has made America great. You're on a mission to promote conservative values, including God, family, country. You're on a mission to fight against the woke culture, critical race theory, transgender ideology, everything else that threatens to infect our families and churches and workplaces and schools with godless anti-American agenda. I want to take a moment to give a warning. Conservatives do have a problem. That problem is unity, or rather the lack of it at times. Sometimes it seems like we eat our own. Conservative leaders and influencers need to have a united front. It seems like we are so easily divided against each other, attacking one another. We can discuss our differences, but do it with respect without attacking and tearing down the other person. Save that for the socialists who want to make America weak again. Beware of mainstream media. They are not your friends, and they never will be your friends. Oh, they'll cozy up to some of you and don't trust it. They like to put doubts in little seeds. There was one of the mainline reports last week had on their website that it said that the Iran war is a problem for Trump's base. Really? A problem for Trump's base. I thought, well, I'm a part of that base. Nobody asked me about it. I don't have a problem. And everyone else I've talked to, they don't have a problem. But they'll put the little seeds of doubt like, you know, it's a problem for Trump's base. And there are people out there who will read that or hear that, and they'll think, oh, maybe I ought to not support this, or maybe this is what the media do. They plant little seeds of doubt. They want to have his base have doubt. Listen, we only have one shot at this, okay? Make it work. Be cautious of people with podcasts and social media platforms who make money by views, clicks, and the number of followers they have. If they can cause a stir, if they can get a debate, these kinds of things, it will serve them, and they will profit from it. They like to cause a stir because they can profit, because more people will tune in and listen to their podcast or watch their whatever. Be careful of these people. And some of them have some real extreme views. Midterms are coming, and how critical this is. Some people feel that with AI, it may be impossible to have fair elections in the future. And I agree with that. I think it's going to be difficult. Others have said the goal of AI is to control the world's messaging, not just in the United States, but the world. I agree. John the Revelator tells us in the book that he penned, the book of Revelations in the Bible, that the day is coming when there will be a one world government, and it will be controlled by a person called the Antichrist. That's what the Bible calls it, the Antichrist. And you know what? In that day, may be here sooner than you think. It's extremely important that we get behind candidates who support President Trump's agenda. And it's important that we get these people elected. President Trump is not on the ballot, but his policies are. And we need to have a united front and go out there and win these midterms. If we don't, we're going to be through. Let me just remind you what's coming. The Democrat socialist agenda. They want to take away parent rights. They want teachers and their unions to be the moral guide and the final voice for your children. That's what they want. The Social Democrats, I call them the Socialist Democrats because it is the Socialist Democratic Party of America. They want to support the transgender agenda, and they support transitioning young children. That is so wicked and so evil. And that's what they support. That's what, if they get into power, this is what's coming. This is what they're going to bring in. They want to allow men in women's sports. They're behind that. They want boys undressing and exposing themselves to your daughters and granddaughters in locker rooms. I'm talking about young men coming in and stripping off their clothes, their underwear and everything, just standing there naked in front of your granddaughters and your daughters. It's so wicked. They want to sexualize everything at an earlier and earlier age. They support killing life in the womb. The Socialist Democrats want to have open borders. They want to legalize drugs. They want to defend or defund the police. They want to open up the jails and let criminals go back on the streets where they can rape, murder, and steal. They want to gut our military and take that money and give it to social programs, maybe like up in Minnesota, helping the Somalis, I don't know. This is just some of their agenda. And I believe it's an agenda that's birthed in hell, I really do. Because it stands, because this agenda stands against God. It stands against Him and His creation and His word. We need to pray for our nation and ask God for help. We need to work together to have a united front in order to support President Trump's mission. But today, I want to talk to you about the most important mission in history. Jesus Christ came on a redemption mission. That's right. Easter's just around the corner, but what does that mean for us? You see, God made us, God created us, He loves us, but mankind has a problem, and that problem is called sin. The Bible says we've all sinned and come short of God's glory. The Bible tells us that the wages of sin is death. Every one of us, including Franklin Graham, is a sinner. When God created the first man and woman, He put them in a perfect world and gave them the freedom to choose. That's right, the freedom to choose, gave them that freedom. And as a result of that, they chose to disobey God. And that's what sin is. Sin is disobedience to God. They disobeyed God. And as a result, sin came into the world and has infected the entire human race. It's like a cancer of the human soul. Franklin Graham is a sinner. Franklin Graham has sinned against God. And the penalty, the wages of sin is death. And God has placed the entire world on a death sentence over all mankind, a death sentence He's placed over them. But yet God so loved the world that He gave His only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in Him shouldn't perish, but should have everlasting life. God sent His Son from heaven to this earth to take our sins. You see, there's nothing you can do to save yourself. Or you say, well, Franklin, I'm not that bad of a person. That's not the issue. We're all sinners. It just takes one sin to keep you out of heaven. You were born into sin. You were born under this death sentence. There's nothing you can do to save yourself. That's why God sent His Son to save you. That's why He came. He took your sins to the cross. He died and shed His blood on the cross for your sins. He was buried in a grave for your sins. And while He hung on that cross, God poured on His Son all sins past, all sins present, all sins future. That's us here today. When Jesus Christ hung on that cross came to the most sinful place in history, is the cross. Because that's where God laid all the sins of mankind upon His Son. And Jesus Christ died and shed his blood, and he was buried for your sins. But on the third day, God raised him to life. Jesus is not dead, he's alive. But it requires a response. Either we can accept it or reject it. You can believe it. Again, you say, well, Franklin, if God is really a God of love, he's not going to send anybody to hell. Oh, really? You really believe that? If God is God of love, he's not going to send anybody to hell. Well, yes, he is going to send people to hell. There's going to be millions of conservatives in hell. Yeah, think about it. If God loves you so much that he allowed his son to die and shed his blood for you, and you reject it, he has no choice. He's offering salvation, he's offering forgiveness, but you've got to be willing to accept that, to believe it. You've got to be willing to repent of your sins and by faith believe on the name of the Lord Jesus Christ, and you'll be saved. If you'll believe on his name and trust him as your Savior, you'll be saved. That's all. You don't have to pay money. It's a gift. By grace are we saved through faith, not of works, lest anyone should boast. God loves you. He loves his country. And I love Donald Trump. Is he perfect? No. But I love that guy. I love him. And we'll only have one chance at this. We'll never get another president like Donald Trump. Never. And that's why it's important that we do everything that we can to try to get him reelected. He stands not only for religious freedom, he stands up for Christians like no president we've ever had. And he's not afraid, he's not ashamed of the name of Jesus Christ. Other people are ashamed. He's not ashamed. And I just appreciate that so much about him. But let me just say to all of you here today, ask yourself the question, are my sins forgiven? You say, well, Franklin, I think so. I'm not talking about thinking so. Do you know it? Are your sins forgiven? If you say, well, I'm not that bad of a person. Yes, you are. We're all sinners in God's eyes. So what do I need to do? You need to repent. Just say, God, I'm a sinner. I'm willing to turn from my sins. Because if you come to Christ, you have to turn from those sins. You come to Christ, you've got to be willing to turn from those sins and then to trust him and to believe in him and trust him and make him the Lord of your life and follow him in life. You do that, you can have that assurance that if your life came to an end today, that you'd be in the presence of God for eternity, not because of any good thing you've done, because of what Christ did on your behalf when he took your sins to the cross. God bless you. And I trust you all will have a great week here in Dallas. Got some great speakers coming up. And you're going to hear a testimony from a good friend of mine in a little while, John Cole. He's done some incredible work, saving life. So anyhow, thank you all so much, and God bless each and every one of you. Thank you all.
Some wireless companies say that they stand for something. What exactly do they stand for, and why won't they say it out loud? Let me tell you what Patriot Mobile stands for. They stand for the lives of the unborn. They stand for the Second Amendment and the right to protect yourself and your family. They stand for our veterans and first responders who sacrifice so much for our freedom. Make the switch to Patriot Mobile today and support a company that doesn't just say they stand for something, but one that stands for the things that matter the most.
And in this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP. In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
This is not politics as usual, and it's more than religion. It's a calling, a mission that depends on you, your faith, your family, and your country. Stand with His glory on the front lines of faith, freedom, and revival. The time is now to rise, move, and build together to usher in the greatest revival in history. No more sitting on the fence, no more talk without action, all for His glory.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Justice League, restoring the Constitution. A fireside chat with Deputy Attorney General of the United States, Todd Blanche, and CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp.
I'm kind of nervous about this interview.
I brought no subpoenas. You're okay.
I don't usually like lawyers, but we've been talking a bit, and I'm glad you're doing what you're doing. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
And thank you for helping President Trump when he was up in that justice-free zone in New York City.
Amen.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
So I'm a little nervous because usually when I do these things, I just want the other person to feel relaxed and at home, but you're in the middle of this like tornado of chaos that was created because we let the communists take over our justice system at the federal level and in too many states. There's this man who just died. He was a Marine who had this stellar career and ended it as a independent counsel, trying to, for too long, keep the illusion going that there had been Russian collusion. Bob Mueller. What's your take?
What you just said is right. First of all, thank you for letting me spend some time, and thanks for showing up, guys. This is a great event, and I'm honored to be here. Yeah, listen, the Russia hoax was a complete and total hoax, and it almost brought down President Trump. That's how devastating it was for this country. And unfortunately, Mr. Mueller was the leader of that. And he had a storied history that went back to, you're right, to the Vietnam War. But that was a disaster. I mean, it was the worst sort of weaponization of not only the government, but Congress, but other prosecutors, but the FBI. And it was a stain on this country that it will take a long time to remove.
The Mueller, Comey, the politicization of the FBI and DOJ, do we have any hope that we get back to the idea that no matter what your party affiliation, that you will face one system of justice again?
Yes, of course we have hope. Yes, we have hope. I mean, listen, I think that what happened for the past 4 years was so bad and so awful. And a big part of that was what happened with the Department of Justice and the FBI and the weaponization that we saw. But and the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, President Trump, myself, we are changing things. Full stop. We are changing things. And folks need to realize, and I think it's important to realize, that what was the first thing that we did to change things? It's what everybody in this room did. We reelected the president, right? That was the change. So I represented President Trump in the Manhattan DA case and in Jack Smith's prosecutions. So I lived it every single day for 2 years, what was happening. And this country, the people in this room, they're the ones that infected change. They're the ones that said, no, you had a man that was indicted 6 separate times, counting the superseding indictments. And yet this country said, no way. So that was the first glimmer of hope that we can be better. The other things that are happening, there is not a single man or woman at the Department of Justice who had anything to do with those prosecutions.
How many have been canned?
Over 200. Over 200 either left before we came in because they knew it was coming, or were fired, or took early retirement. They are no longer employed by this department. And when it comes to the FBI, which takes a lot of criticism, especially because of what happened over the past several years, Director Patel has cleaned house there too. There isn't a single man or woman with a gun, federal agent, still in that organization that had anything to do with the prosecution of President Trump. And I want folks to realize what that means. President Trump, for the first time in modern history, has said, I am the president, and if you work in the executive branch, you work for me. And guess what? We can all read the Constitution. He's right. And unfortunately, past administrations, Republican included, have just resigned themselves to putting up with partisan actors within the Department of Justice. We do not.
So, Alvin Bragg, Fannie Willis, this cast of characters, ever get any justice?
Well, yes. I mean, of course. Like, look, yes. And look, you have these district attorneys across the country. Those are by far the best examples. But
no, worst.
Well, the best examples of, thank you.
Of being the
best
worst.
examples of being the worst. Yeah, the best examples of the pure weaponization by the left of our system of justice. So if you want to talk about what happened in Manhattan against President Trump, I'm happy to do so. But I think it's better to talk about what happened after that trial, which is after that trial, the entire country, even many Democrats, agreed that it was insane and crazy. If you look at Fannie Willis, her case was completely annihilated and destroyed for all kinds of reasons. And so, look, when you talk about justice, we're working hard every day. And I don't just say working hard as a cliche. I mean, the Attorney General and myself, every single day, 7 days a week, are focused on bringing justice, and it will come. And I know every single person in this room is saying to themselves, why is it taking so long? Raise your hand if you're just thinking that. All right, I was basically right. And here's the answer. I want to talk about it. Here's the answer. For one, it's not taking so long. For one, we have already done more in 1 year than any administration has ever done before. If you look at what happened to the men and women convicted because of January 6th, by 5 p.m. on January 20th, every one of them was either pardoned or had their sentence commuted, okay? So when folks say you've done nothing, I say you have a very short memory. When you look at the Christian community in this country, my father was a minister. I was raised in the Midwest. They were persecuted for 4 years. Within a week of coming in, Attorney General Bondi flipped that and said, no more. We're not going to go after Christian organizations. We're not going to go after nonprofits that are Christians. We're going to go after the banks that are debanking and not letting those organizations bank. So that's something we've done. When you talk about the Second Amendment, which had been trampled on for an entire administration, this administration has done more in 12 months to fix that, where it comes to restoring gun rights to people that should have never had them taken from them, to making it easier to not having to pay tax on various types of guns that should never have been taxed in the first place, to withdraw, that's right, to withdrawing from lawsuits that we don't belong in. That's the kind of thing. We had consent decrees all over this country where the men and women in blue were being told by some judge or some law firm that they had done something wrong. We have removed ourselves from every single one of those unless the judge said no, and then we're fighting that too. Okay, that is something that we have done that will matter long beyond President Trump's term in office.
It's not just that. You close down a border, you're fighting human trafficking, you're putting drug dealers in prison, you're sending criminals back to their countries.
Yeah, listen, folks, we are treating drug dealers like the narco-terrorists that they are, okay? And so I met with that's right. I met with an angel mom this morning, an angel grandma who I think is gonna speak at some point. And the fact that these men, mostly men, are injecting and sending poison into our country, knowing that it will kill thousands and thousands of Americans, young people, middle-aged people, your neighbors, every single year, makes them terrorists. And President Trump came in and said, I will stop that. We are now treating terrorists and treating these narco dealers as they should be treated. We're blowing them up. And we have the FBI, the DEA, the Marshals, HSI, our Border Patrol. They are arresting drug dealers every single day like we haven't seen ever in our generation. And that I was in Los Angeles yesterday. That morning they hit 2 houses, got a ton of fentanyl, cocaine. That's just a single day. I happened to be there. So yeah, you're right. I mean, I think now I said all that preamble to say,
you know, I got a few questions on all this.
Oh, I love it. Let's go. Go ask your questions.
No, finish.
So I was going to say that, so people say, why aren't you doing more? I welcome that criticism. Keep on putting pressure on us. If you think it makes me upset when you go on X and say, come on, Dag Blanche, why aren't you doing more? You don't know me. That's what motivates me. And so we're going to keep on working hard, and you're going to continue to see results, and that will not stop, period.
So you went to Harvard Law.
I did not.
Where'd you go to law school?
I had 2 little kids, no money. I went to night law school in Brooklyn and worked full-time during the day at the Department of Justice.
See, I told you you were going to warm on me, you know, as I got to know more about you. But you don't go to Harvard, you don't go to the Ivy League, you have a scrappier way to getting your law degree and passing the bar. How the heck would you want to be in the middle of New York City lack of justice?
Well, and hopefully there's some folks in this room that will get what I'm saying here. I'm married into New York. So I am a New Yorker by marriage. I have been married for 30 years to the greatest woman in the world, and she unfortunately is from New York. So I can't change that. So yeah, I practice in New York, and you know what? It was God's work doing that, because when President Trump, you know, there's a memes out there suggesting I'm a Democrat. Everybody's supposed to say boo. Thank you. I'm not, and I haven't been. And if you're saying that I'm a Democrat, it's because you read the New York Times, which is a reflection of you. Not
I don't think there's too many people here reading the New York Times.
I hope not. So anyway, but I was
the only thing you've been wrong on so far.
No, but hopefully no. Yeah, that's right. So I had the opportunity to represent Paul Manafort in New York when the DA weaponized our laws in New York against him. I represented Igor Fruman, another guy who was weaponized coming out of the Mueller investigation. And then I represented some folks that had worked for President Trump. And it was because I was in New York that President Trump trusted me to represent him in that case. And so I look at the time I spent in New York, and by the way, I'm never going back, and I convinced my wife, we're now in Florida and DC.
We might not be far behind you. There's a big competition going on between Florida and Texas for all these people fleeing big, broken, blue, bankrupt cities and states. So we've had these really serious, egregious things. When I worked in the White House, when you're a Republican, you work in the White House, you're the subject of investigations for years and years and years. When you're a Democrat and you work in the White House, you get a book deal. It's asymmetrical, to say the least. One of the things they said to me through my lawyer from the FBI is that in the unending series of investigations was, if I had any dirt on my boss or on the president I served, if I turned it over, they'd let me go and, turn down the heat. That doesn't sound American to me. It doesn't sound constitutional to me. We're going to have people on this stage who got pardons, thanks to your department and President Trump, who had prosecutions going on from 2 and 3 federal investigators at the same time. Each one of these is $1 million out of your savings account just to get started. What the hell is going on with people being tortured by their own government? And can that stop?
Yes, it's abysmal, and of course it can stop. And look, can we fix what happened in the past? Well, I mean, we were able to settle with General Flynn yesterday and get him back a lot of the money that he lost.
But he'll never get back. You know this. I'm not preaching to you. Reverend Graham already did a good job with the preaching. But he loses that time.
That's right.
The family has the stress. I've had people reach out to me that said their kids have tried to commit suicide. Some have. People get divorced. They lose their careers. This is a wrecking ball for the last 4 years. The money part is good to make them whole, but you can't go back and fix the emotional scarring. They must be doing that because they know it's scarring us.
Yep, of course. It also works to keep people quiet. There's people that are less likely to stand up because they're afraid. And look, I was a law partner at a big firm in New York City. And when I said I was representing President Trump, they said, you can't, but don't worry, you'll get other big cases. And I said, yes, I can, and I quit. But listen, but that takes, not everybody can do that. I had a wife who supported me, and it really is the pressure that people get put on. Even in this administration, everybody's afraid that the next administration, if we don't win, we're going to all be investigated and indicted. Think about that. This is not a third world country. This is America. And the existing administration is afraid that they're going to get indicted. And why are they afraid? Because that's exactly what happened during the last administration. All of President Trump's cabinet, everybody that worked in the White House, his Secret Service detail had to go to the grand jury. Okay, that is so extraordinarily un-American. And you said it right. It doesn't seem to be American, and it's not. And that will never, ever happen again because of what we're doing, but also because of what you all did in saying we're not going to stand for it and sending President Trump back to office. And so as a nation, we have started the process of healing that, and we're going to continue to do our part, but you all have to continue to do your part too and keep on standing up for like you're doing here.
The one thing we could do, this isn't in your purview, but we could advocate to our senators and congressmen that we do when the Clintons did their malfeasance with the travel office and they fired those poor people. They were made whole financially with their pensions and their legal bills. I think we should come up with a good list of people in America who have had to lose all their financial assets to fight this lawfare. They should be made whole by the very people who tortured them so effectively. The voting, another thing you guys are doing a great job. Harmeet Dillon and Pam Bondi and others. You know, we have these questions about conservatives say, well, we don't need a federal ID, we need a state ID. You know, that was great in the time when you couldn't get a driver's license when you were here illegally. But now we have, more than a dozen states that do that. You have all these voting rolls, which are purposely kept dirty with dead people on it, with people on who moved a long time ago on purpose, because that's an open door for malfeasance and cheating. You guys are doing a good job, a really great job, courageous job of going court to court to try to fix this problem. But this ends with voter ID, photo voter ID. Come on. We have CPAC in 5 continents. And the one theme that everyone always tells me is, why the hell do you vote like that? Nobody votes in this crazy way that we've allowed the left to set up in America.
I mean, you're preaching President Trump's agenda right there. And it's
well, he's
right.
the one who gave me that question.
Amen.
So
I like that. Let's go. Yeah, election integrity should be the most nonpartisan issue we have. Like, why is there objection to sending ICE officers to polling places? Illegals can't vote. It doesn't make any sense. Why is there...
Well, they can vote. They just shouldn't vote, right?
Well, that's amen. That's right. I mean, listen, what is the objection? You all probably had to show your ID 5 times since you came into this place.
I had to get most of your American Express cards to get you in here. You know?
Yeah, so that it baffles me. And you're right, that's not necessarily completely my purview, except that we're charging and indicting illegals who voted in any election fraud case that we can. We've charged 20 times more than was charged under Biden in 1 year. And we're going to keep on doing that. And you're right, Harmeet is a rock star. The Attorney General has prioritized that. But, sorry there's a but we are fighting a judiciary and we're fighting in blue states that don't want this and that say no. And you can ask yourself why, but I think the answer is obvious. And so it's going to be a fight we continue. We have to appeal cases, but the Supreme Court's been great for us. And a lot of our Court of Appeals has been great for us. So we'll keep on doing that.
So one of the most important jobs you have in working with the White House counsel and the president is making sure that we pick right-minded judges.
Yes.
I don't necessarily think a Republican Senate is helping us much on some of that. It's a little too slow. Now, I'm not saying it's intentional, because I think they believe they have the same goal, but it seems like it takes our guys a lot longer to get through than it takes their guys to get through. Do you believe that that's the ultimate legacy of a president, is who he puts on the bench, because lives on and on?
That's right. I mean, look at what President Trump did in Trump 45. 3 Supreme Court justices and Roe v. Wade is overturned.
Mm-hmm.
That's a legacy.
That's a legacy.
That's a legacy. We see our most activist judges that we lose to every single day are, without a doubt, nothing more than an extension of the partisan arm of which they came from. And I say that knowing that we appeal those, and then we win on appeal, whether it's at the next level or at the Supreme Court. We have a judge who has been reversed 3 times on the same case. Justice Gorsuch had to remind the court in a written opinion, he had to put a footer that said, hey, district court judge, you don't have to agree with what the Supreme Court says, but you have to follow it. Okay, it's there. You can Google it. It's crazy. So yes, you are right. Getting great judges, getting conservative judges who want to do nothing more than follow the Constitution and follow the morals of which this country was built on and what makes us great, is without a doubt a priority of Dave Warrington, our White House counsel, the president, and everybody in this administration.
Finally, we talked about Texas. You talked about moving to Florida.
I'm going to try the barbecue today, by the way.
Good, I like it. You talk about this division we have, blue to red, right? By the way, we should be blue. How the hell did we get red? The red are the commies. We should be blue. We let them just set the rules, like even take our color. I don't know. I think we should take the color black. I know we got red. Well, we got blue there. There we go. That's our color. That was Ronald Reagan's color. We fought the commies. But if you have all these if you have all these communist jurisdictions, Chicago, New York City, your former hometown, Austin, fair enough. Keep Austin weird. I understand this. Washington, D.C., where Mercy and I have raised our family. By the way, the Attorney General of Virginia said publicly, or was made public, that he thought my kids should be slaughtered and your kids should be slaughtered because of their parents' politics. This is a very radical thing, violent, radical, propaganda, and they use the courts more than anything else besides schools and sometimes churches to try to pollute us and pollute our kids. What can we do to stop bringing criminals to New York City and Washington, D.C.? I see that Northern Virginia courthouse, which has been used very regularly when justice was fair. Now that justice is gone, how do we bring these big cases to the red areas of the country so normal people can sit in juries and adjudicate them?
It's something we try to do. That's one of the biggest parts of our strategy going forward, is making sure that we're investigating and bringing cases in the right jurisdictions. And it's tough because our laws require us to bring cases where the conduct occurred. But there's a lot of ways that we can work within that to get some of our cases where we want them to be, where we're going to have a judge that we know is going to be fair. And it's a big part of what we do. And we can't do it every single time. So if a federal agent is assaulted in Chicago, the law requires you charge it in Chicago. So within that system,
do you think there's take the federal judiciary out of it? And I know you're the federal deputy attorney general, but is there justice for these people in cities like Chicago and New York City and Washington, D.C.? It's just a fiction, something that we kind of convince ourselves is there, but it's an illusion.
I think we've gone to a place where the local jurisdictions, not the cops on the street, but the leadership and the mayors and the district attorneys in some of those cities do not have your best interests at heart. And it's terrible and it's disgusting. And I hope that it changes. I think the media plays a big role, but all we can do, and it's not comforting to say this, but I'll say this, what President Trump said when they tried to kill him, moments after, all you can do is fight, fight, fight. And that's what I do every day. That's what the Attorney General does. That's what the President does. And that's what we have to do too. And that's the only way we'll have success. And it's exhausting because fighting's tough, but that's what we have to do.
Well, load up on your vitamins, stay hydrated, eat a bunch of Texas barbecue. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you, guys.
At CPAC, there's no more important job in the administration than what you and Pam are doing. And we're all with you to get the job done. We'll all put our shoulders to the wheel.
Thank you. And thank you guys for what you do. We feel it in DC. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job. He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to say anything like this ever again.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, MAGA versus Mullah Madness. Please welcome advisor United Against Nuclear Iran, Dr. Hiba Wallace. Victims of the Ayatollah, Mercedes Shahinkar and Rahili Amiri. Hosted by CPAC Senior Fellow, the Honorable Mercedes Viana Schlapp.
It is, well, you have a lot of fans here already. Rahela and Mercedes and Hiba, it is an honor. It is truly an honor to be with these brave women. These are the real victims of the Ayatollah, the real victims of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, who are barbaric terrorists who have done what they can to execute the most innocent women, men, and children. And today we are honored to have both of you, all three of you, on our stage. And so I'm going to start with you, Mercedes.
Yeah.
I would love for you to share your personal story. What happened to you under this brutal Iranian regime?
Hello, everyone. I want at the first, I can't speak English perfect, but I try to explain my story. My name is Mercedes Shahinkar. I am an Iranian woman. During the Women Life Freedom Movement in 2022, I was a protest in the streets for freedom and human dignity, like many others. When police forces shot me in the face with the paintball gun, I lost the vision in my right eye. I remember the sound of my eye popping. I remember the heat and the smell of blood on my face. I remember that deadly pain and fear. I remember terrified looks of my mother and the people. They came looking for me at the hospital, but the brave doctors and nurses that were taking care of me put their own life in danger to protect me. They did everything to hide me every time the message came to the hospital. Of course, they didn't, and thereafter I went home, they attacked me home. I was lucky that I was not home. After that, I know I had a live with 9-year-old daughter. The Islamic Republic wants me to sit in the corner of my home by blinding me, suppress me even more. But despite the pain that I am still dealing with, I was not afraid of the Islamic Republic. And since then until now, I have been active as a human rights activist. Thank you. Thank you. For 74 years, the Islamic Republic has been arresting, imprisoning, torturing, and raping, and executing the people of Iran. We know that continuation of the Islamic Republic is more terrifying and dangerous than any war of the world, and especially for the innocent people of Iran. We are very grateful of President Trump and Mr. Netanyahu for helping the people of Iran. Thank you. Thank you. And for contributing of the destruction of Khamenei. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump. Thank you, Trump.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Mercedes.
Yeah, and at the end, for contributing to the destruction of Khamenei and many criminal members of the IRGC. Thank you.
Thank you. Hiba, I got to tell you, really, it has been the Iranian women who have been the face of taking on the Iranian regime. How brave are these women?
It really has been. These women are example of two Iranian women, but there are thousands, millions of Iranians taken hostage by their own government. And Rahela shares the same fate as Mercedes has, experienced the same thing. you want to tell us your story.
Hi, everyone. I want to tell you my story. It started on a day that looked normal. I remember walking in the streets. I had taken off my hijab. I was smiling. I felt free, even if it was just for a moment. I was not doing anything dangerous. I was just a young woman who wanted a normal life. Then, suddenly, everything changed. I heard a sound, and in 1 second, I felt a strong pain in my face. I fell, there was blood, and everything became dark. That was the moment I lost the vision in one of my eyes. Next thing I know, I was at the hospital. I was scared, not only because of the pain, but because even in the hospital, I did not feel safe. I was afraid of the same people who shot me. I was afraid they would come again. In the moment, I understood something very painful. Even being a patient could not protect me. After that day, my life changed completely. Security force came to our home. They searched everything. They asked questions again and again. I was arrested. I was interrogated many times. My family was scared. They told me, you cannot study anymore. You cannot work. You do not have a future here. Imagine hearing this is in your own country, the place where you were born, the place you loved. Step by step, life became impossible. I couldn't feel safe outside. I couldn't feel safe inside my own home. And finally, I had to make a very hard decision to leave my country. Not because I wanted to, but because I had no other choice. Leaving your homeland is not just a trip. It is like leaving a part of your heart behind. This is my story.
Thank you. It's really important to put it in context that why both these girls lost their eye. The Islamic regime, the IRGC, the Basijis went out on the street specifically shooting for their eye because they wanted to mark them so they can go back into the hospitals looking for them, find them on the streets, and then take them and find it to torture and kill. And this continues, as we were talking, Mercy, that even under bombardment, they're still continuing to execute, torture, rape women, and they have not stopped. So these women, we brought them here for you to see that this regime will not add anything.
I just had, Hiva, one individual come up to me yesterday in tears saying that there was a young boy who had actually a photo of Jesus Christ in his room, and they came in, the military, to assassinate the boy. You have the Iranian nurses who were raped trying to help the protesters. You had the wrestler, 19 years old, executed. And what is it, Hiva? Because it's not just what's happening in Iran, but tell us the mentality of this Iranian regime, what that means to that threat here in America.
I'm sure you guys have all heard. The existence of this regime, this ideology, is based on death to America, death to Israel. And by death to America, this is just not a mantra. They actually mean it. They indoctrinate young children from young age, from 6, 7 years old. When you start going to school, they indoctrinate this thought into your mind that the West is the evil civilization. America is the enemy of Islam and of Iran. Now, the example of these girls is so shocking to see, and we wanted you to see them in person, to hear their story in person, because this is what they do to their own people, What will this regime do to us as Americans? That they continue to chant death to America. They will stop at nothing. They have attacked their Muslim neighbors, countries that have helped them to negotiate deal here and there. They've attacked Oman, Qatar, from all the countries in the region. They will not end within their own borders. The suppression does not end at their own borders. They want America gone. They want Israel to be wiped off the map. And therefore, President Trump understood that President Trump did not start a war. President Trump is ending a war after 47 years of this country wanting to end. Yeah.
I'm going to say that the Persians, I think, are almost as excited as the Cubans are right now, okay? As a Cuban American. Mercedes, let me ask you, what does America mean to you?
About the rape of nurses.
آمریکا برای چه احساسی داره اینجایی؟
Okay. I'm very happy to stay here because the country is safe for me. I had to go from my country and came to the Turkey, after that Germany, and now I'm here and safe here. And when I see my country, I'm very sad about my country that happened in this now, because the Islamic Republic killed the people, and that from that the Islamic Republic scared the people. They know when the people more strange and come to the streets, they gone the Islamic Republic, and the people of Iran is very now is very happy about this war, and because
this is contrary. I want to ask you, just recently, some Western mainstream media, such as CNN.
Wait, you said CNN?
Yeah. I know, I always feel like I gotta, aired.
I love these people.
I know.
I love them.
CNN aired 4 minutes from Press TV,
yes,
Iranian state TV, solely based for propaganda. CNN aired 4 minutes directly from them. That's 4 minutes. Every Iranian watches their own TV. Just imagine that we watch more than they watch their own state TV, showing that the people of Iran are rallying against rallying around the flag and are against the U.S. U.S. attack on Iran. Is that true? Is that what you're seeing?
No,
in Iran, what are you hearing from inside?
That is a fake, and that is the leader people that support the Islamic Republic, and they are a killer. They are the Basic forces, and the police are all time in the street, control the people, and they want the people scared. But my people don't scare. My people on 8th and 9th February from the called the King Reza Pahlavi, say them go to the street, and the people and
you started and
okay, let
my people.
I really want to hear. We got to hear these wonderful guests.
Sorry, my people are stand behind the King Reza Pahlavi, and we are here, the voice of the people of Iran.
Let's ask Rahele one question. Now, if I may ask Rahele, we talked about this. What will it, as we're hearing that they're still killing people on the street, what will it take for people to go back on the street?
Oh, sorry. I can't.
Will they go back on the street?
Yeah. Sorry, I can't speak English very well, but I read because it's important. The people of Iran will go back the streets. We have already shown our courage. We went out when the regime was not weak, when it was strong and violent, when we knew the risk was very high and still people came. So now, when we see that the regime is weaker than before,
thanks to President Trump.
Yeah.
And our troops, and our brave troops.
Yeah, of course people will go back again. Of course, we will do our part. The people of Iran are ready. They just need the right conditions, less repression, and the chance to be heard. And when that moment comes, they will return to the streets again. People are waiting for the final opportunity. The return to the streets under the leadership of Prince Reza Pahlavi and and determine their own future, because many people in Iran see him as the only opposition they trust, King Reza Pahlavi or Prince Reza Pahlavi.
So, Mercedes, I would love for you to look at the camera and send a message to your sisters in Iran, in Persian. Send that message of hope. What do you want them to know?
I just want to tell the people in here and my country, the Iranian people, we don't any reform. For example, the Qalibov, Khatami, Mousavi, Rouhani, blah, blah. We don't any reform in Iran, and my people very hopeful, very strong. They don't want Islamic Republic, and they are very happy. The President Trump killed the IRGC and Khamenei. And everyone. We are very hopeful. When I give the message from Iran, they are happy from the bombing, because they know the Islamic Republic weak and more and weak.
Hiba, I want to ask you, because there's always this concern in America that this could be prolonged, right? That this could turn out to be a prolonged situation, which is not where I think the American people want to be. What's your message to them?
I can promise you, Iranian people are ready to go back on the street. President Trump is providing the condition for, it is the job of Iranian people to take back their own country. It is not our American job. But what we're doing, we're making sure that our people, our children are safe, because we cannot tolerate, President Trump understands that he cannot let the biggest, greatest state sponsor of terror have nuclear weapon, and he's making the world safer for our children. And at the same time, while he's doing that, he's providing that window of hope and window of opportunity for Iranian people to take back their country. So it's working for both groups. And I am confident. I mean, these brave women, as they said, they went on the streets knowing that the regime was going to kill them, knowing that the regime was as strong as they can be. But now the situation is different. Iranians are ready to do their part. They will do their part. They will go out on the streets. It will not be an easy road for them. I am sure of that. I don't consider I don't want to say I'm Iranian. They are different. They have
They are heroes.
They're heroes.
They are heroes in their country.
And there is 90 million of them.
Yes.
92 million of them. There are 92 million.
And let me tell you, I have 5 daughters. Hiba has her beautiful daughter, Celine. I want my daughters to know these women. And I need you all to go home and tell your daughters, these are brave women who are willing to fight for freedom and for what is good. Be inspired by them. Be inspired by their stories. Know that they are not going to stop speaking up against brutality and terrorism that's happening in Iran. The madness needs to stop. We got to make Iran free again. and we're going to make sure that America stands strong by their side. Thank you so much.
In a time of broken promises, one man stood apart and kept his word. He secured the border, unleashed American energy dominance, cut taxes, defended women's sports, crushed crime, ended government weaponization, brought back jobs, defunded Planned Parenthood, cut off USAID giveaways, ended taxpayer funding for PBS and NPR, and protected American values. Promises made, promises kept. Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Commies Go Home, the stories of the American heroes of Goshen. Please welcome CEO and founder, Breakthrough Ideas, Jeannie Ives. No Goshen, Michigan activist, Lori Brock. No Goshen, Illinois activist, Jillian Rojas. Moderated by CPAC board member, Gordon Chang.
Hello, Patriots! Hello, great Americans! Have we got a story for you? The communists are everywhere in our country, and people ask, what can we do? What can I do? Well, these warriors have the answer because they stopped the Chinese Communist Party. China's Goshen, one of the world's largest manufacturer of batteries, it was armed with hundreds of millions of dollars of subsidies from the governors of Michigan and Illinois, and they were going to build 2 factories in our country. But these women said, not so fast, and they stopped Goshen. So Lori Brock,
Yeah.
you're from Michigan, where you stopped that Chinese company.
Yes, we
Tell
are.
us how you did it.
Well, it started, it's really kind of fishy because we didn't know anything about it. Our community had no idea what was going on until someone left us something in our mailbox. And then they said, you better get to your meeting. And we did, and we found out that they had already kind of pretty much bought off the local officials, and they were ready to break ground a month later. And we got back out and we said, we got to stop them. And so a few friends of mine got together, and we decided that we had to do something and we had to take control of our community back. So we led a township recall, and we recalled all the people that were available to be recalled. And then we went to the next township and we recalled them. And then we went to our county commissioners and we took 5 of the 7 seats there as well.
So this started with a small group of townspeople who said they were not going to permit this.
Right. Well, and it was scary because they said it was a done deal. Over and over, we were told it was a done deal and there was nothing that we could do to stop it. Well, we had to prove that we were going to stop it, but they were brutal to us. I mean, they tried to ruin our businesses. They legitimately told me if I didn't stop, they were gonna do something to get my attention, and they poisoned 2 of my horses, one of which died. They just made our lives miserable, and they literally took elected officials and went to the county courthouse and tried to find dirt on me and other people in our community. What they wanted to do is ruin anybody that was trying to stop them. And it's scary, you know, and so we were trying to get people to stand up, and at the same time, they're attacking me so hard that people were scared to stand up at first, but they realized that we were gonna keep fighting. So they finally started standing behind us, and now our whole community There's over 3,000 people there, and we've probably got about 8,000 people behind us that are, and we've you know,
Keep
got
growing.
these guys as well. So.
Yeah.
So in our own country, this Chinese company thought that it could intimidate the people of Green Charter Township, Michigan.
Right. The thing that's scary and what we want to warn people about is never to let these people into your communities. They got in, and now we're facing close to $1 million legal battle. And we're a community of 3,000 people. We started this fight with just us donating money. Everybody could. We gave as much as we could. And now we're stuck with this huge legal battle because Chuck Thielen, the vice president of Goshen, said repeatedly, if we're not wanted, we'll leave. Well, we proved that they weren't wanted when we did our surveys. Over 95% of the people didn't want Goshen. So we knew we were on the right path. But now they're leaving, but they're taking us to federal court. And we're getting sued, and there's no end in sight. They just keep coming at us. And I'm so scared for other communities that they're going to have to face the same thing because they're trying to make an example out of us to show that they can bankrupt us. That way, you know, no one else will stick up for themselves. But we're going to fight back. You know, we've got a lot of plans, so.
Jeannie Ives, you've been leading the effort in Illinois. She's fresh from the battle. Now the struggle is in your community. Tell us what you guys are doing.
Well, Goshen did a two-part deal. First of all, they wanted a manufacturing plant up in Michigan, and then they wanted an assembly battery plant in Manteno. And so this was, again, part of the big green energy scam stuff that both Whitmer and Governor Pritzker are all in on. And so Governor Pritzker, this is the type of business that he wants to attract. And by the way, there's zero private job growth in the state of Illinois. The only job growth you get is when you incentivize with taxpayer money these companies to come in. And so he promised Goshen $536 million to start an assembly battery plant in Illinois. And then he backed that up with like all sorts of property tax deals and other incentives as well. And so nobody knew about this until there was a big announcement in September of 23. And that's when the local people found out about it. And immediately they started to organize against it. I'm more at the state level looking at this and saying, my son is serving in the Navy and you're giving the #1 adversary of America, you're giving them $500 million to compete against us. This is insane. And so I started to help take up the fight with these folks, but really Jillian Rojas is a member of the Concerned Citizens of Manteno, which immediately organized against this Goshen plant in Manteno, a small city of 9,000 people. And so essentially it all started in a parking lot, really, and started saying, hey, we got to get to this community meeting. And I'll let Jillian pick up the story from there.
Yeah, thank you for having us here today to share our No Goshen, Illinois story. And so our mayor had signed some non-disclosure agreements under Project Unity and gone around to the different taxing bodies to secure $2 million in tax incentives, which would benefit Goshen. Initially, we started hearing about Project Unity. Then we heard that a lithium battery manufacturing Goshen, who is owned by High Goshen, was coming to our town. And when our governor came to town to make the announcement, that was when we linked Goshen and Project Unity together. And we knew at this point that we had to form a group of people, and we formed the Concerned Citizens of Manteno, and we stood together to keep the community informed about our lawsuit that we have filed against this company. And so we're working together to keep the community informed. It's a grassroots effort. We do not want this CCP affiliated company in our town producing these lithium batteries because they are very dangerous, not only to the local community, but to our water, to our national security. So we really are in this effort together to help to spread the word and to let people know that even if you are just a grassroots person, you can make an impact on your community. You can get together as a group of people and say, we do not accept this. We do not accept you giving $125 million to Goshen, $530 in tax incentives at a local level. It's just, why are we giving this money to an adversary? Why aren't we keeping it here for the American people?
Yeah, so, I mean, but it's really important to point out, when Jillian talks about 125 million, I'm talking about the fact that Governor Pritzker literally cut them a check for $125 million after he had approved this project, and they had this huge rollout with every Democrat leader you can imagine in the state of Illinois, with the head of ComEd there, with the head of Nicor Gas promising them brand new transmission lines, brand new gas piping, which, by the way, they want to get rid of in the state of Illinois, completely get rid of coal and natural gas and oil. They want to get rid of it, yet they are touting the fact that they were going to build Gotion, a Chinese communist-backed company, an EV battery plant, all this new infrastructure. And the $125 million that he wrote him a check for was used for a land grab around the Gotion plant, and used, actually, because money's fungible, used to actually defend against the lawsuit that the community started up against them. They're using our own tax money to try and put us out of business, to tell us to sit down and shut up. So
yeah, they've purchased over 231 acres of our surrounding farmland under a variety of LLCs. And members of our team have broke down these LLCs and linked all of their purchases. And you can check out more information on that at GoshenLandGrab.com, because we truly feel that behind the scenes, all these LLCs are linked to different CCP affiliated companies.
And ours goes right along with that same story. Governor Whitmer gave $715 million to Goshen. We can't get our roads fixed, yet all our tax dollars are going to fund a CCP-backed company. We are just disgusted by it. And the fact that we couldn't even get our environmentalists to help us. I contacted 38 different environmental groups in Michigan to get help because we're within a mile of the Muskegon River, which will dump right into the Great Lakes. Muskegon Watershed wouldn't help us, the Great Lakes Watershed wouldn't help us, Ducks Unlimited, you name it. Finally, I got so angry, I'm like, why will not anybody help us? And then off the table or whatever, they called me and said, we can't because our funding will get cut by Whitmer if we do help you. I said, so you're an environmental group, but you won't help save our environment? This is crazy, you know?
Yeah. Our plant sits 10 miles from the Kankakee, Illinois River, which is one of the cleanest rivers in the state of Illinois and in the country. And we don't even know how they're going to be filtering the water in this facility. So what's going to happen when the tables are poisoned and eventually leached into the Kankakee River, which eventually will run to the Mississippi River? So it's not just an Illinois problem, it's a USA problem. Could you imagine the Mississippi River polluted with lithium iron phosphate, synthetic graphite? I mean, what are we doing to our communities?
Well, and lithium is a forever chemical. It doesn't stop. So it's going to continue killing all the time, but they didn't care. Where we are at, we're right across the street from where the Goshen building was going, and there's a certified trout stream on my property, and they didn't care. It would be giving lithium dust every time they unloaded their semis, and nobody cared. And it's just very frustrating to see that you don't have any support from your state, and it's like the people have to stand up. And we're here just to try to get people to understand that you've got to have a voice. You might be standing alone for a minute, but as soon as people realize what's going on and you tell them the truth, they're going to back you up. And that's exactly what our community did. And I'm sure that's what you guys, we all got connected as well because of this fight. And there's when you have numbers, there's a great thing when you can bring people together to fight these type of companies.
But we appreciate Gordon Chang getting in the fight with us. When I had Gordon on my radio show a few different times, and he's just he's written about Goshen. He's taken an interest in Goshen. He's got some national attention, but we've gotten no local media attention on this at all, which is shameful. And in Illinois, where we're in the super minority as Republicans, and then also there's all these other issues to fight, this issue gets left behind. But it's literally, we are taking on big government and big Chinese all at the same time in defense of what we see as our national security interests too. The last thing you want is them building grid scale batteries, which, by the way, is what happened. When they shut down the plant in Michigan from Goshen, which was supposed to be the manufacturing plant, And the Illinois plant was only supposed to be battery assembly. What they did is they moved the manufacturing to Illinois. And Governor Pritzker is super favorable to this type of stuff. In fact, just a few months ago, he passed legislation saying that they're going to spend $8 billion putting in grid scale batteries, which is a total boondoggle. And now, so but Goshen is shifting from building EV batteries for like Rivian, which is just down the street in Normal, Illinois, to now building grid scale batteries for his green energy fantasies of Governor Pritzker. So this is what's going on. They're moving the goalposts as the market changes, but they found a favorable place in the state of Illinois. I want to give a shout out though to both Congressman Darren LaHood and Congressman Molinar, because they did have the No Goshen Act, and they put provisions of the No Goshen Act into the One Big Beautiful Bill. And that basically takes away federal credits for these green energy scams, which is good because obviously Goshen was counting on $7 billion of all of our tax money at the federal level. That looks like it's getting shut down, but yet the state incentives are so powerful in Illinois that they're continuing to fight us in court.
Jillian, we only have a few minutes left. What would you like to tell the American people?
I would just like to say, please remember that you can fight as a grassroots activist. We are standing up to a Chinese affiliated company, and you can check out more information about us at nogoshen-illinois.com. We also want people to be aware of the broader concern that this Goshen facility sits 20 minutes from the Kankakee, Illinois Army Aviation Recruitment Facility, and it also sits 90 miles from the Great Lakes Naval Base in Illinois. So we just want to keep spreading the word. We could really use some help with our lawsuit. If people want to check us out, we would love to share more information. And we really thank you for your time, for having us here today.
Lori?
I as well wanted to put a few shout outs to John Molinar helped us immensely, as did Pete Hoekstra and Joe Sella, Lana Tice. We've had a lot of political help, and we're very thrilled for that. A lot of this is national security as well. I live in Big Rapids, Michigan, which is right by Ferris State University. Had no idea that there was a cybersecurity program there, but the Chinese nationalists knew. And that's all they cared about, was seeing that building and going to school there or whatever. But that is such a breach of our top secrets. And it's like, why are they doing this? And we also have Camp Grayling, which is just 90 miles away as well, which is, a military base. We should not be doing this. And so I'm so thankful for the people that have stood up to help us. And we also have, if anyone wanted to help us, we have a group called www.protectmacasta.org. And that's for people to help us with donations toward our lawsuit. Because if we lose we're not going to lose the lawsuit, but fighting this lawsuit is costing us, a lot of money for a small township. And if we could get some help that way, that would be amazing, because we sure the heck don't want to file bankruptcy and have Whitmer get control of us. So thank you all for everything.
Thank you.
And Jeannie, wrap it up.
Well, I think my message to you is that every single election is important, and that goes to your city officials, your township officials, your state officials, obviously Congress. It's all important. You cannot just leave it up to the people who decide to show up. You have to show up and vote, and you have to tell people what's going on. So, you can't just leave this to chance. These elected officials will say one thing to get elected, they'll do the opposite. So then once they're in office, you have to watch them. Again, everything that you're talking about here in Illinois and Michigan was done behind the backs of the constituents that these people purportedly were supposed to represent. And, it was all done with non-disclosure agreements, and it's really hard to fight after the fact. So the same lawyers that kicked out the Chinese Communist Party from their farmland purchase near the air base in North Dakota are the same lawyers that helped with the Michigan deal. They're the same lawyers that the Manteno, Concerned Citizens of Manteno hired, but we're in the middle of discovery. The Chinese government, well, Goshen is slow walking discovery, and so is the village of Manteno and other affiliated people. So we're still in this fight to win that legal battle. I think that in the end we win, but they're going to try and wait us out and try and destroy us on the money side. Yeah. Yep.
So, Americans, we are going to take our country back. We are going to take our country back, one parking lot, one town meeting, one state at a time.
United!
So,
Stay united, America!
no Goshen!
No Goshen!
No CCP!
No CCP!
We are Americans.
America!
We stand our ground. We do not yield. And God damn it, we defend our communities.
Yeah.
So let those Chinese companies hear us.
Yeah.
USA! 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 Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
As Congress stalls on AI, it's the states, red and blue, stepping up to protect Americans. Texas banned discriminatory AI and cracked down on deepfakes. Utah now requires you to be told when you're talking to AI. Tennessee's Elvis Act protects your voice and likeness. Montana, Florida, Arkansas, and Pennsylvania are all taking action. This is what Americans want. Across all ages and incomes, Americans are in support of states taking the lead and keeping families safe.
My parents fled corruption, violence, and persecution. And I was born in the greatest country in history, a nation built on truths our forefathers truly believed derived from our Creator. Truths first revealed through the Jewish people that shaped Western civilization. But those foundations today are under attack. So Generation Zion is mobilizing a generation throughout this country, training leaders, organizing campuses, building a movement to defend the biblical roots of our freedom. We are Generation Zion.
Suffered under, continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom.
The moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes.
Reports indicate that over 600 individuals were executed in Iran within a 6-month period. Observers report the imprisonment of political dissidents alongside funding for overseas operations.
Human rights monitors say hundreds of activists and journalists are currently imprisoned in Iran. An estimated 4 million Iranians living abroad continue to advocate for democratic reforms.
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to
Let's do it.
That's
Let's do it. Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Puts a very bright light on the two-tiered system of justice that only seems to go after President Trump.
The reason why we want him as president is because he's not stuck in this kind of bureaucratic machination. He was very clear. If you hit your target, you were golden, and you could work and work and work and do a great job.
He's a very inquisitive person who loves to talk about the economy.
Trump does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because he kind of came outside the Republican Party.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most important issues are to voters.
Not only is America a great country, but that we Americans are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was targeted. Think about that person out there. That is the one. They are winning tonight. The American people, they've spoken up tonight.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
This isn't a cabinet, it's a CPAC fantasy league.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, a candidate roundup. Please welcome Texas Attorney General runoff candidate, Texas State Senator Mays Middleton.
Howdy, CPAC, and welcome to Texas. Texas is Trump country. Just shout. Look, I mean, this is an exciting day for conservatives here. And first, I want to start out and say thank you to the voters of our great state. I came in top spot, a decisive first place in the primary. Won Tarrant County here by over 15 points. And look, the reason why is because it is Trump country. Our voters are just not going to forgive someone that has spent 10 years fighting against the president like Chip Roy has. He actually said that President Trump needed to be impeached. He sided with Liz Cheney, saying that she needed to be commended and not condemned, and even rewarded the transgender lobbyists to allow those surgeries to continue in the blue states. And we got to think about why we're really here today. The reason why we're here is one thing. It's to defeat the left, right? That's what this fight is really about. And all you really need to know about me is I am the only one in this Attorney General's race that's been protested at the Texas Capitol during this campaign. They had these big, ugly green signs with my face on it, and they called me the bathroom bigot. Why? Because I don't want men in my little girl's restroom or locker room or shower. It's common sense. And look, this is a calling for me. This is not a job. Like our president, I give away my salary. I don't take the pension. I don't take the health care. I don't take the state license plate. I don't take the lobbyist NFL tickets or the lobbyist ski trips. I am only here to serve and to fight for the conservative values that we believe in, and that is exactly what I've done since day one when I got elected in 2018. I was chairman of the Texas House Freedom Caucus. Now I'm in the Senate, always ranked as the top 1 or 2 most conservative members of the legislature. But it's more than that, right? This is a show me, don't tell me business. How tired are we of politicians telling us what they're going to do, right? They tell us all these things, they promise all these things. No, you got to show us the results. And I can show you those results. I took on the woke's left-wing gender ideology, defeated them, got the Save Women's Sports Law passed. Riley Gaines was a huge champion on that. Also, the strongest women's privacy law in America, which we know what that does. It kicks perverted men out of women's restrooms and locker rooms. I defeated the atheists and put prayer and the 10 Commandments back into our schools. Because children need to know God's law. And how many of y'all have heard of James Tallarico before, right? Yeah, he's a lunatic, by the way. And this guy claims to be a pastor. And he said it's unchristian and un-American to put the 10 Commandments in schools. So what was my response to that? I donated 10 Commandments posters to the schools in his district and gave them in his honor. He didn't like that very much. I've taken on our foreign adversaries in Austin and stopped China from buying our land, designated cartels as terrorist organizations, tripled border security, and am now taking on one of our most growing threats, one of our biggest threats that you've heard a lot about today, which is Islamification and Sharia law. This is incompatible with our republic because they don't think we deserve the right to exist as Americans or as Christians. This is not a First Amendment issue. This is about putting America first and putting Texas first. And I will be blunt. Sharia law is organized crime, period. And I will treat it as such. And look, for 7 years, I've been writing these laws, drafting these laws, defending them on the House floor against attacks by Democrat attorneys, defending them on the Senate floor against attacks by Democrat attorneys. Who better to enforce these as Attorney General than someone that was on the ground floor writing these and already defeating the left to get them over the finish line? And because of that proven conservative record, that's why I've been endorsed by the leading grassroots groups you got to have to win a statewide primary, like Texas Values, Texas Homeschool Coalition, Texas Right to Life. Riley Gaines has endorsed me in this race. Also yesterday, we announced Aaron Wrights, who was endorsed by CPAC in the first round, has endorsed me in this race for Texas Attorney General. And the reason why MAGA has united behind me now is because Aaron knows, like we all know, we need someone in that office like me who will use every resource and tool to back up President Trump and his America First agenda, and that is exactly what I will do. And look, we know we can't have someone in that office that calls us MAGA effers, and that if we don't like that, we can kiss his you-know-what. That's what Chip said. You know what that reminds me of? Hillary Clinton, basket of deplorables. Well, you know what? I am proud to be in that basket of deplorables. And that's why President Trump called me a MAGA champion and said my conservative record is second to none. And look, I'm not retreating from Washington, D.C., because I'm never going to Washington, D.C. Macy and I were blessed with 4 little ones, 3 boys, a little girl. They're my daily reminder of what we're fighting for here. And the reason why this fight is so important is we don't have another Texas to move to. This is it, right here. This is our line in the sand, and I will never back down, never relent in that fight to protect Texas, our conservative values, and our God-granted freedoms. May God bless you. May God bless CPAC. May God bless the great state of Texas. There you go. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, let the captives free. Please welcome U.S. Special Envoy to Belarus, John Cole.
Hello. How y'all doing? Before I start my speech, I would like to just say on the war that 47 years ago, as a young and crazy attorney, I represented a bunch of the hostages who had been taken. I have talked to several of them since the war started. They see it as payback, and they want payback. Now, my job, and it's started out a little strange. I got a call from, I've gotten right now 500 political prisoners out of Belarus. I got a call one day about a year ago from State Department saying, can you go to Belarus? First thing I said was, where is it? And then they said, I said, well, when do I go? And they said, tomorrow. I said, look, I'm a little old for that, but I went tomorrow. Anyway, so I meet this guy, Lukashenko. He is the president of Belarus. He's been pretty much president there for 30 years, which tells you a lot. He's very good friends with Putin and Xi of China. They kind of have an old dictators club. So the State Department told me, look, the guy likes to yuck it up. He's got a sense of humor. So I did my stand-up routine with him. And we talked about getting this one American out, which took about 6-7 hours. He likes to toast with the vodka like you see in the movies. And I got the guy out. And I saw that I had built a relationship, which is pure Trump. I mean, building relationships with oppositions, anybody you have to deal with is important, and nobody does it better than Donald Trump. I mean, last week he had the mayor of New York in the Oval, you know, yucking it up with him. So I learned that from President Trump. I got in a good relationship with this dictator, and I decided I'd try for some more. So we talked about, you know, how to arrange it for some more people to come out, and I did. I went back about a month later, and I got 14 people out that time. The thing is, that's the first time you have still have the KGB. So the KGB takes you into the woods and you meet a van. And I'm thinking, I don't know what's going to happen here, but it might not be good. So, but it was. A van pulls up and there are 14 people in the van. And I open the door and they're all like this. They got their heads down like this. I found out later they thought that they were going to be executed. That's why they were in the van. So I opened the van and I said, you're free. Nothing. Then I said, no, you're free. And one guy looked up around and finally I figured I had to say something. So I said, President Donald Trump of the United States of America sent me to free you. Boom. Everybody understood it. So then I go back to Washington, and my wife, Greta, I'm married to Greta Van Susteren. We had a private dinner with President Trump, and this is about a week before, since I got back. And Greta says to the president, you heard about what John did with the 14 people? And he said, no. So we told him, and he got a little angry that he hadn't heard it. So he said, get me that president's number. I want to call him. So the next morning I go in the Oval Office and Rubio's there and Susie's there. And I say, I got his number, and pure Trump, he says, get him on the phone. So of course, Rubio freaks out, and so does Susie. We got to get a translator. We got to set this up right. So finally, I go to Rubio and I say, let's do this tomorrow. Let's get everything in order. Well, tomorrow he was flying to Alaska to meet Putin. So he says, we'll do it off of Air Force One. So I'm still back in DC in the Situation Room, get on the phone, get Lukashenko. They have this great conversation and talk about making deals, which we have made, and getting everybody out and getting normal relations between the two countries. And it's working. The kind of relationship I have with Lukashenko is, I told him, look, if you come to America and you go to a high school, at lunch, there's the good guys table and there's the losers table. You're at the losers table. And he says, what do you mean? I said, you're sitting at the losers table with Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, China, and you want to come over to the winners table. And he said, yes. Then about a week ago or so, I called him up and I said, you're the only loser left. We've been taking out the other losers. So we made another deal. Last week, I got another 250 out. So and that put us up to 500. And I have so much support from President Trump on all of this, because we're trying to show that there's a side. We're not just always at war, which the world thinks. We have a side that is compassionate and cares for others, no matter who they are, people who are unjustly detained. And this shows that. And we've got about 800 more to go. And we're going to do that. So that is my job. Now, all of you, I want to read something to you, then I'll be finished. I want to tell you about a concept, one that comes from numerous acts of courage, since human history is shaped each time a man stands up for an ideal to improve the lives of others. Sends forth a tiny ripple of hope, building a current that can sweep down the mightiest wall of oppression and resistance. That's Bobby Kennedy in 1966, and it holds true today. It's what Franklin Graham does every day. He puts out ripples of hope for people. It's what even Todd, who you spoke to, every case that he wins for justice and truth in our side, sends out ripples of hope. And every time you all talk to your neighbors, that ripple goes out, and it grows and it grows, and you've seen it grow. We have a president because of those ripples of health. I want to thank you all very much. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Truth, Justice, and the American Way with actor and activist Dean Cain.
Hello, everybody. How are you? All right. Well, I guess it's good afternoon now, right? Well, I'm Dean Cain, and some of you might be wondering why. Hi. You might be wondering why is a former Superman actor on stage at CPAC? Well, the answer is simple. It's because I believe in truth, justice, and the American way. Now, the crazy thing about that phrase is that DC Comics let that trademark expire. So I'm free to use that thing here on stage and anywhere else I please, and I do it all the time. But for some reason, that's seen as controversial. It's frowned upon by Hollywood and the mainstream media, which I find very strange. Look, the United States of America is not perfect. We are always striving for a more perfect union, as the preamble to the Constitution clearly states. So what is the American way? Well, for me, number one, individual rights. You know, the Constitution, yes, the Constitution limits the role of government in our lives, and it protects the rights of the individual, right? It's the old saying, you know, pure democracy is two wolves and a lamb deciding what's for dinner. It's always going to be the lamb. Number two, equality of opportunity, not outcome. That means no DEI, no CRT, and yes on merit. No matter your race, your religion, your social status, it doesn't matter, you earn it. Number three, competition, the ability to compete fairly without the government getting in your way. No men in women's sports. If you're Elon Musk, you're changing the world for the better with your innovative cars, which I happen to own one, thank you very much, and satellites and rockets and X. And you know what? If you're Elon Musk and you do all those things, you deserve to be a trillionaire, no matter what Elizabeth Warren or Bernie Sanders has to say. Hard work should be rewarded and celebrated, which creates wealth, which in turn creates self-reliance, not reliance on the government. And then we should have the ability to pass that wealth down onto our family. That's why we work so hard. Now, the theme here today is action, not words. And right now I'm giving you a bunch of words. So what about action? Well, when extremists on the left screamed, defund the police, I joined law enforcement. When the leftists shrieked, as they're shrieking now, defund ICE, I joined ICE. There we go. And when Hollywood said, oh my gosh, you're a conservative, you're canceled, I said, you know what? We're going to create a new platform called Proud American Studios. And I'm going to do a podcast called The Homeland, and I'm going to celebrate the United States of America, the greatest nation the world has ever known. And we're going to fight. We're going to fight to keep it that way. So truth, justice, and the American way, okay? God bless you all for being here, and God bless the United States of America. Enjoy CPAC. I'll be short and sweet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Happy Warrior, featuring host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson.
Hey, what's going on? How we doing, Dallas? What's happening? Persians for Trump. Look at my man. My boy's got the Persians for Trump sign on his shirt. How we doing, brother? What's going on, CPAC? Who likes seeing ICE in the airport on your way here? Who says a shout out to our ICE agents? And ladies and gentlemen, this morning is going to be a historic white pill. I have something beautiful for you today to see, a map out just this morning, something that is historic. The net criminal alien migration in all American cities, down some places double digits across the board, including in Dallas, Texas. 52% net negative migration here. That is what we voted for, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we voted for. I'm sick of the black pilling. I'm sick of people tearing at the movement from the inside. I want victories for our movement. Those victories have to be domestically here at home. So we are going to celebrate those. We're going to celebrate our historic movement this morning. Who's with me? Ready to go? Because this is what our border looked like just 2 short years ago. This was your Texas border. Any Texans in the house? What did you think when you saw this? Criminal aliens as far as the eye could see. This was a regular day under Joe Biden. This was an invasion. This is not migration. These are criminals, every single one of them. And invasion. Immigration without assimilation is an invasion. It is immoral. It says in Deuteronomy, you must protect your borders, otherwise you will be ruled by the foreigner. It's biblical to want strong borders. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning our borders look like this. Can I get an amen? Look at that, so fresh, so clean. Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you to everybody who made this America First movement possible. Because it was a massive coalition. It was a winning coalition. Look at this. Oh, wow, they have captions on the screen. You can't even see the numbers. Whoa, now you can just, hey, how are we doing? How's it going? How are you doing? Check it out. This is the border crossings under Trump, term 1, Biden, term 2. Look at what our movement has done, down to 0. Criminal alien border crossings down to 0. Also, foreign-born population collapsing for the first time in your lifetime or mine. God bless President Trump. Also, migration into American states. We are self-sorting as Americans, and red states are winning. People are fleeing blue states. They're coming to great states like Texas and Florida. Can I get a witness? And look at this. 40 billion, yeah, what's up, my Florida people? $40 billion of net migration income to red states. $40 billion lost from Kamala Harris states. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the America First winning movement. This is what our founders intended, that we get to vote and choose with our feet and our dollars. This, ladies and gentlemen, is federalism in action, and it's a beautiful thing. I would love to, since we are talking about the border right now, and I believe we have a special guest very briefly backstage, I would like to welcome out onto the stage our retiring Border Patrol Chief, Greg Bavino, who's here right now, and who I want to give a massive round of applause for delivering, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers. The man. Can we put this one back up on screen? Put that, look at that. Look what Greg Bavino and his Border Patrol team did. Check this out. And here's an ICE agent.
I had to, buddy.
Oh, look at it.
Superman got me.
Superman's doing a bow. Superman doing a bow to Greg Bavino. This is the work of Greg and his team. Can we get a massive round of applause for our Border Patrol and ICE agents and Greg's work as the chief of the Border Patrol? The fake news hate him, libs hate him. This is Darth Vader for those people. He's the biggest bad guy, but he's a hero to us and the America First movement. Greg, you want to say a few words? You want to just say thank you? He's retiring right now, Let's give him a warm, warm welcome. Greg Bavino, say a few words.
Hey, Benny, thank you, thank you. Again, I did retire. I've actually been retired 24 hours now. I left my tribe, folks, but I joined another tribe, and that is you, that conservative CPAC movement, America. Thanks for having me here today. Thank you. Benny, thank you. Thanks. Good stuff.
Say it so the fake news can hear you. Let's hear it for Greg Bavino and his incredible job securing our border and our nation. Ooh, man. Libs hate that guy. Did you read the New York Times piece that just dropped on Greg Bavino? He's like, I would like to deport 100 million people from this country. Wait a second, there's 100 million criminal aliens here. We gotta get to work. How do we get to work? You know, I'm well aware that there's a lot of debates going on inside of our movement, okay? And this is why I wanna focus on the wins, because I know there are going to be a lot of people with a lot of different opinions inside of our movement, but I want to establish something very clearly here, that your enemy is not the people that you have good faith disagreements with inside your movement. Your enemy is the Marxist, and they're going to be running against us hard in the midterms and in 2028. And so I want to, with a single voice, establish this: that you are my friends. If you believe in a secure border, if you believe that there are only two genders, if you believe in marriage, if you believe that America is the greatest country on earth and that God shed his grace on thee, then you are my brethren. You are my America First movement. And if you believe in deporting communists like Zorhan Mandami and AOC, I don't think we can deport AOC. I don't know. But that's going to be the debate. I know there's a lot of debates going on right now. There's probably plenty of debates in this room. There's a lot of people with a lot of different opinions. And I love that. I welcome that. Isn't that the difference between us and them? That it's like totally chill to have a debate with someone if it's in good faith, if you just want the best for the country, if you agree in these core principles, then we should welcome that debate. We should want that debate. The problem is the side that stopped debating and the side that stopped talking and decided that we were less than human, and they got their guns and they started killing. And I'm sick of watching my president get shot in the head. I'm sick of watching my friends die on a live stream. I'm sick of the violence from the left. There's no argument with that. It's demonic, it's evil. We must disavow it, fight it, and defeat it. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not want Charlie to have died in vain. And so I come here with a unifying message. I'm well aware that there's debates online. I'm well aware that there's schisms and there's people who have different opinions and different feelings about what's going on, a lot of it foreign, some of it domestic. But I want to remind everyone how we won in the first place and what the future may have been without us uniting. A reminder. There was Charlie Kirk, who was constantly reaching out to the other side, constantly reaching out to people who disagree with him, constantly bringing people together in our movement who vehemently disagreed. Don't go check on some of the stuff that J.D. Vance said about Donald Trump, in the 2016 election and so on. But it's Charlie Kirk who actually brought J.D. Vance and Donald Trump together. This is a Charlie Kirk legacy right here. Charlie Kirk united a Democrat, the most legendary Democrat from the most legendary family, a guy who was running as a Democrat against Donald Trump. They united on stage at a Turning Point event and created the Maha movement. This is awesome. And we got a great meme out of it. We got Donald Trump force-feeding RFK seed oils, which is hilarious. We should embrace that. Charlie Kirk brought together two of the most powerful men walking the earth today. Elon Musk, a champion of freedom, free speech, and humanity, with President Trump, who's thankful that Elon Musk has joined our movement. Oh, yeah. This, ladies and gentlemen, was the unity that won us so much in 2024 and saved America from what I believe is 1,000 years of darkness. And finally, who remembers little Marco? Marco! She goes, Marco! Marco's sister's in the front row here. You remember, this was literally where Donald Trump came up with little Marco. What you're watching right there is the little Marco moment in a telenovela. This is Telemundo debate. This was only 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. This is 2016. It's only 10 years ago. And look at what's happened now because of the unity of our movement and what we can accomplish together. Marco's going to become the next dictator of Cuba. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. We should embrace that. Come on. He looks so happy about it. Give him a cigar. Grow a beard. Who's excited to see it? Are there any Cubans in the house tonight? Any people who love liberty? Yes. Yes. God bless you. God bless you. Hopefully you can help Marco. You know, I'm sure he's going to need some patriots. That's what we can do. Who's proud of Marco Rubio, by the way? What an MVP. Marco Rubio, total MVP. It's like been shocking to me. Look at this. It's she's excited. Okay, that's right. Okay, we're getting like a mosh pit up here. This means, are we doing a good job? Okay, fantastic. Let's keep going because God's on our side. Okay, that's the difference between us and the left. I think it is critical for us to constantly remind ourselves that our God can do the impossible. Our God saved President Trump's life for this moment right here. God said in this moment, I'm not done with America yet. They intended to kill this man as a message to the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen, that you are not allowed to be a patriot, a nationalist. You are not allowed to stand and save your country. And now we are watching liberty ring throughout the earth. It is a new 1,000 years of light, and that is because our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, saved President Trump's life that day. We all witnessed a miracle. We are all witness and inheritors of that movement. Peter says that Paul in Romans 12 says that God actually establishes the kingdoms of the earth. And that it is God who chooses the leaders. And he chooses those leaders in order to wield the sword for the terror of evil men and protect good men. Let that be our prayer today, that President Trump and his administration wields that sword for the terror of evil men. And ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what that terror looks like. It looks like President Trump elected on election day. It looks like Melania Trump's hat. It looks like every county in America swinging rightward. Every single county on election day in 2024, every one of them went more red than they did in 2020. And it looks like a red kingdom. This is the land you live in. This is your birthright. We live in a red kingdom. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. You are the majority. Let's start acting like it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also never forget what we are fighting against. Here it is. Dude, can you believe we actually lived through this? This is what they were trying to do to your children. At least he couldn't bite children, by the way, with the mask on. I think maybe that's the good thing about him. What was this? It's like a bad dream. You remember that time when the Secret Service said, hey, yo, pal, here's the direction to the Oval Office. And he just kept wandering into the bushes with the nuclear football. Kind of terrifying. People are worried about nuclear war now. What the hell was going on here? Please, please. We had such, are you sick? Were you sick of weakness? Wasn't it an insult every single day you open up your phone and you see videos like this, a live stream from Epstein Island, you know? Like, it's pathetic, and this is something else that us unifying for cause saved us from. we never have to listen to Kamala Harris again. We will never listen to her again. The last time we ever had to hear Kamala Harris's voice, please God, was when she certified the election on January 6th, 2025. Here it is.
Has received 312 votes. Kamala V. Harris.
Lay off it. Who's happy? Who here is happy that that woman is not in the White House, that Jill Biden's not in the White House, that Melania Trump is living in the White House today? Come on. I want to speak. I only have a few minutes left here. I have 2 minutes left exactly. I think we can do it right on time. So I want to just say something quickly about my brother, Charlie Kirk, because there's been so much. It's 6 months, almost to the day, that we lost Charlie. There's been much made about what forces took Charlie from this earth. And I want to speak to the bullet that was fired at my friend on that live stream that day. That bullet was fired directly out of malice and evil. The ideology that killed my friend, a father, a devoted husband, a leader of this movement, and a future president of our country was fired by a radical, leftist, transgender who embraced this radical, evil, demonic ideology. It's straight from the pit of hell. And I denounce it. God said in the first book of the Bible, I maketh them man and woman. Transgenderism killed Charlie Kirk. And I'm sick of transgender violence in my nation. I am going to state it clearly and profoundly at this moment that we must find the clarity of what and who we are actually fighting. The violent, radical, demonic left is our enemy. They want to kill us. They're done arguing. They've made that very clear. And ladies and gentlemen, unite with me in purpose to make sure that Charlie did not die in vain, that we can rescue our children from this demonic ideology, please. Say it with clarity. Say it. There's power in speaking truth. There's power in it. Ladies and gentlemen, without Charlie Kirk's sacrifice and how much he united this entire movement, we wouldn't have moments like this. Please listen to this historic moment from one of the top doctors at HHS.
Women are women. Women can never become men.
And he goes on to say, men are men and can never become women. Who agrees with that? From one of America's top doctors. Look at this. As of this morning, the Olympics, this was published an hour ago, the Olympics have banned all men in women's sports. We would never have gotten that headline without your vote, without President Trump, without this movement, CPAC. And we would never have gotten this headline, young adults lead resurgence to church attendance. Without this moment, Gen Z now leads church attendance, the first time in human history that young people are going to church at greater rates than their parents. How awesome is that? We're living through a revival right now. Trump winning with young voters, something you never thought you'd see ever in your life. President Trump winning an absolute majority of young men in the 2024 election. That is a Charlie Kirk legacy and the legacy of this movement we are building together. When asked, and this is the most important thing I have to say, and it's in conclusion, and we're done. When asked what the major priority is for their lives, young Trump voters, men and women, said my number one priority is having children and starting a family. That is the culture war right there. That is the victory, ladies and gentlemen. Because the left, we're gonna just outbreed them. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen? We're just going to outbreed the left. You ever met a lib? They're hideous. Nobody wants to have sex with them. The pink hair, the yellow teeth. Plus, they're cutting their dicks off. It makes it very easy for us. I don't know. It's not up to me. They're the ones who choose to do it. It makes it so easy. We have a historic moment right now. We can seize it. We can take it back. This was Charlie Kirk's memorial service. Ladies and gentlemen, who remembers it? Who watched it or was there? In conclusion, let's have this moment again. The unity, the clarity of purpose, the return to the foundational Christian principles of this nation. Let's remake this. Let's not forget this. And ladies and gentlemen, if we keep going, this is my family, by the way. I have, since moving to a red state, I have had 1 kid per year with my wife. So thank you, red states. Thank you, CPAC. This is the greatest motivation on earth, parents. Do you agree with me? Grandparents, do you agree with me? The greatest motivation on earth is what God commandeth us. God says it directly to Adam. The first command to Adam is this: go, be fruitful, and multiply. Protect the garden, protect your nation, and leave an inheritance for your children's children. Who's with me, CPAC? Let's go. God bless you. Thank you.
A lot of times that these bureaucrats they do things, and even when they get caught, nothing ever happens. And what we want to do, and what our committee wants to work with the Trump administration on, is holding these deep state bureaucrats accountable.
It is more important than ever to promote government transparency.
CPAC has tracked how lawmakers actually vote, separating rhetoric from record.
That is why holding lawmakers accountable is no longer optional. It is essential.
Voters deserve to know who is standing up for them and who is selling out behind closed doors.
For decades, politicians have promised one thing at home and voted the opposite in the State House.
The public has a right to see every vote and to judge their leaders by actions, not slogans.
We're the only group that ranks and rates every state legislator, every state senator, every state House member, every U.S. senator, every congressman, every governor.
The battle for the soul of the nation moves to CPAC. Your mission? Amplify conservative voices, shape the narrative, and drive the movement forward from the inside. This isn't coffee runs and busy work. It's war room strategy. Boots on the ground execution and front row access to power. The next generation of leaders starts here. Want to be part of saving America? This is your call to action. The megaphone is yours. Join CPAC and take your place where the real action happens, behind the scenes of the conservative movement's most iconic force. You won't just learn politics, you'll live it. This is your launchpad. This is your moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, a candidate roundup. Please welcome North Carolina Senate nominee and former RNC chairman, Michael Whatley, and CPAC board member, Jim McLaughlin.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys.
Well, that is great. You know what? I saw a bunch of you standing, and I know who you were standing for. You were standing for Chairman Whatley. And let me tell you something. I've been fortunate, as a lot of you people know in the audience, I've been part of Donald Trump's polling team since the first time he ever decided to run. And believe it or not, he was thinking about it back in 2011. He was thinking about running against Obama. Boy, would that have been fun. But so I worked with several RNC chairmen, several different regimes there. And I got to tell you, one of the most unknown or untold stories of the 24 election was the incredible job that Chairman Michael Whatley and Chris LaCivita did along with Susie Wiles at the RNC. This man, I've told him this, I want to say it publicly. It was like every time we asked for something in President Trump's 2 previous campaigns, I can't tell you how many times, no, we can't do that. This man next to me, he never said no to us. Everything was always yes for Donald Trump. So God bless Michael Whatley.
Well, thank you for that. And I'll tell you what, one of the biggest reasons that we wanted to make sure that the RNC was going to be there for President Trump is because we saw elections have consequences. You think about the switch that we saw the very first time Donald Trump came down the escalator. And he said, I'm going to make America great again. It wasn't just a campaign slogan he borrowed from Ronald Reagan. It was a plan. We are going to rebuild our economy. We are going to restore our borders and keep our communities safe. And we are going to make absolutely sure that America is strong and respected again around the world. That's why I joined his campaign in 2015. And we see every single day right now the fact that he is winning. And America is absolutely getting better every single day because he is keeping those promises that he has made since he first came down the escalator in 2015.
Amen. Amen. And then some. The other thing is this, and I think it's why it's so important that we have Chairman Whatley here. I still like to call him Chairman Whatley, even though he might be running his race where he's running in North Carolina could very well be the most important U.S. Senate race in the country this year. If we don't keep his seat, we may lose the majority. And we all know how bad that's going to be, to lose the majority. He has to win. But all the great things he did at the RNC, whether it was ballot security, whether it was raising money, going out there recruiting grassroots candidates, and giving us the resources we needed to do to run an effective campaign for President Trump, he was able to do all of that.
You know, and when you look at elections, good policy is good politics,
Without
right?
a doubt.
And President Trump's agenda is really true the agenda that's driving us right now. When you think about states like Maine with Susan Collins, you think about Ohio with John Huston, you think about Texas here, we've got a primary, we've got a runoff, but we know that we're going to be able to hold that seat. You look at Iowa, you look at Kentucky, you look at Michigan and Mike Rogers up there. Every single one of these battleground states, the Republicans are running on an America First agenda. We're running on President Trump's agenda. My agenda is to create an economy that's going to work better for North Carolina. It is to make sure that we're keeping our kids and our communities safe. It is that we have 100,000 men and women in uniform in North Carolina in all 5 branches. When it comes to keeping American interests and our allies safe around the world, North Carolina is going to be the tip of the spear. But that's the case in every other one of these battleground states. And the Democrats who ran in 24, their agenda was open borders, inflationary spending, and a woke, weak America. They are doubling down on that in every single House race and every single Senate race across the country right now. They are doubling down on stupid, and the voters are not going to go there.
And I think we have the ability in these midterm elections, and by the way, I was doing the polling back in 2002 at the RNC and also for the NRCC. I worked for Chairman Tom Davis back then. When was the last time we defied history, we actually picked up seats during the first midterm. Normally what happens over the last 50 years, the history says you lose 25 to 30 seats. But I'm not going to be happy, especially when it comes to the Senate. We can pick up New Hampshire. I think we can pick up Georgia. By the way, John Ossoff, the crazy liberal who tries to pretend he's a moderate, you know what he said the first thing he's going to do when the Democrats, if they, God forbid, get a majority in the U.S. Senate? You know what he wants to do? Impeach Donald Trump. That's not moderate. That's how crazy they are. And look at one of the lessons we learned from the 25 elections. You look at Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey. You look at Abigail Spanberger, the governor of Virginia. How did they run? They told us they were moderates. They lied. We see what they're doing. Mikey Sherrill doing sanctuary city stuff. By the way, she's raising property taxes. Abigail Spanberger, she's talked about raising over 100 new taxes. Plus, she's doing that crazy radical redistricting where she's going to try to redistrict out 4 Republican members of Congress.
And Roy Cooper is an absolutely card-carrying member of the woke mob, and he's going to portray himself as a moderate. He's going to tell you that he wants to work across the aisle. The fact is that Roy Cooper vetoed more legislation, more bills than every other governor in the history of North Carolina combined. This is a guy who is never seen a dollar that he didn't want to tax and spend. I've never seen, by the way, a tax I didn't want to cut.
Yeah.
This is a guy who is the most soft-on-crime governor in the history of North Carolina.
Yeah.
This is a guy who vetoed legislation to tell sheriffs they need to honor ICE detainers and get criminals the hell out of North Carolina. This is a guy who on every single 80-20 issue is on the 20% side with the radical Democrats. And he's made it clear. When he announced that he was running, he said that he would have voted against the One Big Beautiful Bill because he wants you to be paying taxes on overtime and tips and Social Security, because he wanted you to be able to have to pay the biggest tax hike in American history. This is a guy who let 3,500 hardened criminals out of prison in North Carolina because he didn't want them to get COVID. He took that list. He hid it under court order. He sealed it. And he promised the people of North Carolina, none of these are violent criminals. You know what? We got that list a month ago. He lied.
Yeah.
He lied to the people of North Carolina. 51 of them were serving life sentences. 65 committed murder. One of them got rearrested and re-released 13 more times before he got on a Charlotte light rail last summer and murdered a beautiful Ukrainian lady named Irina Zarovska. Murdered her in cold blood. And you know what? Her blood is on Roy Cooper's hands because he should have never been on the streets and he should have never been on that light rail car.
Yeah.
We need to do better in North Carolina. We need to make sure that we have a champion for the conservative cause. We need to make sure that we have an ally for Donald Trump in the United States Senate. That's what I'm going to be when I beat Roy Cooper and permanently end his career.
Yep. Like I said, Chairman Whatley's race may be the most important in the country. It's not we sort of have to win it, we have to win it. And I'll tell you, the other thing is this, and you and I have talked about this. One of the reasons we didn't do great, quite frankly, back in 2018 during the first President Trump midterm was because 11 million Trump voters stayed home during the midterms. This is huge, by the way, because when you look at the congressional races, I think it's 28 out of the 39 kind of battleground districts that both parties are looking at. Donald Trump won in the 24 election. The Democratic base, the crazy left, the Marxists that Benny was just talking about, they are motivated. The Zoran Mandanis. And by the way, the Democrats are nominating a whole bunch of new Zoran Mandanis in these primaries, and we're going to have some huge advantages there. But I've always told President Trump the first time he came back to CPAC after he left office, I told him that's when I knew we were going to win in 24, because I knew how motivated the people were in this room, and they went back home, they went back to Washington State and New York, California, the battleground states, and they went and spread the message. We need to do that again. We cannot be complacent. These are, as the president said last night, these are the most important midterm elections in our lifetime. And oh, by the way, we all have to be in.
We absolutely do. You know, when I took over the RNC, I sat down, I had breakfast with President Trump. And after a couple minutes of chit chat, he looked me straight in the eye. He said, all right, Michael, what's the plan?
Yeah.
How are we going to win? And I told him, we are going to do two things, and only two things. We are going to get out the vote, and we are going to protect the ballot. We talked for about 20, 30 minutes about what it meant to get out the vote and how we were going to motivate people who had Trump signs in their yard or Trump stickers on their truck, but they hadn't registered to vote, or they hadn't voted in 4 years or 6 years or 8 years. We were going to get them to go vote early. We were going to get them to vote by mail. We were going to get them there on Election Day. We spent about 20 minutes talking about election integrity and the fact that I was going to build and did the first ever national election integrity program at the RNC and make sure that we were going to stop the steal.
Yeah.
And that is how we were able to win that election cycle in 24. We need to do the same thing. And we need you. And we need every person who pays attention in this election cycle. We need every conservative, every Republican, every patriot across this country to focus on two things: get out the vote and protect the ballot. And when we get that done, we are going to be able to expand this majority in the House. We'll expand our majorities in the Senate. And we will make absolutely sure that Donald Trump is going to get a 4-year term, not a 2-year term, because if the Democrats win again, like they did in 18, it is impeachments, it is hoaxes, it is investigations, and it is an agenda that is off the rails. Elections have consequences, and this is, as John just said, the most important midterm that we've ever had in our country. And we cannot let the woke mob, we cannot let the left win this election cycle and take away this agenda that we're fighting for every single day.
Thank you. And one last thing, I'm not going to be happy if we just keep the majorities. We need to increase the majorities. And one more thing, make sure you vote in the CPAC straw poll. It's at the top of the app, literally right at the top. Let your voice know who you prefer in the 28 presidential primary, plus a lot of other issues in there. Thank you. We appreciate it. Great job. Great job.
Today, America faces its own moment of decision. In 2026, a new nation of Ezras will rise, calling the nation back to its foundation, to read the entire Bible aloud, Genesis to Revelation, a public declaration that God is not finished with America. April 18 through 25, 2026. America reads the Bible. 1 week, one nation, one book.
The conservative movement needs more than spectators. It needs warriors. At CPAC, you'll gain the tools, the connections, and the fire to make a difference. This is more than an internship. It's a frontline mission. If you're ready to challenge, to build, to fight for America's future, the time is now. Answer the call. Apply today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the show must go on. Please welcome Administrator, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Honorable Dr. Mehmet Oz, CMS Chief of Staff and Deputy Administrator, the Honorable Stephanie Carlton, Director of Medicare and Deputy Administrator of CMS, the Honorable Chris Plump, and hosted by CPAC Chairman, the Honorable Matt Schlapp.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, you ready for this? I got the privilege of getting to be more quiet on this panel because you're used to being the star of the TV show, and now you got a more important job, the star of getting us all healthy and getting our act together.
Well, it's keeping our country healthy, which is one of the best investments we can make as a nation, because it adds, if you can just get folks so darn healthy, they want to keep going at what they're already doing in life. It's worth about $1 trillion to our economy. But the host usually sits here. So I'm going to take the prerogative, Matt. This is going to, like two Broncos in the arena, and tackle some of the biggest challenges that we are seeing on the inside. And if it's okay, I'll start with the corruption, the fraud.
CPAC is yours, Dr. Oz. Take it away.
Been wrestled the power from Matt. So if you're sitting in our seats, and Steph Carlton, Deputy Administrator, has been the architect of a lot of the really important work we've done around MAHA and around some of the sex rejecting procedures that we're no longer paying for with tax dollars as we finish the process. Chris Klump, Deputy Administrator in charge of Medicare, working with Secretary Kennedy, which you'll hear from him on Saturday. But Chris is the architect of the most favored nation drug pricing, which is the single biggest advance in affordability, which he'll regale you with. But let me start with something that is on all of your minds, because we've been hearing from you about it, which is the fraud, the waste, and the abuse, which we believe is taking $100 billion out of our healthcare system. But more than the money, if you're willing to steal someone's cash, you're willing to steal their health and even their life. And we're witnessing this happen in states around the country. Our administration has sent letters to Minnesota, where you saw what happened with Somalians and others taking advantage of the system, an autism program that was supposed to be $3 million. They lied and got mothers to lie that their kids were autistic. That's now a $400 million budget. That's tip of the iceberg. We've deferred a fair amount of money to them already to make sure that they fix some of the past billing they've done, but there's lots more going on. Los Angeles, the city of Los Angeles, has 1/3 of all the hospices in the entire country. Not California, literally in the entire country, 1/3 of our hospices are in Los Angeles. That's impossible unless you're literally looking the other way, pretending it's not happening. We're seeing fraud in New York State, where the #1 job of all, Matt, the #1 job of all is not retail. You think about Manhattan and Fifth Avenue, the #1 job in New York State now is being a personal care assistant. Basically, you call up and say, I can't get the groceries upstairs. I want to hire my son. So the state hires your son. Federal taxpayers picking up a fair amount of the tab, most of the tab. And now that has become a jobs program in New York State, which I'm concerned about because we're hearing that unions are trying to get involved to unionize these folks, which just becomes a further grift on the system. And again, this is not a flaw for many. It's a feature of what they're doing. When they are able to do things that allow more individuals to get on these programs by law, when you sign someone up for Medicaid, you also have to offer them voter registration. So there's a lot going on here that explains why people have allowed this corruption to persist, but it's there nevertheless. And you know, it's happening all over the country. South Florida has twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers as McDonald's. These guys sell wheelchairs and knee braces. Now, one unifying factor, there are foreign governments involved in some of these activities. I want you to recognize that. We have Cubans involved in South Florida. We have Russian mafia in California. We have Chinese involvement in Flushing, Queens, where I happened to visit recently, but it's involved in the boroughs. And we have corruption with Somalians that we mentioned in Minnesota. So there are foreign governments or foreign nationals being involved in a lot of these activities, and they're taking it like Medicare is a piñata, and Medicaid is the fundamental safety net of the country is being whipped to try to get money out of it. And we have got to take this stuff on aggressively. And the president created a task force. Matt, he announced it during the State of the Union address. Vice President Vance is leading that task force. We had a press conference with him the day after the State of the Union. The first thing out of the gate was to make sure everyone knew we were going to put a national moratorium on new suppliers of durable medical equipment. So you can't scam us anymore. And we will not take a step back till we fix this corruption. And just to put some number, if you're worried about, how many people here are worried about Medicare being there for them when they get to 65, right? It will, if we deal with the corruption in Medicare, it will double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund, double it. So it's worth doing this, in addition to the fact that our most vulnerable deserve it. Now, I want to take that affordability message to Chris, because what he has accomplished is a signature achievement of the administration. Everyone said it was impossible. What was the problem, and how did you fix it?
Look, everyone here knows that President Trump inherited an unaffordability crisis, but he's working to fix it. Let me give you an example or two of what's happening. Right now, America develops life-saving medications only for the rest of the world to get them for a fraction of the cost. Get this, we pay 3 times what citizens of every other wealthy nation on the planet pay for the drugs that we developed here in the United States. We fund more than half of R&D. That's a global ripoff, and that ends. That's foreign free riding under President Trump. That's the end. There's a personal cost to this, though. It's not just big numbers that we talk about. 1 in 4 Americans show up to the pharmacy counter and they don't pick up their prescription because they can't afford it. That's a moral failure. That's a global travesty, and that ends as well with one simple principle. MFN, most favored nation policy led by President Trump. What does that mean? It means that we will not pay more for a drug than any other wealthy country. That's it, starting now. It's simple, it makes sense, it's powerful, and it's powerful because it's rooted in the principle of fairness. So already, folks said this couldn't be done, by the way. We've negotiated with 17 initial pharmaceutical companies representing the majority of the pharmaceutical industry. Already we're seeing other countries show up, and they understand, they got the message. If you want to continue to access America's life-saving innovations, you're gonna pay your fair share. And in the process, we've seen GLP-1s, life-saving GLP-1s that help with diabetes and cardiometabolic disease come down by half. Fertility drugs for families that are trying to grow their family that have come down by as much as 68%. This is affordability in the pockets of every American. This is fairness. This is the principle of an America First negotiator that is President Trump. And that's what we've seen with Most Favored Nation Brycene.
Can I ask a question, Doctor? You have this question of what we pay for drugs, but it always seems to me like one of the biggest problems is everyone's taking too many drugs because they're not healthy. If we get everyone healthy, won't we have less reliance on everybody having to take all these medications?
We're twice as expensive in our healthcare coverage than any other country on the planet, in part because we're twice as fat as every country on the planet. And that is the core of the MAHA movement, which I'd love Steph to walk you through, because that has to happen. We must become healthier as a nation. It's not only good for you and your family and the people you love, but it's actually your patriotic duty at this point to stay healthy. You'll enjoy it more anyway, but we can't keep up. Our life expectancy is dropping despite these investments. Steph.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question so many families are asking is, why is it so much harder to raise healthy kids in America than it was a generation ago? It's because the system is stacked against families today. You think about it, our grocery stores are flooded with ultra-processed foods. They're easier to find than fruits and vegetables are in many places. We've traded out physical activity, walking around outside, kids playing outside, for screen time. And we have a system that is rewarded and paid exorbitantly, I might add, when you get sick instead of focusing on keeping you healthy. That system is making us sicker as a country. Let me tell you this, the Trump administration is here to take on that system, and we're doing it. One of the first things Secretary Kennedy did was take on the food industry in Washington. All the lobbyists that made dietary guidelines confusing, that ended up influencing advice so that you weren't given the truth about what makes you healthy. And we changed all that last year. We got back down to common sense guidelines that are easy to understand, that are ultimately about taking ultra-processed foods out of our diets and eating real whole foods, fruits and vegetables, steak. They're about, instead of calorie counting and being on counting every brownie and feeling guilty about what you do, it's about metabolic health and thinking about being healthy and, again, eating these whole foods. Instead of these complex guidelines, it's about getting back to common sense, getting back to the truth, getting back to science. We started there, we didn't stop there. We're taking on the rest of the system, every single program in Washington, in the government, where the incentives are stacked against you, and we're refocusing on them on how to make you healthy again. And if we get that right, it's going to be easier to raise healthy kids in America. And almost more importantly, it's going to be easier to live your fullest and best life as an American.
And Matt is a walking example of this. He looks like a gazelle or an antelope, but you know that's a good.
That's because I eat a lot of charcuterie. Okay.
So if I can pivot on for a second, so the most ambitious health legislation ever was the president's signature working families tax cut legislation. And in that legislation, there are two things that I want you to have on the radar. And I say this to you because as CPAC members, you're the ones who go out and talk about this at the water cooler or the bar, or wherever these conversations happen. Issue number one, the president felt that America does best when it works. And so in the legislation, we have a work requirement for people to get free health insurance on Medicaid. Now, this was not done to be mean to people who are able-bodied on Medicaid. They were never supposed to be on Medicaid. When Medicaid was created 60 years ago, that wasn't even a thought anyone would entertain. But it's become the norm. And so the president said, and Congress passed the law, that you've got to work 20 hours a week or volunteer or go get an education. Community engagement, get yourself better. So this administration has gone out there. We've negotiated contracts. We're working and rushing on this to get it done by the end of this year. So that starting January 1st, to get and earn free health coverage, you have to do something to help yourself, to show you have agency over the future, which makes you healthier by itself. The other thing, Matt, the largest investment ever in rural America. How many of you live in rural America? Put your hands up. Oh, about 20% of the audience. Statistically, it's 60 million people. We are putting $50 billion into rural health care to right-size it, to get it back up to where the rest of the country is, because life expectancy in rural America continues to shrink and shorten. We are dramatically going to change that. This money is out in your states. You talk to your governors. You make sure the money goes out into the homeland, goes into the rural areas where it can do good, to bring in more healthcare workers, to bring technologies that can be beneficial. We don't want people dying because they grew up in the wrong zip code. All of us, any great country takes care of its most vulnerable. We're going to do that. Now, that stated, that's the major advance we're making here in America, but we have got a big threat. We're effectively, I guess, intellectual warfare with a country that is threatening us in many ways, but there's one you haven't thought of yet, and Chris is taking it on.
We face a national security threat right now that hasn't been named meaningfully until President Trump. It's not one of missiles and tanks. It's of laboratories and life-saving medications. It's a war right now with China on American innovation and biotechnology. Why does this matter? Why is this such a big deal? Well, while we were sleeping, China was planning and they were plotting and they were growing. Less than a decade ago, they counted for about 3% of all new pharmaceuticals coming to market. This year, they're verging on 40%. Why should you care? Because they're learning from us, they're stealing our IP, and there are real threats. This isn't just lack of access, this isn't just lack of market share. This is trillions of dollars of American IP being siphoned off that we lose. We'll lose our physicians, we lose our best scientists. Worse, we lose control of our destiny. We lose control of life-saving medications to a foreign country, a foreign power that does not share our values, but will dictate what medicines are made and who will get them. The good news is President Trump has named this, and there is an American First agenda right now. It's led by Marty McCary, the commissioner of the FDA, who's focused on this. We choose to believe in American exceptionalism. We choose to believe that America is at its greatest when you back us into a corner. And right now, China is trying to do just that. And it's been doing that for the last several years until now. Now we're focused on innovating. There are things that we can do. No longer should we take 15 years to bring a new molecule to market, a new life-saving medication. It's time for a new medicine's moonshot. Instead of the slog of 15 years, we should be sprinting toward 5. We should cut the price in half and lower. We need to bring new innovations in. We need to protect our IP. We need to incentivize not bureaucracy, but speed and American innovation. That's exactly what the president has called for. It's exactly what we're doing so that we can overcome this threat.
Now, it takes brave action, and you cannot bend to corporate lobbyists to accomplish these goals, because the Chinese have infiltrated at many different levels So they come at you in a very clever way, but it has undermined our creativity. Now, there's a problem that was not created by some other country. It was created by woke individuals who have lost their way and who perverted science. We saw that during COVID, that you can take over science if you do it the right way. And they also tried to do it with sex-rejecting procedures. Now, without getting into all the backdrop of what's wrong with people who think this is right, the president promised to address it. He campaigned on this, and it has been delivered to you because the president would not take no for an answer. This came up constantly. The president, by the way, can attest for all of us. He calls you at all hours. He will follow up on stuff. So Steph was the tip of the spear on this. It's the thing you applauded for loudest when we started. I'd love you to just take a bow for doing it, but then explain, tell them what they've won.
Thanks, Dr. Oz. When it comes to our country's kids, I think that's very simple. First, do no harm. And you know, I'm a nurse, started my career working in a hospital with patients. And an important part of my training was to understand when it's important to slow down, ask hard questions, and protect the patient, especially when the stakes are this high. And let me tell you, when you've got little girls that think they might be little boys, and the first instinct is to talk about cutting off their reproductive organs, something is wrong. We've got to slow down and stop and protect these kids. So that's what we've done. We've slowed down, we've asked hard questions, we've raised the bar on science. And the odd thing is, I think a lot of parents in this country start to ask, why is it so hard to protect my kids? The reason is woke ideology is crowding out science. In this situation, the science is very clear. It's not there. The evidence is weak and it's missing, and people are jumping to these things that hurt kids. So we've said, let's stop, let's go back to basics, let's understand where the evidence is weak. When a kid comes to you and asks questions because they're anxious or they're depressed or they're scared, let's go figure out the least invasive thing. Let's help them get counseling, go talk to their parents, have hard conversations before we try these experiments on kids. And let me be clear, we've stopped these experiments on kids.
You know, Stephanie, what if we stopped telling our kids that the world was going to end next year because of global warming? Maybe everyone would relax a little bit. What if we stopped telling our kids that all their parents and grandparents are racists who are hateful people and that America is this rancid place to be born? I think we create a lot of this anxiety in our kids with all this crap that's coming through phones and TV sets and everything else. I think that's almost like the great reset that's going on. There's something healthy about stopping to consume all that garbage.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, I look at our healthcare system and our country's health, and I am more optimistic today than ever before in my life. Now, and there's a bunch of rational reasons for this. You know, there's a fine line between vision and hallucination, right? Other people have to see it for it to be real in a vision. But we have so many tools, and I've had great jobs, as you have, Matt. Chris built a massive business and gave it all up to come in. Steph was a massively successful corporate
What do you mean,
leader.
Chris is the future CPAC donor? Is that why you have me seated by him? This is good. I like this.
Never missing.
Never missing.
Yeah, don't turn your back on him. Just adjust your chair.
We just mingle this way.
But this is the best job I've ever had because the people in the business, these folks gave up everything because this is a generational opportunity for us together to make this happen. And what I would love to open everyone up to a little bit is the possibility that technology might have a role here. We have parts of the country where we don't have enough doctors and nurses. We have technology because we're still leading in that space to be able to provide services that are supported with technology. If I'm a doctor, and I am a doctor, and I'm busy as stink, and I can't take care of everybody, if I have AI do the intake for my patient, that's a good thing. You should want that. It allows me to have more flexibility, look at you in the eyes, use my prefrontal cortex to read you, because that's what we do with our prefrontal cortex. That's why you learn so much from looking at someone in the face and studying them instinctively. That's why babies stare at us. They're learning. So we've got to take that natural human instinct that we have and do what America's always done. Innovate, grow, prosper, take risks, and support people who want to go in that vanguard. We're here as a team on behalf of the president recruiting you. Come work with us, chip in, write about us, talk about the things you've heard up here. Don't let folks out there tell you false narratives, because they will. Defend what the heartland has always known deep in our hearts and our souls to be true. There is a North Star, and we're following it, and we will not be hindered or hobbled in any way as we pursue that. You've got wonderful folks who want this country to be great. Make sure you're there supporting, put wind in the sails, or put your own sail up. Do what Matt did, and just make sure you give people a chance to be heard. God bless you.
Yeah, great. I want to just say before we close, Barbara Lowry, stand up, Barbara. She's helping head up our MAHA coalition at CPAC. So everyone go see Barbara. She's like the smartest person about medicine you'll ever talk to. She knows it all. And know that I think this is a really important part of this coalition. You know, there's been conservative issues that are more routine as part of what might be part of an agenda for a conservative movement, but they've been lying to you. They tried to tell us all kinds of fraudulent things during all the Corona stuff. We have found that medicine and science has been politicized. So take a healthy dose of skepticism as you consider these things. Join Barbara, join our cause, and let's give it up for these guys for really helping make America healthy again. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Ross.
Let's get a photo here.
Every day, more noise, more questions, more uncertainty. But truth never changes. On Victory News tonight, we bring you the headlines with clarity and confidence. On Unclassified, we go deeper, exploring the truth beyond the headlines. And through this election season, America stands, following our story as a nation at its crossroads. Join the Victory News team, weekdays and throughout this election season, only on Victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, Walls Work, a fireside chat with White House border czar, the Honorable Tom Homan, and CPAC Senior Fellow, Mercedes Viana Schlatt.
Okay, wow. You all are rowdy out there. How's it going so far? Amazing. Well, Okay, Tom. I think they love you here. Do you all love Tom Homan?
How about a God bless President Donald J. Trump?
Okay.
All right, let's get going now because we have a lot to talk about, Tom. It's really an honor to be with you.
No,
really.
I'm happy to be here.
And from the bottom of my heart, like, we appreciate you so much for all you're doing for President Trump and our country. So let's get right to it.
And just, Marco Rubio has nothing on me. I got more jobs than he does.
I was going to say, how many jobs do you have right now? Because apparently now you're handling the airports too.
Look, the brave men and women of ICE are stepping up to help secure the airports, and with the people that left TSA, the people that are calling in, because they got to go get a job to feed their families.
Right.
We got to fill those gaps because the security of the airports is important. We got a heightened threat posture right now. We need to make sure the airports are secure. We need to help Americans get through those lines. And if we see any illegal activity in the airports, we're going to make arrests.
Amen. But I got to ask you, there's this guy, his name is, Hakeem Jeffries. Do you all know who he is? Okay. And he said that these ICE agents, that they're going to shoot people in the airport. I mean, are you serious? Is this seriously, like, this is an actual leader of the Democrat Party?
Yeah, he's a joke. But and I say that because of this reason. He's the same one that wants masks taken off, right?
Right.
Well, he continues to terrorize the public, giving a false sense of ICE are Nazis, secret police, they're racist. So because of his rhetoric, threats are up 8,000%. That's why they're wearing a mask. So if you want the mask off, stop the hateful rhetoric against ICE officers that increases the threat. So, right now they're demanding mask off. That's a non-starter. We're not even talking about it because until you stop your language, we're not taking the mask off.
You are talking to ICE agents every single day. What's their morale? How are they feeling? I mean, they're getting assaulted. They've been attacked. They're going after their families. I mean, how is it right now to be an ICE agent in America?
The morale's still high because they work for a great president, greatest president of my lifetime. And plus they get to do the job they want to do. I mean, for 4 years, they couldn't enforce the immigration law. Same with the men and women of the Border Patrol, who I love, but they weren't able to enforce the law. They wanted to enforce the law, right? So now they're able to uphold the oath they take. They're enforcing immigration law. Look, they're overworked tremendously, but you know what? Every day they get up and put that Kevlar vest on, come to work to protect America. I love each every one of them, and I promise the men and women of the Border Patrol and ICE, I came back twice from retirement. My wife's still pissed off, but I tell you what, I will have their backs to the day I die because they're the finest 1% this country has.
And I want to say, can we give literally a round of applause to Mrs. Homan and the family who has supported Tom Homan in allowing him and saying, yes, go back and serve this great country and this great president.
And to every spouse and child of ICE, and look, the threats are up 8,000%.
Yeah.
Wives, spouses, and children are being doxxed. They're being followed to school. Death threats against their spouses and children are a real thing. So men and women of ICE and Border Patrol make a hell of a sacrifice, but so don't their families. So a shout out to all the families of ICE and Border Patrol. God bless you.
So President Trump has so many achievements. I mean, so many achievements. What he's been able to do in 1 year is truly remarkable. And you're in that room with him. You're in the Oval Office. You're advising him every single day. What is he telling you?
He's happier than hell. I mean, look, bottom line is when he called me to come back the second time, he says, I want you to do 3 things. I want you to secure the border. I want you to run a mass deportation operation. I want you to find these missing children, right? Right today, we have the most secure border in the history of this nation today.
Let's break that down further before we go into the other 2 here. So on the securing the border, it is remarkable. Okay, compare Biden years. I'm not hearing a boo when I say Joe Biden, people. Come on. We do audience participation here. Joe Biden years when it comes to the border. Who came through that border? And now under President Donald Trump, what has happened?
Well, over 10.5 million illegal aliens came to the border that we know of.
Yeah.
We don't know the unknown gotaways, but we also have 2.1 million known gotaways captured on video, drone traffic, or sensor traffic. Why did 2.1 million people pay more to the cartels to get away? Why didn't they pay less, turn themselves into Border Patrol, get released in 24 hours, get a free airline ticket to the city of your choice, get a free hotel room, get 3 meals a day, get free medical care? Why did 2.1 million people pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway program? That's just scared the hell out of all of you, because it scares the hell out of me.
Yeah.
Well, thank God we got President Trump in the Oval Office, because we're removing thousands of these national security threats with the help of the FBI and the intelligence communities. But we got a lot more to find.
And you've got,
Under Joe Biden, 12, 13,000 a day. You know what it was yesterday?
what was it?
121, and not one was released.
Wow.
Now, 12,000 to 121.
And that is just in one day.
One day.
When you were talking about a month, how much would have been under Joe Biden?
A what?
In a month?
Oh, it was 180,000. I mean,
Easily.
you look, they hit almost 2 million people coming to the border in just 1 year. Look, what happened on the border was the biggest national security failure I've ever seen in the U.S. government, and people need to be held accountable. We can't forget what they did to this country. We need to hold people accountable.
And we're in this great state of Texas. It's so remarkable. I mean, talk about, they're on the front line, and they're actually working with the federal government to make sure that we can secure our border. Talk about that relationship with the state.
Look, I have a close relationship with Governor Abbott. Like him or love him, he, under the Biden administration, stood up and secured the Texas border as best he could. Look, and everybody says, well, you got Texas DPS and you got the National Guard doing something not their job. Let me tell you what Governor Abbott did. By every illegal alien they arrested, less fentanyl got in this country, kill Americans. No inspector terrorists got through because everybody was vetted properly, unlike the last, Biden administration said they vetted everybody. No, they didn't. They didn't properly vet them. Governor Abbott did. The DPS, the Texas DPS, the Texas National Guard, God bless you. America loves you because you set the example for the entire nation.
And so moving into on this deportation, you were in charge, as the president said, okay, Tom, I need you to implement this mass deportation program. Give us an update on that.
I looked at the numbers this morning. Since you've been in the Oval Office, we're about 827,000 deportations. And that beats any record. Under Obama, I actually got an award from President Obama for record deportations. They forgot about that. Anyways, the record was 409,000.
Right.
We beat that. We almost doubled it. And we're going to continue. We just hired 10,000 more deportation officers, a few thousand more to come. Well, if you think numbers were good last year, wait till this year. We got a lot more resources on the streets. We're going to have a lot more resources on the street. Which brings us to another issue. I see there's a lot of language out there that President Trump's backing off of mass deportation. No, he's not. Look, people are saying I'm not serious about deportations. I've read this lately. I've overseen more deportations than any man since the Eisenhower administration. Tom Homan is now weak on deportation. As a matter of fact, my chief of staff, where you met, she came out to me, she looked at the Eisenhower number, your number's actually better. So look, President Trump's serious about what he's going to do it in a smart way.
Right.
Look, we got sanctuary cities putting a roadblock. You got Congress wants to abolish ICE. It's less efficient than it could be, but I talked to Todd Blanche an hour ago. We're suing the hell out of sanctuary cities. We'll get the numbers we need.
And there's a phenomenon also happening with self-deportation. So we also have that opportunity of people saying, okay, you're going to get paid a certain amount of money and we can facilitate and get you out of the country. How effective has that program been?
It's been real good. And the numbers there are high, but the ones we're leaving on their own, and CBP has an ability to track when they log in down on the border. Look, we're over 2 million self-removals. And the reason that is because they know ICE is out there. There's no free zone anymore.
Right.
You enter this country legally. If you're in this country legally, we're looking for you.
Yeah.
We're going to find you. We're going to deport you. And that message, ICE activities, people want to attack ICE. One of the reasons we have the most secure border in the history of this nation is because of the great work of the Border Patrol and President Trump's leadership. But it's because people are seeing what ICE is doing across the country, and they're saying, hell no. I don't want to give my life savings to the criminal cartel to get the border and not be released. And if I happen to get by the Border Patrol, there's no free zone anymore. ICE is looking for it. Under Biden administration, he told ICE, you can't arrest an illegal alien unless he's convicted of a serious offense. President Trump says, get them all, and that's what we're doing.
Get them all. And I think one of the effects of securing the border, one of the effects of having ICE on the streets is making our cities more safe. There's no question. We're seeing murder rates going down in these cities. I mean, what's your sense in what ICE has been able to do to identify these gang members, these illegal aliens who are criminals in our country, that we've seen these tragic stories of women being raped, young women being killed? Tell us about that. What's the impact in these cities, in our communities, knowing that ICE has taken out a lot of these illegal aliens who are criminals?
Well, it's a significant, like if you look at, let's just say 825,000, we average between 60 and 70% of those we arrest are criminals. You're talking over 500,000 public safety threats that we kicked out of this country. That's going to have a significant impact. Oh. And that's why we say we'll prioritize it. And I want the folks to know, just because we say we're prioritizing the public safety threats and national security threats doesn't mean we're not looking for everybody else. And that's why I said right now the number is about 62% criminal, the other 38% are non-criminals. We're going to enforce an immigration law without apology. But if you got a child rapist here and an illegal alien here, you're going to get this guy first. Yeah. But you're not going to forget about this guy. You're going to get him too, but it's just a matter of who you get first. But I want to be clear. The instructions to ICE is to enforce immigration law. You find an illegal alien, you're going to arrest him. If he's not a criminal, I don't care. You're going to arrest him. When we find him, we're going to arrest him. We're going to deport him.
The other piece of this are the missing children. Yeah. And, you know, I know for us at CPAC, we have the CPAC Center for Combating Human Trafficking. You know, we've talked to victims. We've had engaging with them, understanding the atrocities. And you hear about these rape trees in Arizona where they bring over the cartels, bring over these young women who are then raped in places in Arizona. They're sex trafficked, they're sexually assaulted. I mean, it's truly, it's horrific to watch what has happened and what was allowed to happen under the Biden years. Tell us about this mission of finding the missing children.
Well, like I said, the first conversation when the president called me to come back out of retirement the second time, he gave me those three things. And I was honest with you, we got the most secure border in history. I told the president, we'll do that because the men and women on the Border Patrol know how to do it. They did it in Trump 45. So I'll take that's easy. But I'm not taking credit for secure border. I'm giving the credit to the men and women wearing that green uniform and that blue uniform who did their job because they're allowed to do their job. So thank God for the United States Border Patrol. Massive deportation. I just said we got record number of arrest deportation. We're going to do a lot more because we just hired a lot more people. The children, I was honest with the president. I said, that's the hardest one. I says, because to find people, like you all in the audience, you own a car, you own a home, you're paying bills, you got a credit card. We know how to find you, right?
Right.
A child don't have.
Please don't try to find me, Tom. Just.
But children don't have that digital footprint. I explained to the president, they don't have the digital footprint, so we got to count on the digital footprint of who they were released to, these unvetted sponsors. And when we started this operation, we quickly found out, number one, they weren't vetted properly. Number two, the addresses were never verified.
That's
right. So we're going to addresses at our supermarkets and parking lots and city parks. So the men and women of ICE and FBI have been busting their butt trying to find these kids, and they found right around 145,000 missing children.
And I believe.
And let me say something. That's 145,000 missing children that the last administration lost and weren't even looking for. Yeah. And did we rescue them out? Look, some of these children were with their parents just hiding out, but many, too many, were victims of sex trafficking, being sold for sex, and being in forced labor. President Trump's leadership literally saved thousands of young children's lives, and we're not done. I have promised the president, the president promises the American people, we'll do everything we can to run down every lead. And when we finish the leads, we'll do it again. Until the last day of this administration, you got my word. We'll not give up in this effort to find every one of them.
And then, you know, when you go back to this, I remember hearing stories about, and when I was at the White House, that they would explain, they would literally, the kids would have the same address. So they would send like 200 kids to the same address, to the same quote unquote sponsor. Then they weren't doing DNA testing either. So really, I mean, I just can't imagine, like I can't understand how the Biden administration just wouldn't get that right.
I don't understand it either. I mean, people want to say that the Trump administration, you know, are inhumane and we're racist, right? They call me a racist, right? They'd say we're inhumane. Well, let's think about that. When 96, illegal immigration down 96% down 96% now, which means 96% less people are coming. Now, there's been studies done that 31% of women that make that journey with the cartels admitted to being raped. If 31% admitted to being raped, how many were actually raped?
Right.
So when 96% less people coming, how many children aren't dying? How many women aren't being raped? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting in the country to poison Americans? How many non-spec terrorists are getting in? No. The most humane thing you can do is secure the border and stop the horrific activity of cross-border crime. President Trump's policies are saving thousands of lives every month.
That's right. And you know, when you look at the narco terrorists, the cartels, really, it's been a war against the cartels, which I am so glad that President Trump and the administration has made this into a priority. Tell us about that and the work that you all are doing to ensure that the drug cartels, you know, that we're basically trying to dismantle them and put the fear of God in them. I love when they blow up those boats. I don't know about you all. Every time there's one of those narco terrorist boats blown up, I'm like, yes, let's do it again.
You know, when I spoke at the RNC just before the election, during my speech, I said something that the very next day the death threats would come rolling in from the cartels. Because I said that, you know, my conversation with President Trump, he's going to wipe these drug cartels off the face of the earth.
Yeah.
And the death threats coming in, and he's doing it. What President Trump's doing, I've been doing this since 1984. What President Trump's doing, he says, you know what? Why we keep playing the home game?
Mm-hmm.
Let's play the away game. Let's get this stuff before it gets here. And he's done it. So, you know, taking all these criminal cartels, look, cartels are going broke. They're losing money. Matter of fact, the intelligence force I see, they're concentrating on Asia and Europe right now because they know it's hard here. President Trump is not going to give up. I tell you what, it's going to get a hell of a lot better real soon.
I like it. We've also got this problem. It's a big problem. They're called the Democrats, and they've decided to, you know, not fund DHS. What's the deal there? Like, I mean, it's been one of the longest shutdowns that we're seeing. Now it's only a part of DHS that's not being funded, but what's the impact it's having on our immigration enforcement and on our border security?
That's another job I got assigned to me, was negotiations with Hill.
We're going to start making memes of you in different like
And look, I
love
went up there. We've had several discussions with them. What I explained to them, we have the same policies now that we had under Obama and Clinton. It's not a matter of policies, it matters of the executive branch. Elections have consequences.
Right.
We're enforcing laws that you wrote. And you want to sit there and call us racist and Nazis? If we're racist and Nazis for enforcing the law, what's that make you? You wrote it, you invented it.
Yeah.
Then you give us money to enforce it. So these negotiations, they say, some say they want to abolish ICE, others say, no, we just aren't, the new words are reform ICE. Trust me, I'm in the room. It's not about reforming, it's about crippling ICE. It's about taking away their authorities. And any Border Patrol agent, ICE agent watching this, I'm telling you right now, Tom Homan will never sell out your authorities. We're going to make sure you have your job. So look, because they hate ICE so much, they're willing to punish the men and women of TSA, Coast Guard, you know, CISA, all these great people trying to keep this country safe. They're punishing them because they don't like ICE.
Right.
You know what? If you want to have a discussion with ICE, then let's do that.
Right.
But why you got all these people out of work that can't buy groceries for their kids? They can't pay the tuition. They can't pay their rent. That is just cruel. You want to talk about inhumane? What's more inhumane than that? We realize you're sitting up on Capitol Hill making a lot of money. You're getting paid. So you know what? Let's pass a law that if we're going to shut down the government, you don't get paid until you open the government.
That's right. That is right. That's right. And I just want to say, we flew here from the swamp, and I really want to thank those TSA agents that were there working.
God bless them.
God bless them. They're working without a salary, and really, we do have to thank them for that, because the Democrats, well, they just suck. Anyways, but Governor Tim Walz, I am so grateful that he is not the Vice President of the United States. I can't even tell you. Thank you, God. But you were in Minnesota. There was a big issue there, obviously, with the ICE agents. They had gone in And tell me where that stands. You spent a lot of time there. You were working with the state and local officials. I mean, you really calmed the situation down, got it under control.
Well, look, let me say this first. The men and women of ICE and the Border Patrol did a remarkable job, considering their job is already dangerous and difficult. When you got thousands of people getting in their face, threatening them, attacking them, they performed remarkably. So God bless those men and women. They did a great job.
Right.
That's another phone call that I got early in the morning, woke me out of bed, and President Trump says, what are you doing?
Well, because he doesn't sleep, right?
Huh?
He doesn't sleep.
No, you know what? I get phone calls 2:30 in the morning. It's like, and I look at the clock and I'm thinking, okay, the only one's going to call me at 2:30 in the morning is POTUS. But look, he called me that morning, says, what are you doing? Sleeping? He goes, I need you in Minnesota. I said, when? He goes, today. It's all right. I says, what am I doing? He goes, de-escalate the situation. He goes, get up there and take control of it. So, and you know, Greg Bovino did a great job, the Border Patrol Committee. They all did a great job up there. But he wanted a fresh face, you know, and I work for the President of the United States. What he tells me to do, I do. Now, I gave him the pros and cons of, you know, going up there, but a lot of people question, why would you meet with Governor Walz? Why would you meet with the Attorney General? Why would you meet the mayor? Because you can't fix a problem. You don't know what makes them tick.
Right.
So look, me and Mayor Friday never gonna agree on anything, but we got him to do the job of public safety, and his police officers started responding to our 911 calls when we got surrounded. The AG, I talked to the AG, and there's a law that can't honor detainers in the county jails. And my discussion with him, I said, what's illegal? Maybe not honor detainers, we'll litigate that, but why not call us before we release them? You don't have to hold them a minute past you normally hold them. Call us. Is there anything illegal about that? No. And that's why now we have unprecedented assistance from the counties. We got great assistance from the state police. But now we got problems at Whipple Building. State police show up, the sheriff shows up. We got law enforcement finally working on law enforcement. And because of our work up there, that state is less of a sanctuary state, which is the goal across the country. We want to arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. That way, safer for the community, safer for the agent, safer for the alien. And the good part about this, if I can get one guy to arrest one bad guy in the jail rather than send a team of 6, 7 people on a few jobs to look for him, one guy does a job. Now we don't send 7 guys looking for him. So what did I just do? One guy's in a jail, 6 guys are on the street arresting more people.
That's right.
That's what we're doing. So a shout out to men and women, the Border Patrol men and women. Look, I said it on stage. Things weren't perfect. When you have 3,000 people in the city doing a major operation, things aren't going to be perfect. Right. Things will happen. But God bless the men and women who put that gun and Kevlar vest on every day and face the hate that I've never seen anything like it. But we're in a better position. It's less of a sanctuary state. I'm happy that the men and women who work that state now or work the Minneapolis area, they're safer. And why? Because they can arrest a bad guy in the jail now, most of the jails, rather than have to look for them on their turf and their streets.
We've got a new Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullins, just got in this week, just got sworn in from the great state of Oklahoma. Tell me what we can expect from him.
Right guy, right time, right job.
Ooh, that's good.
I've talked to him already today. We talk every day, several times a day. What's great about him, first of all, he's a tough guy. But what I like about him is he recognizes from the beginning that he has career folks who've done 20, 30 years running CBP, running ICE, running CIS, he's got all these career professionals. Let them run their agencies because they got the knowledge to do it. He'll give us the guidance. He'll give us the head cover. But he already dug in. He's digging in deep. And I talked to him this morning, and he's 100% in the game. He's doing it for the right reasons. Right. Look, he left the senator job, which is a pretty sweet job. He walked away from the senator job.
Are you serious? They do nothing.
To take on. I'm
sorry.
Saying, the Secretary of DHS is the most grueling, controversial, hardest job in the United States government because no matter what you do, people hate you.
That's right.
And I think he's like me. I don't care if people hate me. I don't give a shit what they think about me.
I got to ask you something. You were going to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What were you
I
going
was
to say?
going to apologize for my language, but no, I won't.
It's okay. It's okay. It's you, Tom. It's fine. You're with the family. So I got to ask you here, besides President Trump, what else keeps you up at night?
Boss, I didn't say that. Call me anytime.
Anytime.
I pray every night. And this is the honest God truth. I pray every night. Before I go to sleep, lay my head on the pillow and go to sleep, I pray for the safety of every man and woman in ICE and Border Patrol, that they go home to their families. And I pray for the greatest president in my lifetime. And I said it when I was on stage in Minneapolis. We can enforce the immigration law. We're going to do it like you've never seen before. But I don't want to see anybody die. I don't want to see anybody die.
That's right.
But we're going to arrest a whole lot of people. So, comply. We're there for a reason. We have an oath that we took. We're going to enforce the law. We're not going to apologize for it. So, for the Democrats who want to keep beating up on ICE, want to shut down DHS, you're not going to stop us. You're not going to stop us. We're going to do the job. If you don't like it, change the damn law because you wrote it. But I have buried through my career the saddest thing I've ever done is hand the folded flag to a child or a spouse of a fallen Border Patrol and ICE officer. I never want to do that again. So please pray with me that every man and woman at ICE, every man and woman at Border Patrol go home to their families every day. Thank you.
And to wrap up, I want you all to pray with me for Tom Homan and for his safety, that Lord cover you, that his precious blood be over you in everything that you do, and that he keeps you safe and gives you wisdom, and know that you are loved. And we thank you, Tom Homan. Thank you for your service. God bless you.
We are here to defend democracy.
Misinformation poses a threat to our nation's health.
Climate change is an emergency.
Democratic socialism.
Codify one's right to choose.
Hell yes, we're going to take your AR-15.
Silicon Valley CEOs love telling us that AI will create jobs. Meanwhile, companies are laying people off left and right. Slowly, AI is taking over coding. In 24 months, entire industries could be gone. So we are holding them accountable. JobLoss.ai tracks job losses caused by AI. Know what's coming before it's too late. Go to JobLoss.
When all this started,
you would think that the leaders inside our country, especially those where the fraud was exposed, that they'd be happy that the fraud was exposed. But in fact, they're probably part of the fraud. So they weren't very happy. In fact, they wanted people to even go out in the streets and to riot. And they encouraged these people to go out and protest because we were exposing fraud inside of our country. We were exposing each and every single one of your dollars because that was federal money as well. And they were upset that that was getting exposed. So when we talk about the world actually being corrupt, you really do have people inside of our government who hate America. And so it's our duty to really go out and face them head on. If we don't, who knows what America will come to. Yeah. And so something that was interesting for me to expose this fraud is the first time where really my hand was forced to really go out and give my opinion and to actually have to necessarily stand up for myself when you did have these people like Tim Waltz calling you delusional conspiracy theorist, far right, white supremacist. And at the end of the day, it's because they're guilty of this fraud, but it helped me understand that like you do have to confront these people and stand strong, or else they will win, and the critics are always louder than the people that are doing the doing. And so it's our responsibility to fight back.
Yeah.
Now, Nick, as an advocate, what would I know about fraud? I'm from California. Looking at it from the outside, it looks like almost a immune system response to an invader. Like fraud is an organic part of the Democrat leftist power system in Minnesota. And I'll follow up with you, Jackson. Is it part and parcel of what they do, or is it an outside thing?
100%. I mean, they don't even want people to show their own ID at the voting when they go to vote. In California, if you show your ID, or even in Minnesota, if you show your ID, they're not even gonna let you show your ID when you go to vote. And so then you have these politicians that are, for instance, Gavin Newsom right now, he's leading the way to become the Democrat nominee on markets like Polymarket to go out and become the next president if Democrats were to win. He won't even allow his state to show ID. And so a lot of the stuff that is supported by the Democrats is fraudulent or it is corrupt.
Jackson, would you say that this fraud is business as usual for a Democrat? It is their operating system.
It is the way of doing business of the Democratic Party in Minnesota is fraud. You know, back in 2014, the fraud was just brought out about the Medicaid program. Then it was brought up again in 2018 by former Congressman Jason Lewis. And we just took it as Minnesotans that our government would get a handle on this. And they haven't. I mean, look where we are today. When I had a letter that I published with 268 other mayors across the state of Minnesota condemning the fraud and condemning the fiscal direction of the state, Nick's video and my letter hit it the same day. And this is coming from two young people who see what's happening to this country, what's happening to this state, and what's happening to your guys' taxpayer dollars that is hurting everybody. And the Democrats just think it's okay. They're okay with the small percentage. That's what they say when they call me. Well, it's just a small percentage of the budget that's fraud. Fraud should be zero. There should be no fraud. Why would anybody want fraud? But that is how they operate. That's just the normal daily life. Leering centers and fraud.
Well, we've identified a problem. Now we need to identify a solution. Nick, what's the answer? What do we do? Step one is to expose. What do we do next?
Arrest and deport the fraudsters, especially if they're illegal. I mean, you literally have people here who hate America and steal our money and act like it's no big deal. So we should arrest them, and if they're illegal, deport them.
Arrest and deport.
Yes.
I'm going to make that my tramp stamp. Jackson, what do we do?
I agree. You know, these people that hate America, and even if they don't have to even be Somali, that is, you know, the fraud is being perpetrated by in Minnesota. I don't care what race they are. They should be arrested and deported. I agree. And we need to keep bringing awareness to how this is affecting everybody.
Nick, what's next for Nick Shirley?
There's a lot of fraud to expose. Maybe some more in California. I heard someone say that back there. Maybe have to go do a follow-up on the layering centers in Minnesota. But I can't reveal too much or else the fraudsters will know where I'm going. They're all on high alert right now. Yeah, we do have some security now. Columbus, Ohio? I hear that one's pretty bad there too.
Who wants Nick to come to their town? Because this ain't unique. This is everywhere, right?
Everywhere. Look, everyone's just shouting out their states because they know the fraud's so bad.
Right.
So maybe some of you should stand up your own cities as well and confront the fraudsters. Because
now, Jackson, as a 25-year-old mayor, when I was 25, I was drinking Coors and being a platoon leader. Mostly drinking Coors. Young people today, and I think Charlie Kirk really highlighted it. You guys are facing a different world, a different situation. What can we do to support guys like you, your age, who we're going to pass the torch to?
Continue to stand behind us, encourage us, pray for us, do everything possible to help us achieve our goals, which then in turn help you guys achieve your goals. Like you said, we are the next generation. It is a calling, I truly believe, for our generation to finally stand up, grab the bull by the horns, and lead this country and our states to success.
Outstanding. Nick, double question. What could we do to help your generation in general and your work in particular?
yeah, I think supporting people like me and supporting people like Jackson as well is super important, but then also going about and actually being willing to be that person who stands up in your own community. You don't need to make a viral video. You don't need to post on social media, but you do need to have a voice inside of the areas where you do live and support the younger generations inside your own towns because they want the best, but maybe they just don't know how to go out and get the best. And they need to have strong mentors to be able to show them the way and people that are supportive. And then if the best thing to continue my work is to continue supporting and watching and sharing, because that's how we get the message out to the masses, and that's how we eventually get corrupt politicians like Tim Walz to drop out of running for re-election.
Yeah. Nothing like putting one in the W column. Right now, looking at you two guys, I think there are two other guys looking down. Charlie Kirk, who really put a spotlight on the challenges faced by young conservatives, young Americans. And another guy, I think you were a fetus at the time, Andrew Breitbart, because you are bringing to fruition what Andrew was talking about with citizen journalism and citizen participation. Thank you very much. Show your support for these guys. That's it. Nick, Shirley, Jackson, perfect.
Thank you.
This isn't a cabinet. It's a CPAC fantasy league.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a parental warning. Protecting our kids from drugs. Please welcome Director, Office of National Drug Control Policy, the Honorable Sarah Carter. Angel Mom of Weston, Ann Fundner. The Queen of Versailles, Jackie Siegel. And your moderator, the Washington Times Editor-at-Large, Alex Sawyer.
All right. Thank you, guys. We have a major topic, very heavy, but I just want to applaud the three of you for using your voices and helping decrease the number of overdose deaths that's happening to our youth. It's so important to continue to speak out about it. And Sarah, I wanted to start with you and your actions of what you're doing with the administration. I know you head the Office of National Drug Control Policy as the Trump administration's drug czar. Thank you so much for taking on that role. I know it was a major one given how President Trump spoke about the flow of fentanyl into our country during his campaign. And I wanted to first ask you, I know you started your career as an investigative reporter at Fox. You previously worked at the Washington Times, where I am now. And I wanted to know, what was, I think, what surprised you most from going as a reporter, a journalist, into the administration, into the government, and what have you found?
So thank you so much first for that intro. And yeah, it's been a long road, 25 years covering the cartels along the US-Mexico border, the nearly 2,000-mile porous border until President Trump, thank God, came into office and shut it down. And I think the difference is, for me now being in government, being on the other side, is taking what I've learned over the last 25 years covering the cartels, covering Al-Qaeda, covering Islamic State, all of these terrorist organizations, and being able to take those lessons learned and implement it into what we're doing into policy. And we're seeing that across the board. For the first time in modern American history, we have a president that means what he says, does what he says, gets out there and holds people accountable. We will no longer allow the cartels or our foreign adversaries to operate with impunity and kill our children and our citizens. It's over for them. And it's over for them because of President Trump. And this is about real lives. And on this stage, this is not about us getting accolades. We are far from that. We still have 71,000 plus deaths in the United States over the last year from overdose and poisonings. Our children are dying. It's reduced, thank God, because of President Trump. We're not seeing the over 100,000 deaths that we were seeing in the past, but it's about real families. It's like Ann and Jackie, who have suffered the greatest loss imaginable, the loss of a child, and not being able to wake up in the morning and see your child's beautiful face and hold them in your arms.
God bless
and
you.
we're all moms, and I just want to say, like, it's, you know, you're never supposed to bury your child. And I know the two of you, what you're doing and speaking out is unbelievable. It's saving lives. You're using your child's voice and helping other moms. And so I'll start with you, Ann. I know your son Weston passed at 15 years old. It was one single pill, right? A Percocet, I believe, and it was laced with fentanyl. I've heard you talk about how he was an athlete, good grades, did everything right. You know, I think it's wonderful what you're doing for his platform and getting this word out to other parents. What advice do you have to other moms of teens, okay, with peer pressure and whatnot, and how they should communicate with them about fentanyl?
Absolutely. Well, my son was an amazing kid, but he was a typical teenager, and he was curious that, you know, and had a new group of friends. And I had so many conversations, and I still do with my kids, and I always have, about the dangers of trying anything that anyone gives you, especially if it looks like a pill. You never take something that your doctor doesn't give to you. And he did know, but what I always tell parents is the danger is with fentanyl around is they're being deceived by thinking that they're taking one thing, but they're taking another. Peer pressure was really the avenue that drove my son into what happened to him, because he did know, but he was with a new group of friends. I think he just wanted to fit in. He was only at the high school for a few weeks. We've always private schooled him. This was a public school. It was a lot different. And he was, asked to try something. And I don't think he wanted to be the odd man out. And so he tried something, and it wasn't even a whole pill. And it killed him.
I wanted to ask a quick follow-up about, where were the breakdowns in the system that led to that pill reaching your son?
The breakdowns in the system is, it came over the open border. California, where we were living in Dana Point, no border control. The whole United States was open during that time. So the breakdown in the system is that they weren't criminalizing, they weren't watching the border. Every time that they would get a routine traffic stop, they would find, every time they found 400,000 little blue pills, they would give the person a court date, come back in 2 weeks, and they were back over the border within an hour. California really was very negligent, but the Biden-Harris administration was incredibly negligent, just allowing, 5,000 people, 10,000 people, just the open borders were just such a driver of this incredibly horrible epidemic where we've lost 500,000 people under the Biden years because it's underreported. So, we know that there were at least 400,000, but I think it's probably closer to 500,000 people are mourning their children, and it's very intentional.
Jackie, I wanted to also talk to you about your daughter, Victoria. I know you founded Victoria's Voice following her overdose. And I want to also extend my condolences. I know fentanyl has recently also taken another one of your relatives' lives. So my prayers are with you. One of the things I wanted to ask you is for parents in the audience. I know with your organization, you do a lot of education, parents, also for those in schools, administrators, that what they might be able to look for, warning signs that they can pick out.
Okay, just so everyone knows where I'm coming from, and thank you for having me today and to being on this amazing panel. Me and my husband, David Siegel, lost our daughter 10 years ago from a drug overdose. And our mission was to save lives through our Victoria's Voice Foundation so that no other parents would go through this great loss. My husband and I were going to we were going to move into Versailles for his birthday last May. And a few weeks before, oh my God, I'm so sorry. What does everyone say? Oh, sorry, President, I'm in a meeting. So last May, a few weeks before we moved in, my husband had passed from cancer. And on that afternoon, my only sister did a line of fentanyl, and she passed the same day as my husband. And to make even a greater impact, on my way here to speak on this panel, I got a text, and the text said, our grandson has just passed from a fentanyl overdose. On the way here, I found out about just last evening when I was landing. So, oh my God, I gotta put my phone on silent. I don't know how to do that. I'm so stressed out. Yes, please. I'm too stressed out because I'm too emotional. I'm trying not to cry right now. But that's just part of the impact of the great things that has had on my family. And I pray to God, and I say, God, why is this happening to me? I've got the greatest thing in the world happening. I had the Broadway show. I've got the biggest palace in America, and all of this tragedy is happening to me. And his answer was he put all this in place so that I could make a greater impact in this world and give me the wherewithal and have the voice through the fame, through even our Versailles house to raise money. And to answer your question, what we're doing also, we have many programs in our Victoria's Voice Foundation because we've gone nationwide. And one of them is vital signs, because it all goes back as parents. Like we didn't know the signs of a child doing drugs. We didn't, had we known the changes of behavior or the fact that they're being bullied. So we have a whole virtual program, I don't know if I call it a program, but where we give the parents, through a lot of the churches that are participating, access to the education to look for these signs of the children doing drugs.
What should a parent do when they do recognize one of those signs? What's their next step?
Well, the next step would be to talk to your child, to tell them you're their friend. And you can also seek like a counselor or through the church and just build the relationship. Like, because one of the things the kids they're so afraid of their parents, I'm going to get grounded, they hide everything. And honestly, kids, when they're doing drugs, they could be the greatest actors in the world. Like, they should be getting Academy Awards of the way that they can hide this from their parents. So I say just to show your love and be their friend and seek advice.
And then Anne, I want to go to you before I turn to some administration questions. I think I read or I saw a podcast you did previously, and you mentioned something about how highly addictive fentanyl is.
Yes.
And that if you do have the signs or find out that your child has tried it, that maybe the first step is actually taking them physically to, I don't know, is it a physician or a rehab? Like, what would be, I recall you said it was so highly addictive that intervention needs to happen right away. Is there someone to call? Is there a center? Like, what do you direct family members to do?
Yes, I mean, you have to direct them straight that day into a facility, because fentanyl is so addictive. Within a couple of hours, they're going to start getting withdrawal symptoms that, are just horrible: shakes, fevers, bowel issues. They're going to want to feel like they have to throw up, and they can't get out of bed. I mean, shaking. It's really horrible, bone pain. And so the person who gave it to them, who's very well trained and speaks your kid's language, is going to say, try a little bit more just to take that edge off. You'll be okay. And they know that they can't tell their parents because they've done something wrong. That's the grooming process. So from there, your child now is going to be roped into an addiction instead of out of an addiction they never wanted because they tried something once. So it's important, because your child will die, to get them intervention. I mean, I've talked about, maybe making 24 hours hold open to people who are trying to get their kids off of fentanyl, because, I mean, just getting them in immediately, because they're going to want to take the edge off. And at any time, that little edge, 2 salt grains could kill you, that little edge. But you had asked me before, what do you talk to your kids about? Peer pressure. Run scenarios so that they have a script. So when someone asks them if they want to do something, they have the knowledge and the know-how and the script to say no. And guess what? Other kids will then be able to get out of it as well. They'll hear them say no, and then they'll say, yeah, no, me either. So talk to your kids about peer pressure and have that script ready, but get them in right away. Don't wait till Monday. I can't tell you how many parents I know who waited till Monday and kids died on Saturday. Do not wait. It has to be immediate, because your child will die.
Sarah, I wanted to ask you, I think Anne brought up the border and issues with the flow of the drugs into the country where the system broke down. I know the president has taken on this drug boat campaign. And so I wanted to ask you, has the targeting of these boats, what type of impact has it had on the flow of fentanyl or cocaine, other drug supplies coming in our country?
Well, it certainly has had a strong impact, not just in the Western Hemisphere, but across the globe. Our focus on the Western Hem is to put the focus on America and America first. And what you're hearing here, these 2 stories, they're not unique, sadly. The cartels, as well as our adversaries, and I'm talking about the people that are selling those precursor chemicals that are leaving China, that are leaving from India, that are leaving from other parts of the world and entering our hemisphere, they know exactly what they're doing. And they know that they're adulterating these pills to get not only to impact us as a society and to break us and to create this massive casualty event. Can you imagine? Think about the numbers here.
And you were right, under Biden and Harris, it was a wide open border. So these cartels made hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars in human trafficking and sale of narcotics. And our adversaries, those that are targeting us on the other side, pushed and pushed and pushed for this proxy war that is on our streets. And it was right under our noses, and it was a Trojan horse. So these strikes, you know, Operation Southern Spear, the taking down of El Mencho in Mexico, that is the Mexican government working closely with us and our intelligence apparatus to take out one of the most notorious and nefarious drug cartel leaders in our hemisphere. Thank you. Sends a message across the Western Hem. We are no longer going to take it. We are no longer going to allow you to poison and kill our children. We are no longer going to allow you to operate with impunity. Your days are numbered. And for every other cartel member out there that thinks they're going to wait out President Trump or that they're going to get away with this, they are sadly mistaken. Their days are over. It is done.
Thank you.
No other parent should have to wake up in the morning and suffer what they have suffered. No officer should get the phone call, you know, from the school that there's a kid in a bathroom that has collapsed because they took a pill that they thought was Adderall. They're only 12 years old and now they're dead. That's unacceptable. So, Operation Southern Spear, people can debate all day long. These people are pushing poison into our country, and it is over. They are terrorists, and they will be dealt with accordingly.
Yes. Yes.
We only have about 1 minute left. So just to quickly follow up, I'm assuming that we talk about this as a financial gain for the cartels, right? Like, what type of dent have we seen the Trump administration make in that? And what type of other crimes should families be looking at to see, are they turning towards other fraud schemes to try to make back that money?
I'll make this really quick because I know we don't have a lot of time, and I want the moms to be able to close this out because it's about them that we're here. We have seen a decrease in fentanyl coming into our country around 56% to 57%, which is phenomenal. We're seeing it being weakened. We are holding China accountable and telling them we are watching the supply chain and you will be responsible if we see more deaths in our country. No question about it. We are going to ensure that the supply chain is clean. Our office has a national drug control policy that will insist that the supply chain is clean. And on the demand side, we are going to make it readily available for those suffering from substance use disorder and addiction. We want them to be able to get effective treatment if they so desire, faster and quicker than they can get a drug off the street. And that is our goal. And we're going to make sure that every single American has that right. And we're going to prevention, as somebody said. We are going to ensure that our kids and our parents are armed with the tools that they will need to fight back. You're a part of this. You're our army. Thank you.
And on behalf of Sarah and I just want to say to both of you, thank you so much for using your voice and your stories to help other parents. We're both moms. I have a 4-year-old. I have to go and study your foundation and make sure I know the tips and things to look for. Where can people follow both of you on social media or your website so they know if they need a resource or what they could go, study up to make sure they know how to bring up these important topics with their teams?
I'm Ann Elizabeth US on social media, and I'll tell you, I'm always open to talk. And also, I wanted to say thank you. President Trump has done everything to shut down this crisis. He's still working hard. And he put someone who's been standing by our side. Before she became the drug czar, she would be out at our rallies. I want a round of applause for Director Carter because we love her so much. Thank you.
And I know everyone can see you often on TV and follow you, but is there your website for your foundation that they can go at?
Well, it's the Queen of Versailles on Instagram and also on Facebook. And I do want to say, I think I just met my new best friend, Brooke.
I love you, Jackie.
I'm going to come meet you in Washington, D.C.
I love you.
to help in any way that I can. So thank you.
Thank you all.
Too.
Thank you. Our kids have to come first. They got to know that we love them. We got to stand by their side and fight for them. Thank you.
In a time of broken promises, one man stood apart and kept his word. He secured the border, unleashed American energy dominance, cut taxes, defended women's sports, crushed crime, ended government weaponization, brought back jobs, defunded Planned Parenthood, cut off USAID giveaways, ended taxpayer funding for PBS and NPR, and protected American values. Promises made, promises kept. Donald J. Trump.
Artificial intelligence is transforming our world faster than anyone ever imagined. Across America, workers are already being replaced, and children are being exposed to powerful technologies with almost no protections. Families are wondering what comes next while big tech races ahead. But America has always believed one simple truth: technology should serve people, not replace them, because humanity must always come before the machines. It's time to put humans first. HumansFirst.com.
The people who came up from them had nothing to do with this conflict, had nothing to do with this war, and they should have never used as a currency this war. It's our loved ones, they are suffering much more. And when we think about the pain that they have to endure, and was still in captive, we get strength and we get the power to do everything we can and to help them.
Anti-Semitic incidents in the United States have reached record highs.
Attacks range from assaults and vandalism to online harassment targeting Jewish communities. Hostage families continue to speak out, reminding the world that Hamas still holds civilians captive.
Protecting Jewish Americans has become a frontline issue in the fight against anti-Semitism.
Just keep this issue front and center. Keep praying. Really, this is the time to pray.
Ladies and gentlemen, lock them all up. The weaponization of justice. Please welcome founder and president of the Article 3 Project, Mike Davis. U.S. Special Envoy to Belarus, John Cole. And your moderator, host of the Ben Ferguson Show, Ben Ferguson.
How is everybody? I need a little more noise. You're in Texas, so we got to do a little loud. There we go. I knew there's always one in the front. That's all you need. You just need that one, just that one guy. You're like my favorite. You were my best friend at Ole Miss in college. That would have been, you would have been my hype man. It's so good to be in Texas with you guys. We've got a lot to talk about right now. And I want to start. There's a theme like, why does no one go to jail when they like commit what I would consider to be like serious crimes? Let me give you an example of the last 24 hours. Jack Smith, anybody ever heard of that guy? Yeah, you know that guy. I gotta give him credit. That guy went pro. Like he went pro at abusing like power. Like next level, I give him credit for that. According to testimony cited yesterday, Smith wanted broader use of material witness warrants, even in cases where individuals had not been charged. That's concerning. He supported using digital surveillance tools to map associations between political activists. Now, what does that look like? Donald Trump's the top of the tree. Susie is right there. You go with the kids here and you just start branching out. That's literally what he said he wanted to do in his own words. What's even more shocking than that is we learn at the end that he basically said, we're not trying to find a crime. We're trying to create a crime. You guys are both lawyers. I'll start on the end first, and I'll get your reaction to this. You have the government that literally said, under the Biden regime, target our political enemies, figure out if you can get a crime, then target an individual after you find a crime, and then we'll connect it to an individual. How bad is that compared to, I don't know, like Watergate?
It's worse. And this has actually been going on for almost 10 years. It started under Barack Obama and Joe Biden during President Trump's first campaign. They illegally spied on his campaign. They made up the Russian collusion hoax. They tried to use our intel agencies and law enforcement to help Hillary Clinton's campaign and hurt President Trump's campaign. When they failed and the American people sent President Trump to the White House, they tried to sabotage his presidency. They impeached him twice for nonsense. They rigged and stole the 2020 election when he was out of office, and they understood that President Trump was thinking about running for office again. They brought a series of coordinated illegal indictments against President Trump. They indicted him 4 times for non-crimes. They tried to bankrupt him for non-fraud. They tried to throw him off the ballot unconstitutionally in several states. Joe Biden intentionally underfunded President Trump's Secret Service protection and almost got him killed twice. We have new revelations that Jack Smith, this partisan Scud missile who Joe Biden launched at President Trump to try to take him out, we are finding out that Jack Smith illegally spied on President Trump's campaign again.
Yeah.
They spied on Susie Wiles.
Not once, but twice.
Yeah.
And to break it down clearly, just so people understand what they found out in the Senate Judiciary Committee, they decided to spy on Donald Trump's campaign again, and the people they thought would be in the campaign that would be connecting those dots, including what we've been told is Susie was talking to her attorney. There's attorney-client privilege. You guys know about that. It's kind of a big deal. You can like be disbarred if that gets messed up. And they're like, no, we're just going to listen on those phone calls anyway. That is unheard of in the legal world. Is that fair to say? Like, I mean, that does not happen.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this, that justice is definitely coming for this. And justice may be slower than we like sometimes, but justice is definitely coming. We have news reports that Jason Redding Quinones, the new U.S. attorney down in the Southern District of Florida, we see news reports there is a grand jury set up down there. Actually, that's a court document. There's a new grand jury in Fort Pierce, Florida. That's the same place where they did the Mar-a-Lago raid, the illegal raid on President Trump to get back presidential records that President Trump was allowed to have under the Presidential Records Act. They wanted these records because it was the Russian collusion hoax.
Yeah.
And so I would say to these lawfare Democrats, you better lawyer up because justice is definitely coming. And if and Jack Smith better be in prison when this is all done.
Amen to that. John, I want to ask you, I have the privilege of co-hosting a podcast with Senator Ted Cruz. He's been all in on this, been leading this fight in the Senate, certainly. But you've actually gone up against Jack Smith.
Oh, yeah.
What was that like, and how bad is it to deal with a guy like that you know is not playing fair?
Well, I was against him 3 times, General Kellogg and 2 other people. I was not before myself, but represented people in front of the J6 committee. I did the big tech cases for Donald Trump, and there was justice because we got $60 million out of those sons of. Okay.
Everybody else in the room finished that statement, by the way. You're good.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. In the back, they were real loud, but keep going.
There's several things were appalling to me. I also worked in some of the New York cases, the lawfare against him. It was appalling to me. First of all, the Soviet Union wouldn't even bring those cases. They were so thin and
say that again. I want to make it very clear for some of the media in the back. They hear what you just said.
The Soviet Union would not have brought those cases against their political opponents. They were so thin and so ridiculous, but they did. One thing that disturbed me when I was up in New York or during this whole thing was I didn't see one Democrat from Congress, Senate, or any place they stand up and say, wait a minute. I didn't see any lawyer in the country stand up and say, wait a minute. It was us. There's, people who were involved in it and some Republicans, but it was absolutely horrible what happened. I mean, everything from the assassination attempts to, everything. I went to Trump back in the spring of 2020, probably his lowest point politically. And I said, because everything like you just said was incoming. So I went to him and I said, let's go reverse the flow and get something going against them. And that's when we filed the big tech cases, which eventually resulted in the $60 million.
Let me ask you guys a bigger question, and I want you guys to raise your hands in the audience on this one. How many of you feel like that it is us against the world, and I'm talking about the deep state, and that you feel like it's unfair the way that they come after conservatives? And a show of hands, I want to know. I see those hands, and they feel the same way I do, which is, we win some of these cases, that's amazing. But the way that big tech came after me and dozens of my colleagues that were conservative commentators, influencers, right before the election to silence us on social media, we experienced on Facebook and X, we'll never get our day in court for that.
Right.
And then you look at Jack Smith and the others that were involved, and it's like, when's someone going to actually go to jail? Do you believe, I want both your opinions first, that we're actually going to see somebody go to jail, or is this just going to be another one of those things where it is what it is and we'll move on?
No, they're going to go to jail.
Tell me why.
And
why? Tell me, give me your case in 30 seconds why you believe this time will be different.
Jack Smith is very familiar with 18 U.S.C. Section 241, conspiracy against rights. It's one of the bogus charges he brought against President Trump for the non-crime of objecting to a presidential election, which is allowed by the First Amendment in the Electoral Count Act of 1887. What President Barack Obama and Joe Biden and all these goons, what they did to President Trump when they politicized and weaponized intel agencies and law enforcement to go after him, his top aides, his allies, his supporters, and tried to destroy them for non-crimes, that is textbook conspiracy against rights under 18 U.S.C. Section 241, a very serious federal civil rights felony. And this is ongoing because it's an ongoing conspiracy. So they're not going to be able to hide from the statute of limitations.
Well, I want your thoughts on same type of question, but a little bit different. How many of you guys knew that about a third of the United States Senate was spied on by the Biden administration? A third of the United States Senate. I actually believe that may be the biggest blessing in disguise that happened, because now some of these guys that don't ever care about anything actually care, because their phone records and their text messages and their communications were spied on by the government. And some of them were spied on and treated almost like they were a terrorist, which is insane. With a flight risk was their justification for some of them doing this. Is that what we needed to finally wake up and have Congress actually do their damn job?
I think so. And one thing that people don't talk about anymore is appointment of special counsels. I'm totally against it. I don't know about you all, but I know if you get a room full of lawyers who are paid by the hour, guess what happens?
They all get paid.
They all get paid by the government, and they go after every crime, everything they can to drag it out. It's just what happens. We should have, the Justice Department should have an independent agency somehow, where they're career lawyers that want the rule of law, not the money they're going to make every hour.
We don't need a special counsel because we have a U.S. attorney in the Southern District of Florida confirmed by the United States Senate. He has, we've seen the court document. He has a grand jury in Fort Pierce. We've seen the news reporting that over 100 subpoenas have gone out. I would say to people like John Brennan, you're days as a free man may be numbered. So
I never want someone to go to jail for political reasons. I do, however, feel like this time has nothing to do with politics. It has to do with right and wrong. In my lifetime, do you actually believe, and I'm very skeptical if you can't tell from these questions, because I've seen this happen too many times where people abuse their power and they get away with it. Would we actually see a mugshot of someone besides Donald Trump that actually did some of these crimes?
I think there's pretty good evidence that John Brennan perjured himself. And I think it's pretty slam dunk. And if we just saw that the House Intel Committee just released the transcripts on this, like I said, I think John Brennan's days as a free man are numbered.
And I think at a minimum...
You can clap for that. Yes, I agree.
Sorry about that. At a minimum, some of these lawyers that were involved should be disbarred. I mean, they were stacked with Trump haters. Smith is the top one. They shouldn't be practicing law. They should be disbarred at a minimum. I'll go with him, jail him, but at a minimum, disbar them.
Final question, because you mentioned, you look at the tentacles of this, and yeah, it was a lot in Washington, but there were other bad actors that did the early dirty work. Letitia James is a great example of that. There are others around the country that the Democratic Party said, we need you to do this in this area because we think it can work in this area. We need you to bring this in Georgia. We need you to bring this in New York. They cherry picked where they thought they could get it to a point where they could take out the president. Do you believe there will be accountability for people like that as well?
I think there should be. Just a little story. When the $460 million verdict came down on President Trump, I called him up and I said, Eighth Amendment, Eighth Amendment. And he, being Trump, he said, what the F is the Eighth Amendment? So I said...
That seems a very accurate statement. I like that. That's a truthful man. That's a truthful lawyer answer right there, my friends.
So he said, so I said excessive fines. So I worked with his family to get that into the pleadings. We got the bond lowered. And then in the end, the case was thrown out on the Eighth Amendment. And all the lawyers, we all worked together and we got it. But it was incredible violation.
Unbelievable.
I would say this, all those prosecutors, we know for a fact that all those prosecutions against President Trump were coordinated with the Biden White House. You had Fani Willis with her dumb, unqualified boyfriend, Nathan Wade, who actually was dumb enough to bill his time 16 hours for his 2 meetings with the Biden White House, including the White House counsel, $250 an hour, $4,000 to Fulton County taxpayers. We had Jonathan Sue waive President Trump's claim of executive privilege on behalf of Joe Biden that led to these indictments. All roads go back to the Biden White House. They absolutely coordinated this.
We also had that guy who was number 3 in justice. All of a sudden, he goes
Matthew
down.
Colangelo.
Yeah,
Matthew
this
Colangelo.
guy goes down as an assistant DA in New York City for the cases. It was,
He got deployed from the Biden Justice Department to bring the first indictment ever against a former president of the United States, Alvin Bragg. So
I just like we finally have some good news. So you guys give a big round of applause. Mike Davis, John Cole, thank you guys for what you're doing. Thank you guys for being here. God bless America. God bless Texas. I'll see you on the podcast tomorrow.
History isn't written in the classroom. It's forged in the fight for freedom. At CPAC, you won't just watch the movement, you'll help lead it. From strategy sessions to national stages, your work will matter. This is where passion meets purpose and where interns become leaders. Step up, stand out, join CPAC. In a time of broken promises, one man stood apart and kept his word. He secured the border, unleashed American energy dominance, cut taxes, defended women's sports, crushed crime, ended government weaponization, brought back jobs, defunded Planned Parenthood, cut off USAID giveaways, ended taxpayer funding for PBS and NPR, and protected American values. Promises made, promises kept. Donald J. Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, open up the gates. Please welcome host of the Matt Gaetz Show, Matt Gaetz.
My name is Matt Gaetz. I come from the wing of the Republican Party that is only loyal to one nation, and that is the United States of America. I flew in today, and that means I had to get to the airport about 3 days ago. And I just think that as the moms are in these long lines with their screaming children, and as business travelers are seeing deals erode because they can't get through TSA, as TSA workers are showing up and not getting paid, and as romantic lovebirds are seeing their weekend getaways truncated, we should just use the airport broadcast system to put out Chuck Schumer's phone number. Not paying TSA and our cybersecurity professionals and those protecting America's networks and critical infrastructure, not paying those people and shutting them down is not legislative strategy. It is retarded. I stand with President Trump. The Senate should convene immediately, reopen the government, and pass the Save America Act for voter ID and proof of citizenship in every election in this country. Demanding an ID to vote is not racist. Actually, saying that demanding an ID to vote is racist is what's racist. It is so nice to live in the era of free speech again under President Trump and Vice President Vance. It felt like every moment in the Biden years, if we said a true thing about vaccine side effects or indicated that we supported building a wall or the rights of gun owners, that somehow we were labeled domestic terrorists, a threat to our nation. Well, I am proud to host the Matt Gaetz Show at One America News every night at 9 o'clock Eastern, where we stand up for free speech. I also want to thank President Trump's chairman of the FCC, Brendan Carr. He has stopped the weaponization of the communication system against conservatives and against the people who love our country as we should. And it's not often you get to thank the FBI on a free speech issue. But I am grateful that one of the first things FBI Director Kash Patel did was end the cooperation between the FBI and the Anti-Defamation League, or as Elon Musk calls them, the Defamation League. Matter of fact, the FBI should never be partnering with the ADL. The ADL is an anti-white, anti-Christian hate group, and they should be investigated as such. we are facing the midterms soon. And let me offer two pieces of advice. First, I don't know how they're going to go, but for 9 more months, we have the presidency, we have the House, and we have the Senate. We have a majority. I think we should take it out for a spin. I think we should actually use it. If a woman can bake a baby inside her belly for 9 months, certainly congressional Republicans could bake up a few ideas to put on President Trump's desk. How about this? No more breaks, no more vacation. Wake up, say the prayer, say the pledge, and whether it is ending men and women's sports, voter ID, proof of citizenship, ending transgender surgeries on children, asylum reform, end to birthright citizenship, or access to IVF, we should be codifying President Trump's executive orders every day. And by the way, we heard Senator Thune tell us that time was the coin of the realm in the Senate, and they might not have time to get to something like voter ID. And the same week, senators held a 2-hour Mardi Gras-themed dog parade. If Democrats want to be against the things we believe, strong borders, strong families, and a strong country, make them stand up and say it in a talking filibuster. You shouldn't be able to stand in the way of American greatness with an email to a scheduler. I have another bit of advice. We cannot move into these midterms with self-inflicted wounds. We have to end this cancel culture that is now occurring on the right. Dissent and disagreement has to be allowed. Tucker Carlson isn't going anywhere. I didn't bring a list of people to denounce or disclaim, and anti-Semitism isn't hiding around every corner and in every bush. President Trump is a builder. He understands that politics is an exercise in addition, not subtraction and division. And so while I may not agree with the likes of Mark Levin or Ben Shapiro or Mike Huckabee that we have some sort of near slavish loyalty to a country in a faraway land, I would walk across hot coals arm in arm with those individuals to stop the Democrats from turning America into a more transsexual version of Venezuela. When you may have heard, there was a brief period I was nominated for a job in this government, and I had a senator ask me, a Republican senator who didn't really like President Trump, well, Matt, can you ever think of a circumstance where you ever disagreed with President Trump, where you had a difference of opinion? They wanted to make it look like there was no separation ever. And I said, well, there was one story. I was at the funeral of one of my constituents who had died wearing the uniform in Afghanistan, and President Trump called me, and I had indicated that I would be voting against presidential war powers in Iran. And I'll never forget what President Trump told me in that conversation. He said, Matt, I won't bust your balls over this. But in the end, it was President Trump's vision that kept us out of a war then, and I certainly hope that the poly-market prediction that says that there's a 71% chance that ground troops go into Iran is false. I want President Trump to have every diplomatic tool at his disposal, and I do trust that he knows a great deal more than I do. But a ground invasion of Iran will make our country poorer and less safe. It will mean higher gas prices, higher food prices, and I'm not sure we would end up killing more terrorists than we would create. In Iran, we stayed for decades in Iraq, and we ended up giving the country to Iran. We ended up with 20 years in Afghanistan, and we just ended up giving it back to the Taliban after that period of time. And so maybe unconditional surrender in Iran looks like this. Didn't they just pick a gay Ayatollah? Like, I just think that's Asalama fabulous. I think a gay Ayatollah in charge of Iran is definitely mission accomplished. I'm not for Pride Month in June in the United States, but I'm not entirely sure I'm against it in Iran. At the end of the day, we indeed must stick together, and indeed we must reject where the left is taking us. I recall one conversation I had in Iowa campaigning for President Trump. I went into a little coffee shop, freezing cold, and a barista walks out and she said, "Oh, Congressman Gates, my boyfriend is going to be so mad he's not here. He's a big fan and wanted to meet you. Can we take a photo?" And I said, "Well, sure, but will you go and caucus for President Trump?" She said, "Oh, I'll do that." I said, "Well, if we send it to your boyfriend, will he go caucus for President Trump?" And she looked at me with that steely-eyed Midwestern grit and said, "Congressman, I'm not just going to make my boyfriend caucus for Donald Trump. I'm going to make all of my ex-boyfriends caucus for him too." And so in these midterms, call your in-laws and your outlaws, your vexes and your exes. Get out and vote. Stop Hakeem Jeffries from becoming the Speaker of the House, and let us continue the golden age of America together. Thank you all so much.
In this country, there's no reason that every person in this country is not wealthy. There's tremendous amounts of wealth here. There's no scarcity.
In a country that promises freedom, most people live financially enslaved by debt, by fear, by a system they don't understand.
Federal regulatory compliance cost U.S. businesses about $3.1 trillion in 2022, or roughly 12% of GDP.
In manufacturing, regulatory costs total around $350 billion annually, exceeding the economic output of nearly 30 states.
Small manufacturers with fewer than 50 employees face the steepest costs, averaging more than $50,000 per worker each year.
The government cannot do this, folks. This is all on you guys. The people that make a commitment to creating legacy wealth, okay, are actually doing the greatest, giving the greatest contribution to their country and their community than anybody else.
The conservative movement needs more than spectators. It needs warriors. At CPAC, you'll gain the tools, the connections, and the fire to make a difference. This is more than an internship. It's a frontline mission. If you're ready to challenge, to build, to fight for America's future, the time is now. Answer the call. Apply today.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Get Schooled. Don't let woke Marxists raise your children. Please welcome CEO Education Freedom Foundation, Erica Donalds. Chair of Athletes for America Coalition, Frank Murphy. Ace Scholarship Mom, Greta Alexander. And your host, school choice advocate, Corey DeAngelis.
How is everybody doing? Who's ready to make education great again? We got a President Trump who's the biggest supporter of education freedom that we have ever seen. He ran on parental rights and education, and guess what? He won the parent vote by 9 points. He won the education vote. Why do you think Kamala Harris didn't talk about it? Because he was winning with parental rights and education. And Kamala, it didn't work out for her, but she didn't want to end up like that one guy, Terry. I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach. McAuliffe in Virginia. It was a bold strategy, Cotton. It didn't work out for him. We have a great set of panelists today. I'm so excited everybody came out. Let's finally rip that Band-Aid off called the Department of Education once and for all. Well, look, we've been winning so much, I'm almost getting tired of winning, but we're not done yet. I want you guys to talk a little bit about what does education freedom mean to you, and what are some of the victories that make you happy in recent years when it comes to President Trump's leadership on the issue?
Well, I believe education freedom means that every parent in this country can make the decisions on what is best for their kids, who educates them, how they are educated, under what value system, with what materials, and no secrets are kept from those parents when it comes to what is happening in their schools. It means that they have every dollar of funding, that if they choose a school outside of the traditional system, all of that money follows them, and we get free market competition in education, which is so desperately needed in this country.
Greta, talking about free market education, how did that work out for your family? I know you live in the Dallas area, right?
Yes, sir. I live in Fort Worth, actually. And having an opportunity to go to the school of our choice is major, especially because of the zip code that I live in. There's so much crime and so much death. And so to have an opportunity to send my kids somewhere that I know that they're safe and that I know that they're learning. I'm so excited about ACE scholarships, as well as what the president has done and what Linda McManus has done for education, for parents. I'm excited for us.
And Greta, you were just at the White House for a roundtable with Linda McMahon during National School Choice Week, and I saw a viral video of you with President Trump himself, and you said,
changing education yes,
changes everything. Could you talk a little bit about your story with your daughter and how that kind of changed her trajectory?
Okay, so I have a son that went to a public school and he found drugs in public school. So he recently died. And so now that I have my daughter, she's in a private institution and she's thriving. She's doing very well. And so changing education really does change everything. In my community where I live, there was, like I say, we felt like we were in a cage, like we were locked up because of the educational freedom bills and all the things that are going through ACE scholarships, as well as what Ms. McManus have done. We are free now. The cage is open. We are no longer bound. Every child has an opportunity to thrive, and this is an amazing opportunity for children.
Frank, I read your bio and I saw that you ran a 4.22 40-yard dash, and you were in the NFL. I ran a 4.5, but I don't think it was official. I think my coach was trying to make me feel better. So could you talk a little bit about what you're doing with education and sports?
Well, education is big for me because it gives me an opportunity by using sports as a platform to make sure that our next generation of youth, our next generation of athletes, that they purpose don't go to the graveyard. Because see, a lot of times we got to understand it takes boldness. But one thing for me, I got a second chance. I got a second chance by a coach by the name of Coach Tony Dungy, Super Bowl winning coach. I'll never forget sitting in his office when I first got there. I thought he was looking at my mistakes, my record, and he looked up to me and I said, Coach, thank you for a second chance. He said, son, I am not giving you a second chance. God is. And he said, what are you going to do with it?
Hey, look, Vodi Bakum said it best. We cannot continue to send our children to Caesar for their education and be surprised when they come home as Romans. The good news is parents are not surprised anymore, and the government is not in charge of our children's education.
Amen.
And look, a lot of these things aren't captured by standardized test scores. Of course, we don't want to be failure factories like in Chicago where they have 0% proficiency. There's a school there that's only 97%. It's at 3% of capacity. It's 97% empty. They're spending so much money. Erica, you're from Florida. You guys have been, who's from Texas in here? Me too. So Texas, you know, we're kind of late to some things sometimes. Florida's been doing school choice a lot longer than us. We just passed a program. We're trying to do what you guys are doing. What have you learned from your experience in Florida, and what could we do to kind of imitate the success from the Florida education miracle?
Well, you know, Florida is the school choice state, and I hope that Texas catches up because there are no wait lists in Florida when it comes to our school choice programs. You know, 250,000 applications came into the Texas program, and the vast majority of them will not have access to that scholarship. Unfortunately, those families have a wait list on their freedom to leave the public schools, and that is just not right. That is un-American. In Florida, every single parent who wants a scholarship for their child can take $9,000 that would have otherwise gone to their assigned public school, and they can customize their children's education, not just send it to a private school, absolutely, but they can homeschool, they can hire tutors, they can buy online courses. They can say, you know what, my child does really well in these classes, but I need a private tutor for this particular course because they need to catch up. That is the future of education freedom. Not just this school or that school, but innovative options that we can't even imagine today. That's why states like Texas and Tennessee, they need to get rid of their wait list. They need to fully fund these programs, and every family that wants a scholarship gets a scholarship.
What do you guys have to say to politicians who say, oh, that education stuff, that's not for me, I don't want to get involved. The teachers unions are going to come after me. What do you have to say to respond to them? I'll just say, look, Randy Weingarten and Becky Pringle are unhinged lunatics, and we don't want them around our kids.
I say bring it on. And thank you to Governor Abbott, other politicians, President Trump, our school choice president, who have stood up to the teachers unions and the people who oppose school choice options for families. This is now an 80-20 issue. More than 70% of Americans believe in school choice. It doesn't matter if they're Republican, Democrat, or independent. They know the education system has failed us. Only 1 in 3 children are proficient in math and reading. We have to take the power out of the hands of the monopoly and the government bureaucracy and put it in the hands of parents.
Where it belongs. Look, Trump says he's sending education back to the states, right? I mean, the word education is not in the U.S. Constitution. We should get rid of that department. Should have never been born to begin with. Should have never been created. It was a political payoff by Jimmy Carter to the teachers union, and it hasn't done a single thing to improve student outcomes. We spent, what, $3 trillion since the inception of the department? Spending has gone up per student by 108% in real terms since then. Have the outcomes gotten 108% better? No, obviously not. So Greta, what would you tell a politician who said, you know, look, school choice is just gonna take the money from the public schools and, you know, this is not actually gonna help low-income families? What do you have to say to that?
I would waste my time with the politicians. I would, I would actually go ahead and let moms know that we have to still fight. If there's no money, just like in Texas, well, over 200,000 kids, they applied for a scholarship, but we know in reality that's not enough because there's only 90% of, 90,000 kids going to get the program. So as a mom, it is our job to still seek out scholarships. Keep searching, keep looking, and ACE scholarships is one of the places that I would look if I was you. Keep fighting for your children until they have the right vote that come across to give more scholarships to kids. Don't stop there because our kids deserve better. You can do ACE scholarships, and then we have the Freedom Bill coming along where we can go ahead and people have an opportunity to use their income tax money to help kids along. So there's plenty of options until we're approved. So fight for your children because they are in a situation.
Look, and we're not just winning on school choice. We're getting transgender insanity out of the classroom, away from our young children. We're getting critical race theory Marxism out of the schools as well.
Yes.
And look, we're keeping boys out of girls' sports. That's pretty simple.
Yes, yes.
So look, did you guys hear from the Olympics today? There's some good news that came out. No boys or men playing against women.
Very good.
So, Frank, could you talk a little bit more about your efforts with, marrying school choice with sports and trying to develop the character of young people through sports?
Sure, I think, and also just on your topic of men and women's sports, that's something that we had to stand up for. We have the great Riley Gaines that do an amazing job with America First and Athletes for America. Me being the chair of Athletes for America is something that I take very seriously, of telling all the dads, get off the bench. I'm not just talking about the athletes, all the dads, get off the bench for your daughter, because she deserves your support, she deserves your fight, and she can't do it without you.
Yes.
To talk about some of the stuff that I believe sports is such a big part, I call it sports choice.
That's
because
right.
I believe that sports is a big part of a young man and a young woman growth process. And all of us that have kids, we understand very clearly what sports can do for you. Sports saved my life. I was incarcerated and I didn't think I had hope. I thought it was over. But when I met someone such as a janitor, told me that you will make it. You have a second chance. Keep your head up. I focused on sports and then I became somebody. I put down that fake ID and I picked up the real ID. And if it wasn't for sports and education, where would I be? And that's called student athlete.
Right. Look, and Erica in Florida, you guys are taking it. And Erica's going to be the next First Lady of Florida. Just let me mention that real quick. It's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
They're going a step further. They actually ran some proposals this year to hold the teachers' unions accountable, to bring them to their knees once and for all. It's fantastic. But can you tell us a little bit about those kind of paycheck protection, other things that the politicians should be doing all across the country, not just, look, school choice is great, but that's just one part of the solution. How can we better embolden parents and empower them to do the right thing for their kids?
Yeah, when I ran for school board, I was doing it as a parent. I came from the private sector. I had no idea what a stronghold the unions had over our classrooms, over our administrations, and the decisions that they were making. I can tell story after story of the decisions they were making on behalf of our children that put the adults first ahead of the needs of our kids. So in Florida, we were the first state and since the only state to pass paycheck protection where taxpayer money cannot be used to deduct union dues from teachers' paychecks before they ever see that money. And that has had a tremendous effect. It has depressed union participation tremendously because now teachers get the money, they have to sign up and see that money come out of their bank accounts. And this year we had a huge win, and thanks to your help as well, supporting that decertification vote. If they fall below 50%, more than 50% of the bargaining unit has to vote to keep the union in place. I believe that teachers should have the right to contract directly with their employer. And if they are a great teacher, they should get paid better because they are a great teacher. And the union is there to protect the ones who are not doing well by our kids. I think that we can continue to weaken their power, weaken their ideology that has taken over our classrooms, and every single state should have paycheck protection.
And we should get rid of the teachers' unions once and for all. Why do they even exist? They take our taxpayer money. It's a money laundering operation. 99% of their funding goes to the Democrats every single year. Why do they continue to be able to take our money and use it against us? It is beyond ridiculous. But we have individual teachers also doing the right thing and holding the unions accountable, starving the beast from the inside. We've had over 12,000 teachers in the past year leave their unions and join the Teacher Freedom Alliance instead to stop giving their money to the Democrats. That's awesome. I know they got to keep doing that. So what do you guys think to people who say, like, you guys just must hate teachers? I mean, you guys are for parents. That means you must hate teachers. What's your response to that?
My response would be is we don't hate teachers. We were reminded through COVID what teachers are doing to our children, and they're not learning. They weren't learning anything. They were sitting in front of a computer being told what to do. They didn't know how to spell. They didn't know math. They didn't know reading. So we are not against teachers. The teachers showed us who they were during that period of time.
Yeah. And also, great point. A lot of coaches filled in that spot as well. A lot of coaches have become great mentors to our next generation of youth. And one thing you have to understand, over close to 80%, when you look at coaches and NFL players, NBA players, or athletes in general, they look up to them. That means their words matter. So when you go into these communities, you got to understand, what do we use to motivate our kids? Because if you're not motivating them, somebody else will. So that's why we're taking a stand. Athletes for America, our athletes, we're taking a stand, and we're doing it now.
Yeah, education freedom is educator freedom. It gives teachers options outside of the one public school system as well. In many communities, that is the only option for those teachers. So where is the competition for their labor? So at Education Freedom Foundation, we help educators start their own schools, their own private schools, their own micro schools. They have more flexibility, they get to specialize, and they make more money, and they're more appreciated by the parents that they're serving than they are in the traditional system. So Education Freedom Foundation has a Start a School initiative. I would invite anyone, parent, teacher, community member who wants to start a school. We can help you make it happen, especially with all the school choice options.
Yeah, and Frank, I like that you pointed out that there's no such thing as a values-neutral school. Someone's going to put their values into that school, and they have replaced religion in the public school system with a religion of their own.
Right.
They have worshipped at the altar of Marxism and critical race theory and gender insanity. And it's about time where parents fought back and said, not today, Satan. These are my kids, not yours. And I'm glad that we've had so much momentum. We've had 18 states pass universal school choice. We've had 28 governors already opt into President Trump's new nationwide school choice program. We're winning so much, I'm almost getting tired of winning. But we're not done yet. We got to get the blue states to come figure it out. And the only way to do so is for moms and dads and grandparents in the audience to hold those politicians accountable, to do the right thing and stand up for your kids. So any concluding thoughts? We have about a minute left. Speed round.
Change in education changes everything.
That's right.
It
That's
changes
a great
communities,
quote.
it changes lives.
And every single one of you should have the right as a parent to direct the upbringing of your children. That includes healthcare decisions. It absolutely includes the most important thing that will help them to achieve the American dream, their education. It is what is going to save this republic. It is what is going to make America a leader in this world again, and it will save Western civilization. Education freedom is the future.
And I want to say to all parents, I know it get tough sometimes. I know it get frustrating. But I'm telling you, use the mirror drill. See, the mirror, you can see yourself, hear yourself, but the mirror is not just to reflect what you see, it's to correct what you see. Begin to correct things that you see that's going on in your school, in your city, and in your household. Because if you don't, they will.
Right. Thank you guys so much. God bless you all. Thank you so much to President Trump for leading on the issue. Thank you, homeschoolers. Thank you, parents. Let's go. Let's make sure it happens and make sure that the government doesn't control your child's brain. It's your kids, not theirs. Thank you.
All right, you guys. What is going on? I got back from first service of the day at our church. I heard a couple minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago, half hour ago ish. They had a little panel up there, and they were asking about if people are going to jail. I was talking to the screen at the time. I was actually just getting home, but I was still talking to the screen on the phone. Nobody's going to jail. And it's interesting that they keep trying to make people believe that people are going to jail. I mean, if you believe people are going to jail, great. Let me just say this. I don't believe anybody's going to jail. But if you want to believe that, obviously you can believe that. And if they want to pump that up, they can. I don't believe it. Maybe some of you do believe it. Again, that's fine. I just think people would at least been going to jail by now or something. But I thought it was interesting. And that just might be what maybe perhaps they have to do, want to do for this CPAC. Another thing was interesting what the black lady just said about school choice and all that. She said it makes a difference where you go to school, the environment you're in, which also can allude probably to, neighborhood as well. I would think. She said it makes a difference. It is making a difference. Her son died from drugs, from going to public schools, which is very sad. And one lady who lost two family members in one day. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy as well. So, have you guys been enjoying CPAC 2026? Like I said, I've been at church. I was at church. Great message this morning. Great message. I'm wondering when they're going to end.
Continue to suffer under this regime. This regime kills its own people, kills its young women, young men, that all they want is freedom.
The moment the unity is shown against these despotic regimes, it's the first day of the last day of those regimes.
Reports indicate that over 600 individuals were executed in Iran within a 6-month period. Observers report the imprisonment of political dissidents alongside funding for overseas operations.
Human rights monitors say hundreds of activists and journalists are currently imprisoned in Iran. An estimated 4 million Iranians living abroad continue to advocate for democratic reforms.
It will be a big task, but it is worthwhile, and we have to
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Hammer time. Please welcome host of the Josh Hammer Show, Josh Hammer.
Good afternoon, CPAC. I hope y'all are having a great time. It's great to be back here. You probably noticed that things feel a bit off in the conservative movement at this time. I'm not talking about the White House, of course. President Trump continues to lead with conviction, vision, and purpose. He's reduced illegal border crossings to near zero. He's crushed the woke madrasas of the Ivy League. And now he is reshaping the geopolitical map by ending the Islamic Republic of Iran's 47-year forever war against the United States. At the cabinet level, Marco Rubio is the most dynamic and transformative Secretary of State in a generation. And Pete Hegseth has emerged as a clarion voice of American resolve, the consummate wartime consigliere. Things in the administration, in short, are going pretty well. It is only when we look outside the administration to the conservative influencer class, those who dwell in podcastistan, as some now call it, when we see things going perhaps slightly less well. Don't get me wrong, many of the biggest conservative stars are superb, and some of them are speaking at this conference. But some others are absolutely terrible, and a few of them are speaking at this conference too. Matt Gaetz, there's your shout out. These black-billing doomsdayers are engaged in a conscientious brain rot op to make the right retarded. The slogan that catapulted Donald Trump to the presidency and continues to define his political career is "Make America Great Again." It's a pithy and inspiring call to action. In it are 3 distinct claims. First, America was once great. Second, America became less than great. And third, it will one day be made great again. The retard right denizens of Podcastistan reject the fundamental essence, however, of MAGA. Much like the neo-Marxist left, the retard right doesn't think America was ever great. And they certainly don't think that America is capable of being made great once again. They are therefore explicitly anti-MAGA. In fact, they are actually just anti-American. We know this because they openly say it. Tucker Carlson, who wrestled the demon and seems to have lost the fight with the demon, recently hosted on his show a Chinese Communist Party mouthpiece by the name of Jiang Shuiqin. On the podcast, Jiang proposed a new world order in which the United States joins China, Russia, and Iran as quote-unquote equal partners. If you think that sounds patently insane, that's because it is. If you think that sounds indistinguishable from the musings of Noam Chomsky, that's because it is. But that didn't stop Carlson from affirming Jiang's Beijing-approved dystopia as the wisest possible advice and the only path that preserves civilization. Of course, Carlson has also lauded Russia, Maduro's Venezuela, and even Sharia law. You'd be hard-pressed to find a single anti-American system or regime that Carlson has not, in fact, praised. By the same token, Megyn Kelly, whose insatiable appetite for clicks has overwhelmed whatever decent principles she purports to hold, had a curious guest for her first episode after the commencement of Operation Epic Fury against Iran. That was Marjorie Taylor Greene. In December, just prior to resigning in disgrace after Trump kicked her out of MAGA, Greene met with the radically anti-American Chinese Communist Party-funded group Code Pink. Instead of celebrating the world historical madman Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's death and the remarkable ass-kicking that Trump had just begun delivering to a regime that's attacked and killed Americans ever since 1979, Kelly joined Greene in lamentation. "This feels very much to me like it is clearly Israel's war," she said. Never mind that President Trump has been calling for the destruction of the mullahs for decades. Decades. In 1980, Trump called for the use of military force against Iran. In 1988, Trump said he'd, quote, go in and take Karg Island, there near the Strait of Hormuz. Short of tariffs, there is literally no issue. There is no single issue on which Donald Trump has been more consistent over the decades than the issue of Iran. But the cowards of the retard right who simply don't have the balls to take on President Trump
You know who keeps yelling?
insist that Trump was gold into the current action by the Israelis or perhaps prominent Jewish Americans or perhaps some combination thereof. This, simply put, is horseshit. Donald Trump is not a dupe, and he is now settling all the MAGA family business. So it's no wonder that Trump now calls Carlson, quote unquote, not MAGA. It's no wonder he has labeled Kelly, who has been spiraling off into extreme juvenile vulgarity, we've been talking about micro penises of late. He calls her a, quote, jealous and angry human being with little sway. And he's right on that. A new survey from Jail Partners revealed that Republicans trust Donald Trump over Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly by a whopping 83% to 6% margin. This is not a particularly close call. It is not a coin flip. It is an overwhelming, crushing defeat for the retard right. Indeed, at this juncture of his second term, Trump maintains historically high approval ratings from within his own party for a very clear and obvious reason. He's doing a fantastic job, and he deserves our support. All of that then raises some rather obvious questions. Why are Carlson, Kelly, fellow travelers like the exorable Candace Owens, and yes, some of their allies inside the administration, why are all of them doing this? What is their goal? What is the end goal here? The answer is both simple and harrowing. The goal is to destroy the MAGA coalition and the current iteration of the American right. These subversives have no interest in a strong America that kills arch terrorists who want us dead and confronts a Chinese Communist Party that wants us subjugated. They have no interest in a conservative movement that is downstream of the West's biblical inheritance. Instead, like Putin's Svengali Alexander Dugin, they want a coalition movement that makes America great by making Russia and China great. Like the Muslim Brotherhood, they want the Judeo-Christian biblical tradition made great again by making Islam or Sharia law great again. Like Hassan Piker and Howard Zinn, they want to make America great by tearing it down. If that doesn't sound anything remotely conservative to you, that's because it isn't. It's stupid. It's evil. It's flaming, stinking garbage. It is the direct advancement of our enemy's interests on the world stage. If someone wanted to destroy America from within, what else would he do other than what the brain rot op retard right does on a daily basis? Your job, CPAC, is simple. It is to resoundingly say to the retard right, no. The future of this conference depends on it. The future of this movement indeed depends on it. And ultimately, the future of this country depends on it. So don't mess it up. Thank you very much.
Who was that? Does anybody know? Who was that? I did not catch the name before he came on. I wasn't too impressed though.
Everything they said about him has been wrong. I don't know how he does it.
It has always been a battle against Donald Trump.
Oh, I'm missing stuff. Someone just said the GD word and they're plugging Christianity. Yeah, I know. This is what I've done and said about these conventions. I said it for years and years.
He was very clear. If you hit your target, you are going.
I believe if this is correct, what Witchy was saying earlier, Simply Newsy was saying earlier.
Does the same thing in a different medium. He's talking directly to the American
yeah.
people.
That's why Trump is transformational, because
This was way earlier too. Sorry.
He's a great closer. He understands what the most
Anyway,
issues are to voters.
I had to go back and look at comments.
A great country, but
I had to go back and look at comments.
are good people.
Donald Trump stands for everything that's good, everything that we need, what needs to be changed in our society today.
Think about that Trump supporter that was demonized, that was taken down, that was criticized, that was
A Trump supporter that was demonized. Well, there's a few Trump supporters that have been demonized just because they have some disagreements with him.
We just lived through history. We're never going to see anything like this ever again.
Simply Newsy says, I definitely don't have a party anymore. This confirmed it. What confirmed it? Like this whole event so far today, or the last speaker, or what? I have not been able to keep up with it today myself. I have not been able to keep up with it. Kind of doing my best. You said way earlier, not long after they did prayer. Really? Okay, so wow. Vince Lizard said there was constitutional attorney Josh Hammer. Okay, that's who that was. So after prayer at some point this morning, today, they of course get up on stage and
Ladies and gentlemen,
start saying
this
things
is
that
the
probably shouldn't be saying.
Dominators. Drilling, mining, empowering into our future. Please welcome CEO of United Against Nuclear Iran, Ambassador Mark Wallace. Co-founder of the Hudson Group, the Honorable John Vonglis. Partner, Providence Energy, Karen Herbst. Moderated by political commentator for the Washington Examiner, Tiana Lodesher.
Virgin for Trump. Virgin for Trump.
Good evening, CPAC. I think we've had a wonderful day, and I am glad that we get to help close it out talking about what I think is probably one of this president's biggest wins, that is making American energy great again. And I want to start off with, we have to talk about the Iran elephant in the room, but I'm not panicking about any of this because I was shocked to realize after the oil spikes in the late 70s, early 80s, adjusted for inflation, Crude oil barrels were up past $150. After Libya, up past $150. After Russia invaded Ukraine under Joe Biden, adjusted for inflation, over $130. Guess what US oil is trading at today? Sub 100, right? We're trending towards $90. And what I want to know from all of you is, why has America been insulated when I've been told by the left and the America lasters that a war with Iran would be devastating? And yet, we haven't quite seen that. Is it Venezuela? Is it domestic drilling? What is the secret sauce right now? Mark, I want to start with you.
Thank you. And it's time that the United States we are energy independent. It's time for us to be mineral independent from China. And let me tell you, every one of you, when you've gone to the gas station over the last 47 years, those of you that have been buying gas for the last 47 years, have been paying an Iran risk premium, because the largest terror state in the world has been lining its pockets by regulating the Strait of Hormuz, mining it, attacking ships, and we've all been paying for it at the pump. This president has said no more. We will not allow Iran to attack the United States, fund its proxies, be a terror state, and control 20% of the hydrocarbon supply. And the markets get that, because we might have a temporary spike on a present value basis that's far lower than other spikes, but the long-term outlook of hydrocarbons is much lower, because I believe President Trump won't allow Iran to be the arbiter of the Strait of Hormuz in the future. And that's what's controlling the prices.
Amen to that. And, you know, John, I know that from a domestic perspective, crude oil barrels were up 10% relative to that Joe Biden average, right? And Joe Biden got to benefit from everything Donald Trump did in his first term, right? And then just brought it kind of to a halt. But how much has just changed in the first year domestically? And how does liberating us from that, I love the term, liberating us from the risk premium that we've had to pay for 47 years, how will that all of this play into it?
Oh, it's an excellent question. Thank you for asking it. Now, the fact that I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express 2 nights ago makes me an expert to answer this. But in reality, it is a complex set of second and third order effects that come with that. From our perspective, from looking at it from from a national security, from an assured source of domestic supply, whether it's fuels or whether it's, in my case, nuclear energy, we're pivoting towards the perspective of, let's focus on something that we have domestically that we can produce and we can develop, so we don't have to rely constantly on foreign sources, whether it's fuels or minerals or other kind of elements in the supply chain that make us that much more dependent. So.
Yeah, and Karen, I know you have this background in minerals, and you are a land woman, I should say, not a land man. But part of we've seen. I've almost thought about the president's foreign policy really as this giant chess game. Like, it is kind of 4D chess, where he made sure to do the Maduro raid before we did Iran, so we do have this little cushion from Venezuela, and the whole rare earths minerals deals. How much of Trump's foreign policy do you think is built around the idea that these minerals are going to be as important to the future as oil and gas was to the past?
No, I think that's a high priority, a very high priority of his, with the rare earth minerals, capturing supply, and not being held hostage with minerals as well as oil and gas.
And in your direct experience, how much has changed from 4 years of Joe Biden to 1 year of this all of the above abundance energy approach under Trump?
It's back to drill, baby, drill. It's easier to get permits, not have to deal with the government, all the red tape with the government. It's just a feeling of freedom in the oil patch.
Yeah, and do you think that the president's been pretty clear that he wants to make sure that he fulfills the promise in foreign policy terms with Iran that I've heard every president, they've made the promise to me, oh, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. This president's the only one who's actually doing it, right? And he's made clear he wants to get the job done sooner rather than later. He doesn't want this to be Afghanistan forever war. What's our way out of this? If you have a crystal ball looking forward to the midterms, is
What's your
there
way
a
out, guys?
long-term benefit for us when it comes
What's
to
your way out?
energy with all these foreign policy machinations to make sure we are no longer beholden to this evil axis of Russia, China, Iran?
Right. And like Mark was talking about the terror tax that we've been paying all these years, that's going to be an immense benefit to the oil and gas business. I think we're just going to get back to focusing more on the domestic drill baby drill and just getting up our pure dependence over here to be purely independent. So, but the thing we want in the oil patch among my peers, we want this over with as fast as possible so it doesn't interfere with the midterms, because he can't afford to have high prices going into the midterms nor have boots on the ground for the midterms.
Yeah. And it's not just oil and gas. You know, for all that Democrats like to talk about renewables, it was under President Trump last year that wind and solar made up a record share of all American electricity generation, right? I think it was 17%. Texas here has become a huge bastion of renewable energy because they've taken this all of the above approach. So, John, what do you see as the landscape just in terms of ignoring the foreign policy, but just domestic production? Trump, is it more renewable? Is it more nuclear? Or is it just waiting to get the rest of our reserves here in terms of oil and gas?
No, thank you. It was a bit naive to think you could flip a switch and go from, fossil fuels, what was, the lifeblood of this country for hundreds of years, to go totally green. I mean, there's an approach, there's a methodical approach, and you can do that, certainly over time. And who doesn't want a clean planet? I mean, you have to be a fool to want to pollute the planet intentionally. Nobody wants to do that. But you can't, also the fallacy here is no one's ever really looked at from the green movement perspective what it does to the earth to mine for these rare earth minerals. It really does a number on the earth. It's horrible if you actually look at the, at the cost from a geological perspective. So to have, again, I go back to an assured source domestically of energy that's reliable, that's constant, that's available 24/7. That's why we need to pivot and focus on at least part of it, a large part of it, on the nuclear side of the equation.
Yeah, I agree.
And microreactors, small modular reactors, they're going to be fundamental for everything from electrification to AI to data centers. You can't rely, the grid is just overwhelmed. So these operate independent of the grid. You can plug and play. You could scale up and down. You could service underserved communities, military installations, expeditionary purposes, industrial, places that are, a little out of reach. And so there's the benefits far outweigh any kind of perceived detriment for nuclear. And I fault the industry and I fault, government for doing a poor job of demystifying, everything around nuclear, because everyone has this perception of 2 or 3 bad incidents over the past 100 years, when in fact, if you look at the technology and the advances in technology, the types of fuels is far safer today than ever before. And so you have the capability to have these smaller, and I don't mean by small, but different categories, micro reactors that you can actually transport. They're portable, they're compact, they're versatile, 5 to 10 years without refueling them. The enrichment side, which is the non-sexy part of the equation, is the fuels. So when the Cold War ended and Russia dumped cheap uranium on the market, we stopped enriching. We stopped, we did what we do in America.
And John, I just one quick follow-up with regards to this nuclear issue. The left has been hating on nuclear power since they were trying to use it against Margaret Thatcher because she saw that nuclear was a way around the unions in the UK. Here at home, I just want to know which politicians have been the ones stopping us, because I know from my original home state of California, back when he was just a lieutenant governor of the state, it was Gavin Newsom that was shutting down new nuclear production. who today is still trying to thwart this?
I think, you hit probably the top guy, and then it cascades from there, no pun intended. But I do think that slowly, communities are realizing and recognizing the benefits of this. And this is why it's important for us to do what we used to do in this country, to be a colossus of manufacturing and a behemoth, and get back into that. And through this president, through this administration, and executive orders that are promoting, working in tandem with the regulatory bodies, the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, to accelerate, policies that advocate and speed up the process for getting permitting done. Because a lot of these, no one wants to compromise on safety, let's be clear.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean, it's a binary thing here, so.
And I think if there are two issues that this president has at least earned my trust on, it is clearly foreign policy. We saw in Trump term 1, remaking the Middle East with the Abraham Accords. There is a reason why Vladimir Putin did not invade Ukraine under Trump 1. And then also the issue of economic growth and all the above approaches to just unleashing that economic growth. So I think I want to close out by asking, how much should we see the present moment of energy as an opportunity, and what are the biggest obstacles that Trump faces, and how will he help make sure that, especially in the midterms, that bottom line of affordability, the American voters feel it?
If I can, let's have some audience participation for a moment. How many years from the time that you discover a rare mineral in the United States until you can mine it? Anyone? Anyone? Bueller? 29 years.
Wow.
Second only to Zambia. President Trump is changing that so that we do it in months rather than years. Second question. How many of you all have heard of a mineral called antimony? There you go. You've heard of it. It's an essential mineral to our national security. It's a component to every bullet and bomb. It makes the perspex cones, covers of fighter planes. China, we outsourced it completely to China after World War II because it was too dirty. We didn't want to refine and process it. You know what China did at the end of 2024 and 2025? No more antimony, no more critical minerals, jeopardizing our national security. President Trump hosted a ministerial on critical minerals and said, we are changing this. We are mine, baby, mine. Mine, baby, mine. It's time that we have an enormous mineral endowment in the United States. We can no longer be dependent on China to ensure our national security on these critical minerals. And President Trump is changing that. And all these governments attended a ministerial that I attended earlier in the year, the President Trump's team hosted, and every single one of them said it was a remarkable exercise in critical mineral planning and national security planning. These are big changes.
Awesome.
So,
John?
No comment.
Not to put a bow on it, but if you had to give a bumper sticker, energy security equals national security. That's it. That's the bottom line, no matter how you slice it, and that's why it's important. And we take everything for granted, from waking up to flipping your cup of coffee to, driving off, taking the railroad to work. So we have to ensure, I think, a domestic source, an assured domestic source of energy supply, and not to be beholden to foreign actors, mostly malign.
Karen, you see it up close more than any of the rest of us.
Like I said, if we just can be set free to drill, not have to go through permitting regulations, too stiff of regulations, we'll get it done. The oil business will get it done. So
I think the mandate is clear: make America energy independent for good. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, there's that one. What y'all think about that? Fence Lizard said, good to know about something that was said.
Conservatives, we believe in public safety. We also believe in fiscal responsibility. On the left, what they've done with the criminal justice system has undermined both. So it ain't rocket science, okay? This is not. You get the
Kane,
criminals off the streets.
WWE.
Make sure that the people that are going to re-enter society
Big red
have a
machine.
pathway to do so successfully. And that's pretty much it. That solves so many of these issues.
In 2022, the United States recorded an incarceration
Kane.
rate of 541 per 100,000 people, higher than any other major democracy.
The annual price tag is $182 billion spent on prisons, jails, probation, and parole.
Wrongful convictions remain common, separating families and costing lives.
The system is broken, expensive.
So let me ask you guys this. I know one person. Has this conference so far, has it turned anybody off? Has it made anybody have a difference of viewpoint, perspective, thoughts of where they are at in regards to the political climate? Just asking. I haven't really been on today, so just want to see your guys' thoughts. Like I said, there's one person that I know of that's kind of put a bad taste in their mouth. It's put a bad taste in their mouth. How's the rest of you guys feeling?
Do you want to be part of saving America? This is your call to action.
Your call to action
is yours. Join CPAC and take your place where the real action happens, behind the scenes of the conservative movement's most iconic force. You won't just learn politics, you'll live it. This is your launch pad. This is your moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Dogs of Doge with independent journalist
Dogs of Doge.
Nick Shirley.
Oh, Nick Shirley is on, huh? He looks like a politician, don't he?
Thank you. Thank you. I'm super excited to be here and to be able to speak to you guys today. And I'm not here to speak on behalf of Republicans nor Democrats. I'm here to speak on behalf of we the people. I think nowadays we can all agree that we all just want to live the American dream and have the best life possible. However, it feels that sometimes, actually a lot of times, non-controversial issues are becoming controversial inside of America. For instance, if you take a look at the idea of deporting illegal migrants, that word is illegal. That should not be controversial. Or the idea that showing your ID to vote has become controversial. That's not controversial either. The idea that fraud is bad has become controversial. How is that controversial? I know a little bit about fraud. I know a little bit about Minnesota daycares as well. And it's crazy to think that we live in a world where somebody who exposes fraud can then be painted as the bad man.
Look at his
from
hand.
The politicians where
He's used to holding the microphone.
Shouldn't they be
Little
excited
thing.
to know that the fraud is being exposed, because that's not a Republican dollar or a Democrat dollar, it's actually our dollars. I've never gotten a dollar bill that says right or red or blue or right or left. We all live inside of the same country, and we should all want the best for our country. And when you see fraud inside of our country taking place at literally rampant levels, for instance, in Minnesota, there are programs like autism where you have 10,000% increases in the budget for autism. And this money then goes into the hands of fraudsters. How does somebody not look at that and say, there's a 10,000% increase in the budget for autism? Is there a 10,000% increase in autistic children inside of our neighborhoods? And if the answer is no, how are they justifying a 10,000% increase in the budget? And in other instances like California, where you have 1,000% increase in hospices, is everyone going to die in LA? I don't think so. So the idea that here inside the United States, when we have these non-controversial issues that have become controversial, it puts us into a weird culture war where it puts people into a position to think, okay, well, wait, how are you supporting this when you're actually not benefiting we the people? We all live inside of the United States. We're not supposed to be
when elected officials elected, they're not supposed to represent 50% of the population. They're supposed to represent 100% of the population. In an instance where fraud is taking place inside our country, each and every single person should want to crack down on that fraud. Because if we don't, these people can continue just to literally steal our dollars. And they steal our dollars, and then they send it overseas, and once it's overseas, we can't ever get that money back. And that's something that I've learned as I've gone about exposing this fraud. And a lot of times, these people that are taking our tax dollars are foreigners who are not even from the United States of America, and they're stealing our money. And it's just been so crazy to see how in all 50 states there is fraud. However, it seems to be that most of the fraud is in a lot of these blue cities. And when you go out and expose the fraud, I mean, I think Gavin Newsom, he posted a photo of me the other day and had 10 cameras on me, an AI-generated image saying, "Where are the kids?" trying to depict me as a pervert for exposing fraud. How sick does a governor have to be to say that the kid exposing the fraud is the bad person versus the fraudsters that are stealing the money? And going through this experience of exposing this fraud, I finally came to understand why, for instance, why they attack Elon Musk so hard, why they burn down his factories, or why they burn down his cars, or why they attack him so much when he was simply exposing fraud to help every single citizen. Well, it just happens to be that these politicians don't want the fraud to be exposed because they're involved in the fraud. And nowadays, since I've posted that video, my life has changed. It changed a little bit. I'm speaking here in front of all you guys, so thank you. But my life's changed a little bit because the idea that a governor, for instance, Gavin Newsom, can go ahead and post that photo, and everyone knows that I'm not the bad man for exposing the fraud, but a small group will then think, wow, that kid is a bad person. He is what they're trying to depict me to be. That now I have to walk around with security when I go to cities, or people will try to literally, last time I was in California, I was just there the other day, I couldn't stay at a hotel because last time I was in California, after I posted that fraud video, somebody tried to take a photo and put it into a Reddit group chat, and a group of people were looking for me because I exposed the fraud. Like that's crazy to think that we live in a society nowadays where somebody going to do a big public service for the country has to worry for their life. And it actually makes me a bit upset because how have we gotten to that point where we've lost common sense and where non-controversial issues have become controversial? And it's actually very worrisome. And a lot of people come up to me and say, well, Nick, how can we help? Or how do we do what you did inside our own communities? Or how do you have like the courage to go out and do this? And I've really fallen in love with the quote or the speech from Theodore Roosevelt that's called "The Man in the Arena," and it talks about critics and talks about how like you don't ever worry what a critic does as long as you know you're fighting for a worthy cause, and it doesn't matter if you fail as long as you're working for a worthy cause. But who's to say that you're not the one risking everything, standing there all alone, going about it? Why should you worry about the critics? Why should you worry about the naysayers, or why should you worry about the opposition when you're fighting for a worthy cause? We all are fighting for a worthy cause inside of our communities, with our families, in our churches, at our schools, because a lot of things that we're fighting against are non-controversial issues that have become controversial. No girl should ever have to worry about a man playing on their sports team. Like, the idea that that's become controversial is insane. And it takes men and women who are ready to become that man in the arena to be able to confront the opposition, confront those critics. Because if no one does, they will win. And when we're fighting for common sense issues that aren't controversial, but nowadays have become controversial, each one of us have to step up and become that person who steps in the arena and says, I don't care what they say, or I don't care what he or she says, I'm gonna do it because it's a worthy cause. And if we don't, because if you don't, the critics will win. And their voices are a lot louder. That's how they try to intimidate you. Imagine if I would have been intimidated by Governor Walt's calling me a delusional conspiracy theorist, a far-right white supremacist, or all the other things that those politicians called me. In fact, they even incited riots inside their cities for somebody who exposed fraud. Meanwhile, the Leering Center, it wasn't much to hide. Like, that fraud was very obvious. In fact, the Leering Center then even closed down. They fled the city because they know they're committing fraud. And one thing for you guys to think about is, who are the critics? Who are those people that are saying that you're the bad person, or that what you're doing is not right? Well, a lot of times it's the media. A lot of the times it's that person who listens to the media where they've lost that idea of common sense thinking. And so nowadays, the most important thing I feel like for any of us to do is to think, okay, is the cause I'm fighting for, is it a controversial issue? Or is it actually non-controversial, but it's an issue that has become controversial from the critics? And we cannot ever pander to the critics, and we have to keep pursuing a worthy cause. Because what we're fighting for is worthy. America is the greatest country in the world. And people like to act like it's not, but meanwhile, all the other countries had thousands of years to do it. We had 250 years to do it. And whatever made us the greatest country in those 250 years, we need to make sure that it remains that same way, or else we will fall and the critics will win, and we will not stay the greatest country in the world. And so that's my message for you guys today, is to think, really, okay, what cause are we fighting for? Is it a worthy cause? Is it something that's actually not controversial, but maybe the mainstream media or a critic has told me that that's a controversial issue? And when you know it's not, fight and be ready to become the man or the woman in the arena, because if you don't, the critics will win. And this is the greatest country in the world for a reason. We did it in 250 years. Everyone else had thousands of years to do it, and we did that. And so I'm proud to be here today, and I know you guys are all ready to become that man or that woman in the arena, because it is a worthy cause that we are fighting for. Thank you. Thank you.
Good job, Nick. Good job.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes day one of CPAC 2026, Actions Over Words. We ask that you all gather your personal belongings and promptly exit the Texas Ballroom.
All right.
Once again, in order for us to prepare for day two, we ask that you gather all personal belongings, your friends, your family, and promptly exit the Texas Ballroom. Thank you for your cooperation.
I wonder how much more there's going to be. Oh, it's done for the day, you guys. It's done for the day. There it is, day one of CPAC. Wow. Yeah, so it's like 6:30 p.m. Dallas, Texas. So CPAC is over for the day. CPAC is over for the day. I think they have a night session, though. It's probably only, wait, no, I just got the itinerary. What did it say? So here in a little bit, because I was actually supposed to be there, so I have that itinerary coming in. Ooh, a voting poll would be good. I don't know how to do that. I need to figure out how to do the polls on the platforms. Mr. Bill's great at them. I need to ask him. How do you do the polls? So tonight, let's see. What did I get? Join Real American Voice plus Real Americans Music for a special entertainment hour immediately after the general session, which was just now. Booth Central, 6 p.m. Central, featuring live comedy and music with Rob Snyder, Natasha Owens, and more. So I guess they're probably running a little bit behind. So that's getting ready to start now. So that's why they're ending it. So Rob Schneider and Natasha Owens are getting ready to hit the stage for some entertainment at CPAC. So let me see. Let me see what's going on in the world. Let's see what's going on in the world today about about the war and everything. See what's new. Let's see what's new. Get caught up a little bit. Get caught up a little bit. If I Were the Devil, Paul Harvey, 1965. All right, I don't know what that one's about, but okay. Maybe I missed something. 24 minutes ago, what is this? Russia FM Lavrov. You asked what the difference is between the situation in Iran and the situation in Ukraine. The difference is that the Islamic Republic of Iran did not violate any of its international obligations. All right. So that's the difference. Let's see. Let's see if that's what the difference is, according to this guy.
Вы спросили, в чем отличие между ситуацией в Иране и ситуацией на Украине. Отличие в том, что Исламская Республика Иран не нарушала каких-либо международных своих обязательств. Ни в отношении иранской ядерной программы, когда была подписана эта программа в 2015 году и одобрена Советом Безопасности ООН, программу эту развалили Соединенные Штаты, когда в 2017 году во время первой каденции президента Трампа они просто вышли из этой программы в нарушении всех своих обязательств. Иран не нарушал ничего. Украина нарушила все, что можно нарушить вместе со своими западными покровителями. И когда мы предложили в декабре 2021 года заключить договоры с Соединенными Штатами и с НАТО о гарантии их безопасности, которые будут обеспечивать сбалансированный характер этой самой безопасности и стабильности на основе баланса интересов и России, и Украины, и Запада. Нам сказали, что это не ваше дело, и Украина будет в НАТО. Поэтому говорить о том, что мы не предупреждали, говорить о том, что Франция, Германия и прочие покровители Украины не знали, что они ведут дело к кризису, ну, по-моему, это не совсем корректно, и я нисколько не сомневаюсь, что серьезные французские политологи и политики прекрасно понимают, о чем идет речь и в чем причина нынешнего кризиса.
All right. Well, he's saying that basically Iran is following it. They didn't do no wrong. That's what he's claiming overall. And that's what the headline was. The difference in Iran and the situation, or the difference between the situation in Iran and the situation in Ukraine. The difference is that the Islamic Republican did not violate anything, basically. So that's according to him. Take it for what it's worth. What's going on, Casey? Good to see you. Good to see you. Just in about 2 hours ago, Iranian military spokesman says Iran has proved that the U.S. F-35 fighter jet no longer guarantees global security. Again, so this is Iran's news. And so Trump did that the other day, you guys. I don't know if you are not Trump, but Caroline Leavitt, she did that the other day at the White House briefing. She was talking about almost saying like nothing is legit or nothing is valid unless it comes from the White House. So other sources, other news agencies, if other countries are reporting it, like especially if it's speaking against the administration or against what's going on with this Operation Epic Fury, basically she was saying not to listen. Wait for the White House to confirm it. The problem is the White House going to say everything that we need to know or should know? That's the question, which I still don't think they do, which is sad. At the same time, they can't say everything because we're at war. But there's still been a lot of things they have said that, for instance, Iran was decimated 3 days into this. And here we are. Russian foreign minister, the guy we just saw, says Russia does not share intelligence information with Iran. All right. Russia oil gas revenue expected to double this month from 12 billion to 24 billion. Trump earlier says he is delaying destruction of Iranian energy plants by 10 days at the request of the Iranian government. Talks are going on. He has been saying that the last few days, the Iranian government is talking. He's been implying and alluding to the fact that they're going to be coming to some sort of agreement. We'll see about that. Here's this from Trump earlier as well. What day was it? I don't know if it says a date. It doesn't say the date. It was a True Social report. True Social, Trump. As per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve to represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by the fake news media and others, they're going very well, you guys. So the talks are going very well, according to Trump. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Trump is saying that the talks are going very well, and probably, I'm going to just throw this out there in the words of Trump, they're probably going great, and we're winning there. I want to say just as simple. We're winning, as what Trump would say. 5 days now. The whole thing is a joke. I agree with you 100%. I agree with you 100% that it is a joke. And I know a lot of people, I've chased people away from my platform, believe it or not, Casey, for saying such things. I've lost subscribers because people, actually, I had somebody actually wrote me on YouTube and said, you've lost people because you're bashing Trump. I'm like, well, I'm not really bashing him. I mean, if you call this bashing by stating an opinion and, a belief. So I tried to make a vow yesterday, which I'm probably already breaking, that I wasn't going to give my opinions anymore, Casey, because I'm losing subscribers because of opinions. But, I thought free thinking was once allowed. I don't know what happened to that in the movement of MAGA, but the free thinking is no longer there. So, but yeah, that's what's been going on with me, in case you want to know. Great catching up with you. I know we live by each other, but don't always run into each other. I'm doing things, you're doing things, you're reporting on stuff locally. If you guys want to follow somebody who's doing stuff locally in northern Idaho, right here on X, Casey Whalen, make sure you guys give him a follow, because he is doing things locally in northern Idaho, which you guys can see stuff that he does a lot. So yeah, I don't know why people don't see it, but loyal, I guess. Loyal. which is a good thing. Being loyal to someone is a good thing. For me, it'd be hard to be loyal to someone that I don't actually personally know or get to speak to, but loyal people are loyal to the cause, to the movement. So let me be quiet before I insert my foot into my mouth, and we'll be back at square one. So I'm just going to leave it there. You can figure it out. What else? Let me see what else is happening for the day. I'm going to subscribe to that right there. Subscribe. Make sure I can get that stuff that pops up. What else took place today while I was gone? iHeartRadio Music Red Carpet, you guys. Is iHeartRadio Music Awards on tonight? It must be, because it is the red carpet is happening right at the moment. Maduro, his case happened today. Well, pre-trial. iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio. AI, Quincy, what's AI? AI. What's up, Adam? Is that Kanye? Did Kanye show up? Look like Kanye. It's not Kanye. Who is this? iHeartRadio, you guys. iHeartRadio. It's red carpet for iHeartRadio.
No smiles right here, please. Good smiles. Nice.
Who is that? I don't know who those are. I don't know who they are. 2 steps to your right. Come with your finest clothes and show off. I don't know about that suit for a guy wearing, but you know it's all right. For each his own. I would not wear it. Please pray for Joe Kent. Yes, my man, Adam, of course. Oh, yes, right. Waiting for flyover at Dodger Stadium. Let's see if I can find that. What happened to my hair? I didn't have no hair, buddy. I had a beard. I shaved that a long time ago. No, I don't want to see Bad Bunny on Mr. Bill. Stop insulting me. The only thing, only Mr. Bill only comes to my platform and my channel just to insult me every day, you guys. That's the only reason why he tunes in here, is just to insult me. I've had enough abuse to last me a lifetime, Mr. Bill. I've had enough abuse from the past 3 or 4 days, the past month. So please stop abusing me. I mean, you could unsubscribe if you want as well. Just add to the trauma of my life, okay, Mr. Bill? Just add to the trauma that I'm experiencing. Just playing. iHeartRadio, you guys, red carpet. Let me try to find the Dodger thing. That might be kind of cool to see if we can get a flyover of Dodger. I'll try to look for it. Ooh, this might have it. Let me see. Stu, we need Stu. Does anybody have does Stu have a YouTube channel? Stu that does the helicopter down in LA. Does he have his own YouTube channel? Because I can't find his own YouTube channel. Adding more trauma as requested. Thank you, only Mr. Bill came through the $2 super chat. Thank you for the trauma. I appreciate that. And still keeping it consistent. Still keeping it consistent. Oh my goodness, why did I do that? My bad. I was looking for some other stuff. There we go. Oh. I don't know who none of these people are. You guys help me, please? AP or Reuters. We got to have opening night at Dodgers. Come on. Opening night at Dodgers. No, there's no opening night at Dodgers. Let me see. I'm looking around. Just hold on. We'll hopefully find something. Erica, straight ahead. We're just going to tell you what to do. Just pose and do everything that we tell you. Come on, Erica, as you walk. Now strut it, girl. Strut. Now turn. Dip it and drop it low. All right, stand back up. All right, turn your head. Oh, just keep smiling, Erica. Keep smiling. Erica. That'd be a horrible job, isn't it? Just to do what they're doing. You talking? Hold on. Honestly, isn't that honestly, guys? Hearing them do all that, doesn't it sound kind of creepy and weird? I'm being honest. Does it sound creepy and weird? Almost sounds like creepy, pervy type stuff. I'm just being honest. I would feel super uncomfortable. I mean, turn to the front. I would feel uncomfortable. I would personally. It just seems. I know they do that. Especially another guy tell me. Let's see if they do it to him, or if it's quiet. They will know if it's pervy type stuff. Nothing. Ooh. Nothing.
Over that shoulder, way over the shoulder.
And now we're back to it.
Come on down. And looking right.
You talk about being used, like the feminists, like the left should be having a fit over this. Right? They're not going to be worried about this type of Epstein type of list.
There we are. Hold that. Gorgeous. Now look up right.
Now look up for us. Do all this stuff. They didn't say that. They didn't say that to that guy that just came on at all.
And looking right here for me. And as you walk to the next spot, look up. There you go. Nice.
That's crazy.
One more smile this way. Hold that.
I've never paid attention to it this much. I seriously never paid attention to like red carpets and listening. I've never paid attention to it like I am right now. Like hearing all of it, like them instructing. We gotta wait for another guy to come up and see if they actually do the same thing. So the wards must be on the night. Are the wards on the night? Check their hard drive. Yes. Their memory cards. Right? Their memory cards. Check their memory cards. Before you exit, we need to check your memory cards. Is the awards on tonight? They must be obviously with this red carpet. iHeartRadio, are they coming on TV? Let me look it up. While we're watching this crazy weird stuff. iHeartRadio, yeah, 2026. Guest is on today, hosted by Ludacris and airing on Fox. Sometimes they're going to be airing on Fox in case y'all want to watch it. iHeartRadio, 5:30. Oh, 5:30 is Okay, 5:30, you guys. F-35C will fly over Dodger Stadium. We'll be live on Fox at 8. 8/7 Central. Is that going on now? Wait for more people to show up. That's what they're waiting for. Perfect. Look this way. Let me tell you what to do. I mean, I won't even let my husband tell me what to do, but you can tell me what to do because y'all are paying me. But I'm not going to let my husband tell me what to do. But, ooh, is that? Ugh. Whoa. That's Cyrus, you guys. Uh-oh. Does that mean she's going to strip when she gets on stage tonight? Chin down. Hey, do it. Now shake your hair. Shake your tail. And while you're at it, shake your tail feather. We love that smile.
How you doing, Miley? I'm all right. The drugs are wearing off.
Did he say the drugs are wearing off? Did he say that, you guys? Hold on.
Miley. We love that smile. And Miley right there, gorgeous. How you doing, Miley? How are you? I'm all right. The drugs are wearing off.
He did. The drugs are wearing off. What drugs? He did say that. Drugs are wearing off. Hannah Montana is back. I wonder if we're going to party in the USA tonight. Crazy.
Thank you. Thanks, Miley. Miley, one little way this way. One little way, Miley, right here. Thank you. One little way.
Photos are done, guys. We're packing up. We have to move to the winner's circle. Okay, start.
Where's Taylor?
Winners have well, we're going to take you. But just get our stuff together. We'll ready and go. We're all going to go together at the same time.
So tonight, for West Coast folks, it starts at 8 p.m. on Fox because they have to have a tape delay just in case there's any malfunction or people not doing what they should be doing. They have to edit everything. So you want to watch it on the West Coast, starts at 8 p.m., 8 to 10. And the show does broadcast live at 8 p.m. on the East Coast. 8 p.m. on the West Coast because they need a delay, a tape delay to air at 8 p.m. But on East Coast, it starts at 8 p.m., which is basically in 15 minutes. And I guess the East Coast doesn't need a tape delay, but only the West Coast does.
Pues creo que todo esto significa algo muy importante para que la gente te pueda ver más ahí.
Break it down for me, guys.
It's a big platform, and it's always like a lot of pressure on it. However, this is like the first stage of what is coming. He's planning to do a tour in Europe and other countries around the world, so he's so excited about it.
A lot more to come.
More to come. Más por venir.
Gracias. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you need a name or?
Are we going now? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Since will do 2 groups.
All right, looks like we're done there as well because they're getting. Oh, wait, what happened? We're still live. Still live. She is bringing the wrecking ball. Mr. Will, thank you. That warmed my heart today, bro. That you did that little super chat. That was a blessing. Thank you. I'm glad I still have friends out there. I mean, I already know I have friends. I ain't worried about it. I'm playing around. I'm having fun, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I can come and escort you guys. Amazing. Let me just text my Hi, how are we? Thank you, boss. Sorry.
So are they done? They are done. They're done with the live stream. That might be all coming to an end. I can't find the Dodger stuff. I'd like to find the Dodger stuff for Jeannie. I can't find it. I don't think it's live anywhere. Let me see. Let me try another thing. Dodgers. No. Nothing. Nothing yet. Nothing yet. Oh, you're welcome. We can say it was for this. Hey, I'm all good with that. Thank you. We can say it was for the show. That's why I dressed up. I'm good with it. And you're welcome. And I'm going to have to leave here in another half hour, 45 minutes to go to church. So what else for today? There isn't really much action going on.
Sorry, what you're seeing is this live as it is
Okay.
happening.
We got a new
It's
live,
the
guys.
iHeartRadio
Still
Awards.
there.
We are about to go backstage to speak to some of the winners. So there'll be a little time to wait, but don't go anywhere because we will have some huge names stopping by a little bit later on to talk about their big wins and, of course, their performances. I'm Liam McHugh, and this is AP. Stay tuned. More to come.
All right, more to come. So that'll be after. He said they're going to be talking basically to backstage interviews. Won't be able to be here for that or keep live streaming. So there's that. Again, I'm not seeing too much stuff on other things. There's all the press conferences. They all happen, while I was gone today and while we were watching CPAC. Trump delivers remarks at Greek Independence Day celebration. That was at the White House 3 hours ago. Have you guys noticed? Here's one thing about Trump. He's had a lot of people as far as okay, I don't know if anybody else has done this. I don't know if any other presidents have done what he has done in this regards. So he has had a lot of people come through the White House. Right? He's had a lot of people come through the White House. Like every day, it seems like he has someone new that's coming to the White House, and he's presenting them with stuff. He's talking to them about stuff. But with that said, it's almost like he don't give them time to talk because he's talking his own self. But he brings all these countries, all these leaders, all these people to the White House for things. I mean, I never even heard of Greek Independence Day celebration, and here President Trump does it. So I mean, it's kind of cool. It's kind of like a people's president in that regard, right? With all these leaders and countries and things like that. So, I agree with that, and I'm trying not to blush based off what Birdie said. So I'm kind of somewhat ignoring that. But thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, and I'm mixed, so I do have that shade of white in me, so I can, blush and turn red. So I'm trying to, yeah, I'm trying to stay focused off of that nice, lovely comment. But I do appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe I'll start doing it more. I've actually had people actually ask me that if I would start doing this, which I could. I don't have a lot of suits though. I mean, I got a handful, like really like a handful. I have like 5 suits, but I've seen that people can make it work based off like changing out shirts and colors and ties. So, um, maybe I'll start doing it. Perhaps it's no guarantee because to get dressed up. What's funny is like, okay, here's the thing that's funny. I was thinking about this. I told some brothers at the church this morning, like for a guy to get suited up in a suit, right? It's a long time because we're used to just throwing on whatever really quick, a hoodie, like I usually wear, t-shirt, hat, we're good to go. And women always take, I mean, theoretically speaking, the rumor is that they take longer than men to get ready because they have to do so much. This is the time where it's like men feel like they have to do a lot because you got to do all this, tie a tie, make sure it's the right length, button everything, get a jacket on. I mean, it's not that much, but it is. It's really not, but it just seems like it is because it's usually the tie stuff that takes a while, right? It's usually the whole tie and in the mirror, adjusting and all that. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you. And for people on Facebook that don't know, what I'm talking about is, these a few of these comments. So thank you guys. Is your conference streaming? Yes, the conference is streaming. I did post a link this morning at the very beginning when I left, which would still work for tonight because it's just a link to the actual church's YouTube channel. So, I mean, I could post it again. And just for the morning, you guys, I'll be, here's the thing. It's sad. Thank you, Hoot Troop. Looking mighty nice today. Appreciate it. Love the suit. Thank you. I'll post the link, Mama Bear. I was going to say it's sad that you have to do this, right? But it's because of what's been done and how it's been used. Why almost you have to do this sort of disclaimer. And I probably shouldn't, but I'm just going to anyway. So I do believe in speaking in tongues, praying in tongues. I do believe that. I go to a Pentecostal church, which Pentecostals do believe speaking in tongues, evidence given, the gift of the Holy Spirit. So if you watch it, just realize, keep that in mind, that Pentecostal, speaking in tongues, gift of the Holy Spirit. Right? So there's that. Because a lot of people say, oh, because there is actually people who look at speaking in gifts as garbage, or it's vain, or it's stupid, or things like that. There's people who think and believe that speaking in tongues isn't for this quote unquote dispensation or the New Testament or the new church. And I'm not even getting into it now. It'll be on more of the Bible study type of stuff, but there are people that believe in that. And so they look at that type of stuff and they mock it, which is very dangerous to mock, and they'll start to mock people who are dancing and jumping and shouting. They mock it, which is very, very dangerous. You talk about, I would say that type of stuff is blasphemy of the Holy Ghost, right? Because that's it being a spiritual thing. You're mocking the Spirit at that point. You're actually mocking the Spirit at that point. And do I understand that it looks weird? Yeah, but does it look weird when people are jumping up and down at a football game? No, because the world has accepted it, so it doesn't look weird. But if you take out the sound, if you remove sound, audio from watching something on TV, a basketball game, a football game, if you remove the sound, you're going to see the same similar energy. You're going to see the same. You're going to see people jumping, shouting, hands are going up. Oh, they scored. Oh. You're going to see the same sort of thing as you would see at a church. So, but people view that type of stuff, like, but I'll post the links. I'll post the link. That's awesome, Birdie. Birdie to tweet. Birdie to tweet. Are you on X too? Birdie to tweet. It just sounds like, tweet. That's why I said, are you on X? Oh, Mama Bear, to you. I'm glad you agree with what I just said about that. I'm playing. We got neighbor kids are playing at the basketball hoop, our basketball hoop. So, yeah, good stuff. But yeah, I think that's about it. I think I'll put here. Let me do that right quick. Wow. I'm gonna post 2 links because last night's message was off the hook. It was so good. And on top of that, the guy who spoke last night has his own YouTube channel, podcasts and shows like that. So I'm going to do that. Thank you. Okay, see this what I'm only in it for the parking. All right, nice suit, bro. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. So let me post it. Let me post the link for Mama Bear and whoever wants to watch it. And then I'm gonna go ahead and get off, call it a wrap. I will not be on tomorrow, you guys. Probably come back on Saturday at some point. Let me find it here. I just had it up earlier. Where'd it go? There it is. There it is. Okay. So here is the link, the YouTube channel of the church of, and then it starts at 7:00. If you want to watch it, you can. I'm doing security there, so I might be down in the front. You might see me a little bit if I go down in front at some point. And then so this was okay. So this next link was a guy that spoke last night. Oh, so good. So good. Why is it not working? Okay. Just subscribe. Thanks so much. Thank you for subscribing. Okay, so the link I just did was a message from last night. And then the person who spoke last night is from Canada. My goodness gracious. Yeah, Kingdoms. And this is their YouTube channel. Where's it at? Right here. right here. Yeah, I might pop up somewhere Saturday. I don't always give out details, guys. I don't always give out the goodies. Can't do that sometimes. So what I just posted, yeah, so you guys can follow the links, you understand. So these 3 links I just posted is the guy, Pastor Daniel McKillop. It's his YouTube channel. And then the link before is the message from last night. So will the services be live for the conference on YouTube? Yes, Patricia Joy, they will be live at 7:00 tonight. And then there's 2 more services tomorrow, 11 a.m. and then again at 7:00. So 7:00 tonight with the links, with the very first link I posted on YouTube, 7 p.m. Last night there was 1,000 people. It'll probably be that tonight. So it should be good. It's once a year. The church I go to does this conference once a year. They call it Summit. They bring in some well-known preachers, and it's always themed. So this year, the theme this year is called the Apostles' Doctrine. So if you guys know about Peter and all the apostles that were with Jesus, it's the doctrine. And the reason why it's called doctrine, you guys, just for my son just came in. We gotta go. The reason why they call it the Apostles' Doctrine is because it was the apostles that were speaking and they were preaching in the public square on the day that the church was formed. So they were the apostles, and what they spoke on that day was the doctrine of basically Jesus Christ. So the apostles' doctrine, the very first doctrine of the church, which is what I've grown to learn that we should follow and obey, because they learned from Jesus. He said, go out, here's your great commission, go out into the world and preach the gospel. And that's what they did. So it was a doctrine, the apostles' doctrine. So that's why they decided to go with that name this year, which are going through a lot of different teachings. And last night was a very, very important, biblically foundational teaching. Very, very good. Very, very good. So I encourage you guys to watch it. I did post the link there. So with that said, I am going to get off here. And again, thank you, only a Mr. Bill. If I had that hand clap that Geyer has, I'd go off and do it right now. Thank you. If you guys would like to help with anything else, I got the thing scrolling there at the bottom of the screen. Also, just go to the links that are pinned on Facebook and YouTube. You guys can contribute that way. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, Buy Me Coffee, Give, Send, Go. Everything is the BC Preacher. I'm going to get out of here, get going. I will see you guys sometime, possibly, maybe, I don't know, on Saturday. So God bless you guys. Have a blessed night. Thank you. Have a great night, BCP and everybody. Amen. God bless you guys. Talk to you later.